session. So get in the jump up session. Let me go. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Jump up, 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 up.
Feel the heat of the summer breeze. Let me show you life by ease. Winter's over for me, yeah man. It's an endless summer.
Wind the waistline, wind the waistline.
A summer of love and a summer of fun. Oh, it's an endless summer.
Wind up, wind up, wind up, wind up, wind up, wind up.
Let's get together, sharing the sun. Oh, it's an endless summer. Na, 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 na. Don't stop the music, we're doing alright. Oh, it's an endless summer. Na, 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 na. An endless summer. Na, 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 na.
Come again, come again. Put your hand in the air and jump up. Put your hand in the air and
Jump and
put
wine,
your hand in the air and jump up, jump up, jump up.
jump and
Put
wine,
your left hand to the left hand, right hand, right hand, left hand, left hand,
jump and wine.
left hand, right hand, left hand, left hand, left hand, left hand.
It's an endless summer. Na, 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 na. We're walking on sunshine and live for today. Oh, it's an endless summer. Na, 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 na. We love every moment of every day. Oh, it's an endless summer.
Walk your waist and
We
wine.
just feel like dancing all through the night. Oh, it's an endless
Walk
summer.
your waist and wine. Walk your waist and
Don't
wine.
stop the music, we're doing alright. Oh, it's an endless summer.
Right, left, right, left, right,
An endless summer. Oh, it's an endless summer.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome. Thank you for joining us this beautiful morning into afternoon for the 11 to 2 show. Sorry. You know, we are continuing with our emancipation programs. And you remember I told you all that we have our guests that will be coming in for the remainder of the week into the Emancipation Day celebrations. You know, today seems fairly clear. You know, it's slightly overcast, better than yesterday. I feel much better than yesterday. I'm very thankful to be here. I see you all are coming in and locked on. You all can call, give your greetings. Today we have to remember. Today is the 27th of July, and we have to remember 1990. You know, I may not remember, I was a toddler at that time. But those that were, you know, at the age that they could remember, those, you know, so was experience when they were in Port of Spain. You know, I remember my mom telling me she took my sister to buy burger. I think it was Pizza Boys or one of those places. And they were in a taxi going home and they were dodging bullets. So I heard stories, but I did not experience the 1990. But I know a lot of you may have lost loved ones because we have lost 24 people in the attempted coup, and still a heartfelt condolences to those, even though it's 33 years, they could never put a timestamp on losing a loved one, right? So, before we go into the hour, I just want to play a little clipping, just a reminder of 1990, showing respect to those that have lost their loved ones, those that went through the trauma of 1990. I really had to give respect to you guys. I'm sure it was not a nice experience for most of you. Those who maybe was in the military, those who maybe were just, civilians minding their business and encountered an experience like that. So I would just play, 2 little clippings for you before we go into the 12 o'clock news. In remembrance and respect for those that has experienced and lost a loved one. I really have to show my respect and my regards when it comes to this.
Members of the cabinet are under arrest. We are asking everybody to remain calm. The revolutionary forces are commanded to control the streets. At 6 p.m. this afternoon, the government of Trinidad and Tobago was overthrown. The Prime Minister and members of the cabinet are under arrest. We are asking everybody to remain calm. The revolutionary forces are commanded to control the streets.
Man can get caught up in a system where to live man holding and toting guns. It's the survival of the fastest hand in the kingdom that crowns the smartest man. Chasing joy is the sorrow. Here today, gone tomorrow. Come, mama, we must face the morning after, cause we don't do grace.
If these people were rightly guided, then why has God given us the power over them? Why are we sitting here tonight before you? Who makes the decision in the universe? Isn't it not your creator? Where is the Prime Minister tonight to address the nation? Where is he? God has removed him. God has removed the authority, not the power, because no man, including myself, has any power. We have only temporary authority because we all die. To control the streets. There shall be no looting.
We are There once was a place, yeah, there once was a land where the people toiled daily, both woman and man. They worked to the bone, but they were not alone, cause they cared for each other and this land was their home. Till one day black gold sprouted out from the ground, from the earth it did spill, spreading wealth all around, and they all be
dance the moon, we can pray. Come on, dance, brother, dance. The death is your drummer. Oh, Francis of France, the future's at stake. I jump high, jump low, but it's supposed to will take place. Because under the crescent moon and above the bloody asphalt, strange dogs were barking deep in the night. The rhythm continued. Oh, what a sight on the night of the day. It was the night of the day. Oh, the night when they say that the martyrs died. The power and the glory is so close at hand, but the beast he was lurking, so he too sits in the wings, in the wings. So when we search for the moon, all we saw were the vultures. But then a chosen people never worry about these things, So the roll of the casa began to sound like the rhythm of bullets, and the thundering boom bass. So that was a bomb. In this Muslim time when the whole day is number one. I say under the crescent moon and above the bloody asphalt, but a man strange dogs were barking deep in the night. Under the crescent moon, I say the drums were silent, but somehow the rhythm continued. Oh, what a sight on the night of the day. It was the night of the day. Oh, the night when they say that the martyrs died. Not in this house, not in this Garden of Eden. Oh, how we dance to the beat of this lovely life, until a man opened the door and showed us our other side, and all our method illusions truly know what is easy diplomacy. Now truly know what is SLR love. In all these troubled times under the stars above, I say under the crescent moon and above the bloody asphalt, brother man strange dog will barking deep in the night. Under the crescent moon, I say the drums were silent, but somehow the drumming continued. Oh, what a sight on the night of the day. It was the night of the day. Oh, the night when they say that the martyrs died. Under the crescent moon and above the bloody asphalt, strange dogs were barking deep in the night. Under the crescent moon, I say the drums were silent, but somehow the rhythm continued. Oh, what a sight on the night of the day. It was the night of the day. Oh, the night when you say that the magic died. So where something red was the popular cry, and like the pavements and streets they were filled with envy, because by morning light they were covered with our blood. I tell you, not one soul here escaped the frenzy. You know, sometimes you gamble in things.
Right. So I had to pay that little tribute of remembrance of the Trinidad and Tobago 1990 attempted coup. I will take a few calls. Give me a little insight on if what you remembered on 1990. You can send your greetings before we go to the 12 o'clock news. Ask your questions. Today we are having from the Emancipation Support Committee, we have the Business Development, PR, and the Youth Officer, Khadijah Dyer, will be with us at 12:30 to give us more information on the Youth Department of the Emancipation upcoming events that will be taking place this weekend into Tuesday. Hello, good morning.
Morning, Naka.
Hello, good morning.
I told this morning, I told Dale what I could remember. Them was the days when I used to play with music.
Hello, good morning. I'm not hearing
Yes,
this caller. Hello, good morning.
Hello. You're not hearing me? And Naka?
Hello.
I hear
Good
you.
morning.
Naka?
Hello.
I hear you.
Yes, I wasn't hearing you properly. Hello.
Yes, you hearing me now?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
I told Dale this morning what I remember. Those were the days when I used to play music. And the guy came and picked me up. Well, he had to pick me up again because he's now deceased. Yes, so he picked me up, took me down. Both of them, the place where I used to play the music, both of them is deceased now, so I don't want to go where they is.
Yeah, oh Lord.
Yes, right. They picked me up, they came me down to organize me. While she was down there, a guy came and he said, oh, look, the police headquarters on fire. Yes, I can remember that. And also, I heard alien man talk about a street dweller in town, Rambo, but he left out part. This guy that named Rambo used to be in town, a tall.
That was the man who used to be dragging a chain?
No, he used to be walking strong, well strong man, a strong guy. But he lived out part where a white woman fell in love with him and took him back to America. I remember that.
Rambo get through.
I remember.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Right.
Hello, good morning. Good morning.
Good afternoon, morning, everything.
Yes.
I just walk out the road, not so long, about 2 hours ago. I walk out the road and greet Mr. Wendell. As usual, every year I always go out on my street and shake my shak-shak for him. He recognized me. He said, shak-shak lady.
Oh, Lord. Thank you, shak-shak lady. Hello, good morning, caller. You have a few seconds before we go to the break?
Okay, I don't know if I could be able to say everything I want to say for 1990.
You can call back. You can call back after the news. We could continue taking your calls and the memories that you have. That's not a problem.
Okay, my dear.
Thank you. So we are going to the top of the hour news, and we'll be back shortly. We'll take more of your calls. Remembrance on what took place. Where were you? What did you experience in the attempted 1990 coup? We shall be right back.
In the midst of allegation, propaganda, and misinformation, we examine the facts. We discuss the issues. We interview key players. We are the voice of the people. We are The Street. 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of The Street. 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on The Street. 919 FM. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
We're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
The time to build is upon us. We have at last achieved our political emancipation.
The Street 919 FM presents Liberation and its Evolution, focusing on putting our hands to the plow, creating a better future. As we unite and continue to fight for freedom and equality, we must continue to evolve from strength to strength in the spirit of love, integrity, and harmony. Happy Emancipation, TNT. From The Street 919 FM.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Friday, 28th July, Palo Seco, let's have a conversation about reform. Meet us at Palo Seco Government Primary School. All are invited. Our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, will be there to have a conversation with you on how this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors. Let's talk about this power shift, ask your questions, and learn how reform empowers you and your community. Palo Seco, join us on Friday, 28th July. Conversation starts at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
The greatest weekend of the year.
Guinness presents Great Fat Weekend.
The beach, the sand, the waves. Sexy ladies having fun.
I just money and girls and fun.
July 26th. Welcome Wednesday. Sounds of Reggae. July 27th. Reggae Thursday. Sounds of Soca. July 28th. Soca Glow. Sounds of Dancehall. Sounds of Hip Hop. July 29th. We Fat. July 30th. Sunday, Callaloo. July 31st. Cool Down.
This is the sound of Great Fat Weekend. This is Guinness Sounds of Greatness.
Sounds of Great Fat.
The greatest weekend of the year.
July 26th to July 31st. The Guinness Great Fat Weekend.
Blessings in the wonderful name of Jesus. My name is Nikki Garcia, and you are invited to listen to the Final Hour broadcast every Monday from 12 midnight to 5 in the morning on The Street 919 FM radio. Hear Pastor Helen Garcia and my husband, Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr., preach the Word of God. We can be contacted at 629-0113 or 623-8444. Tune in and prepare to be blessed.
As my life I lay it on the altar, as my life.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, the Truth, the Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845-349-5178 or 342-7303.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click The Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you are.
This is the voice of the PNM. Point Fortin, this Saturday, July 29th, the People's National Movement will be presenting their candidates for the upcoming local government elections at Market Square. All are invited. Come out in your numbers and meet your candidates. Hear from a powerful lineup of speakers on why this reform is a power shift. A power shift from central government to your councillors. A power shift that empowers you and your community. Point Fortin. Come out and meet your candidates this Saturday, July 29th. Meeting starts at 7 p.m. See you there at Market Square. And on August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world. The Street 919FM.com.
News from the Street 919FM.com. Here's what's happening.
Good afternoon, I am Chanel Webb with the 12 p.m. news on the Street 919 FM and online Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. In the headlines, 6 freed of killing Tupac in 2009. Standard & Poor's affirms TNT's investment grade rating. 5 get U.S. Fulbright scholarships. And internationally, a Colorado family dies trying to live off the grid. And now the news in detail. 6 men have been acquitted of a 2009 murder of Siobhan Israel Lewis, aka Tupac, from East Dry River, Port of Spain, because of the unreliability of the prosecution's main witness against them. The 6 were accused of killing Lewis, 23, of Lodge Place, East Dry River, on April 12, 2009, while at a wake at his girlfriend's home at Wallace Road, Chinopo Village, Mova. The judge said the evidence against the 6 was weak and its quality was not what the court could rely on to convict the 6. The main pieces of evidence for the state consisted of 9 statements from Johnson recorded between June 20th to November 4, 2009. After these statements were admitted into evidence at the preliminary inquiry at the magistrate court and Johnson was cross-examined on them, he swore to a statutory declaration on September 5, 2012, recanting his evidence. The 6 are expected to be released from prisons once they have no pending matter before the court. The U.S. Embassy has awarded 2023 Fulbright scholarships to a new cohort of Trinidad and Tobago scholars. The United States Department of State funds the graduate level programs for the scholars in various fields at universities in the United States. At a pre-departure orientation on July 21st at the U.S. Embassy, the U.S. Ambassador Candace Bond congratulated the awardees, saying, Fulbright is the United States government's most prestigious and competitive scholarship, so let this serve as a testament to your intelligence, passion for learning, and curious minds. The 2023 Trinidad and Tobago Fulbright Scholarship recipients include Nadia Tuwari, Kara Rup Singh, Alia De Gale, Kareem Tinto, and Tennille Allen. In more news, international rating agency Standard & Poor's has affirmed Trinidad and Tobago's BBB credit rating with a stable outlook. In a statement on Wednesday, Finance Minister Colum Imbert said this is a positive development, noting Trinidad and Tobago is one of the few investment-grade countries within the Latin America and Caribbean region, and in fact, the only one in the Caribbean. Imbert added that while the credit rating had a negative outlook up to July of last year, Trinidad and Tobago's economic and financial performance, along with its institutional stability, helped to stabilize the outlook thereafter. Now internationally, 3 members of a Colorado family died while attempting to live off the grid in the Rocky Mountains. The emaciated remains of sisters Christine and Rebecca Vance and the latter's 14-year-old son were found in a remote campsite this month. On Tuesday, a coroner ruled that they probably died from starvation or exposure during the cold winter. Rebecca Vance's stepsister, Chavala Jara, told the Washington Post on Wednesday she didn't like the way the world was going. She thought it would be better if her and her son and Christine were alone away from everybody. The group, including the sisters, who were in their 40s, had no outdoor survival experience and had watched online videos to learn about how to survive in Colorado's rugged backcountry. Recapping the headlines, 6 freed of killing Tupac in 2009. Standard & Poor's affirms TNT's investment grade rating. 5 get U.S. Fulbright scholarships. And internationally, a Colorado family died trying to live off the grid. Good afternoon, I am Chanel Webb, and that was the 12 p.m. news on the street 919 FM and online Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
News from the street. News from the street. 919fm.com.
True Light Ministries presents the first annual Sports and Family Day charity fundraiser on Saturday, 19th August at the Edinburgh 500 Recreational Ground from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Join us for their fun family interaction with games, talent shows, Bible quizzes, and more, and lots of activities for the entire family. There will be giveaways and big prizes to be won. Every 4 or 10 or more tickets purchased will be given a receipt to win. Support by buying a chicken barbecue for $40, pork for $45, beef for $50, or you can get a hot dog for $20. For more info, contact 749-5566 or 494-9161. Guinness Great Fat Weekend, the longest weekend in the world, returns. The Guinness Great Fat Weekend started yesterday on Wednesday, 26 July, and it is going up until Monday, 31st July. So tonight, Buko Integrated Facility, it's total local with Isasha and all the reggae all-stars. They'll be backed by a live Cornerstone band Entry at the door starts at $200. And tomorrow, it's Friday. Time to hit the sand with Soca Glow, where you see all the biggest soca stars backed by the incredible A-Team Band. Tickets are now $150 for general, and the VIP is $300. Soca Glow has paint, powder, mud, lights, and water. Prizes on the night for the biggest crew in white and the sexiest white outfit and the most creative white outfit. So looking forward to seeing you guys tonight at the Pigeon Point Beach. And on Saturday is the big fete, the big night. They're going to get Movado, the Golly God, Idonia, as well as Molly Don and 450. And representing Trinidad and Tobago, we have Temper and Young Brother. And don't forget Sunday for the Sunday Callaloo, and Monday 31st July is the cool down. Guinness Great Fete Weekend. It's a weekend you don't want to miss.
Don't you touch that dial. You're locked on to The Street. 919 FM.
We are The Street. The only radio station bringing balance to the nation. 91.9 FM.
Anytime that you have to bid, but when people pass and they see you, oh my Lord, used to feel that shame. Wondering if this lasts forever, wondering when you will feel proud. If it's one thing Daddy didn't tell me, there is sunrise after each cloud. I say, even though the road is long, no matter what come, I know I'm gonna make it. Hey, oh Lord, I'm gonna make it. Even though it's a spiritual feeling, but I catching the power. Tripping on the road, but I catching the power. On the ground and I catching the power. When the music hit me, I catching the power. Even though, in your world, people try to fight you. All how they will bring you down. Behind your back, they trying to spite you. Smiling with you like you're a clown. Yes, you know them people back talk you. Yes, sir, you always stay cool. But you remain focused and get through. Now I let them feeling like fool. I say, even though the road is long, no matter what come, I know I'm gonna make it. Hey, oh Lord, I'm gonna make it. Let them know, even though the road is long, no matter what come, I know I'm gonna make it. Hey, yes, I'm gonna make it. Be right here, but I'm catching the power. Feeling the beat and I'm catching the power. Don't know what to do, but I'm catching the power. It's a spiritual feeling, but I'm catching the power. Tripping on the road, but I'm catching the power. On the ground and I'm catching the power. When the music hit me, I'm catching the power. Even though.
All right, Trinidad and Tobago, we are back, and that was the news headlines on the top of the hour. I'm continuing to take your calls. We're going right back into it. I will continue to take your calls. Give me what did you remember back in 1990 on the 27th of July? Where were you? What did you experience? Were you in Trinidad? Were you in Port of Spain when the attempted coup occurred? Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I thank you for the opportunity to share my memories of 1990.
Course.
My name is Michael Thomas. I'm better known as the Pawned Emperor. 1990, I was on Sackville Street going across the then police headquarters. As I was about to enter the gate on Sackville Street, the Lord spoke to me and tell me not to go in. I left there and I went to Eaton Choices, which was run by William Monroe at that time on Frederick Street, opposite the castle. That chicken place called something Castle.
Royal
Chicken
Castle?
Royal Castle. Right. So I went there because that time I was representing a company called Amway, and I wanted William Monroe to sign a contract, to sign a contract to buy chemicals for his restaurant, Eaton Choices, that is. As I entered there, a few minutes later, a gentleman came and said the Red House is on fire. So I run outside and I look down the road and I see no fire. I said, but you near something else. So I proceed to go back to Eaton Choices. There was Clive Nunez, William Monroe, and a cleaner, and myself was there. A few minutes after, the then Honorable deceased opposition leader, Patrick Manning, came inside shouting, lock up the place, lock it up, close down all the lights. The Muslims take over. He said, what? This thing's serious. So we lock up all the places, close down the lights, and we proceed upstairs. And then we hear gunshots all over the place. I said, well, like this thing getting serious. So I spent the whole night there with the crew that I mentioned, and we were in the balcony. But Clive Nunez and myself went up on the balcony overlooking the city, and I actually saw looting. I said, well, what's going on here, boy? I saw a man carrying a big fridge on his head. I said, this is craziness. Wow. Nevertheless, we spent the night there speaking about, what could happen to Trinidad, right? Nevertheless, in the morning, I experienced witnessing a car coming down. It wasn't morning, it was night, sorry. A car coming down Frederick Street because they had blocked, the security forces had blocked Frederick Street and to prevent cars from coming down. And a car came through. And I looking at this car coming down Frederick Street, and next thing you know, bullets run out. The man got shot. And he was coming out of the car and he fell face down, riddled up with bullets. I said, wow, God help us. After that, in the morning, soldiers told us not to come out as yet. He would tell us when to come out. So later on in the morning, around 8, somewhere around there, he came back inside and said, it's safe to come out now. So we proceed to go home. As I said before, 1 week before I got married, and I said, well, I already have 1 week of marriage, boy, and this place going on burn down. But nevertheless, I pray to God that for safe deliverance and that all will be taken care of with the situation. Those who have to be held responsible will be held responsible. And I am very sorry that, I think it's about 24 people had died in that situation. And I pray that, we don't have a situation like that anymore. And I thank God for, bringing me out alive in that situation. Because smoke, a lot of buildings were on fire and on Charlotte Street, and smoke was coming our way. We had a lot of smoke coming our way. And, that's what I could remember. And I thank God for deliverance. And I thank God that, I kept in touch with my wife at that point in time, that I know that I'm well and alive, and God be praised.
Thank God for that.
Thank you.
Thank
Amen.
God for that. Thank you very much, caller.
Okay.
Growing up, I heard a lot of stories, and one story in particular, where my father, where he used to work before, he's retired now, he was stuck in the office for a few days. And they were under a desk. My father was living in dead Potter's Bay in the action. And they were stuck in the office under a desk. And he literally said this, and I will remember this until he said all he was studying was his family. That's all he was studying, his family. Because for such a small country of like Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm sure we had way less, the population was way less than now. You know, to experience something like this is very traumatizing. And I know personal people who were police officers at that time, who they are still alive today. They said every time they think about it, they have to take off their uniform and run down the streets in their undergarments. And they said every time they think about it, it still bothers them. 33 years. And it still affects them up to today. Hello,
Yes.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was in the middle of it.
Oh, lost.
Middle. I came coming down from Fairways from work, reached in the by the square, and hearing the bullet. My friend tell me police shooting somebody. I said, girl, this can't be police shooting at nobody. So when I went in by the mega mall, I seen a sort of Muslim running up and down, running, and all I telling the people, all they pray, this looking serious, pray.
But
By
in the
the
midst,
time
in the midst, don't mean to cut you, but in the midst of it all, at that point in time, what was this? What were the thoughts that were running through your head at that point in time?
But I was frightened. I was really frightened.
You just wanted to
I
get
thought I would
out.
have died. I thought I would have died. And I live on Duke Street, Duke Street. So I have to walk from Nigger Mall there on Frederick Street. By the time I reach home and have a bath, and I put on the TV, I just see Mr. Abubakar come up, and current went for the whole week. I said, this is it. I only hearing people running down the road wild. Like all who make jail here, then, well, we papers burning down. We are no more jail there, nothing. And so it going.
I could only imagine.
I stand up and seen all the fire coming up from Charlotte Street. It wasn't easy. I used to be hearing bullets. Sometimes I had to lie down on the ground in my house. Because my children was my mother in 5 was. And I had to lie down on the ground when I hear the bullet. Afraid to sleep.
Wow.
I had to take my back and lean it against the wall. I went by a neighbor when I coming out. The soldier pointed a gun in my face, go back inside.
Yeah, I hear there was moving dread.
It wasn't a nice thing. I don't like to go back there.
Yeah, I know. Even after all these years, I could understand. But thank you very much for your contribution, caller.
You are welcome, honey.
All right, thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Naka,
Good afternoon, I did it.
You're good?
I am humble.
You're getting these stories. How old was Naka? Oh gosh, should I ask?
No,
You was young.
Actually, I'm not afraid to say my age. I was going on 2.
Yeah. Listen, I have respect to elders.
Yeah.
You know?
I was going on 2 years old, but you know, I heard stories. My mother she said they were holding me, and they were in the bedroom, they were laying down on the floor, and you know, they were.
You was living in town?
Yeah.
Watch now.
I was back and forth.
Well, I give a piece of my story this morning.
Right.
You get shoot. But we stay in town. Because transport was hard, so we both tell us to stay in the building, lock it up. And, you know, we went up on the rooftop and thing. I was working in town at the time in our grocery. Naka is bullets in lab until all the
Oh, gosh.
you ain't screaming. What's that? It was really a scene. It was like a movie. And the looters, I see looters get licked. Them soldiers and them was real soldiers in the past day. Oh, jeez. I see the line of a portion. Me and my brother watching from a distance. So we went in the aftermath to see if we could get a little 1, 2 little thing.
Oh, you wanted to be the back. You wanted to be the lieutenant too.
Yeah, well, I'm tongue, you know. What's that? We watch down. Yeah, man. But Clarky, so and them they line up about 6 men on the ground. They're moving with hose. The soldiers moving with hockey stick. Anything they find. Light over the ground. Light up. And there's only licks. When they're done, that was when Galil was in full swing. They and had him in it. Watch them, Naka. Youths.
Wow.
Let me just tell the youths and them something.
Thank God I was a toddler, yes? Because I think I would have been mortified.
No, it was brutal. And plenty people get bullet out at time and things. And plenty thief gang up and started deal with the community, with people and things.
Yeah.
Real extortion and things take place. But I want to tell the youths and them something. Don't let nobody come with that fantasy. I know it have a lot of them caught up in the fantasy now and they cannot come out.
Yes.
Don't let nobody get all that gun fantasy. Let me take over the country. Big. Let me tell you.
They're making job this wrong, you know. They're ready, you know.
Exactly.
They're prepared, you know.
It's hunger. It's starvation. Old people cannot go in the hospital. Babies cannot get treatment. You can't get no food. A tank of gas, it raised $100. All that fantasies they're telling all you about, let me pick up gun and throw one, they ain't care about me. That is nonsense. That is why I was so often knocker. I just appreciate everybody. Kingsley, Kunji, Wall Street. I don't care. Rather than go back and live in that. Let me correlate out on the radio.
Yeah, debate, talk it out, yeah.
Let me talk it out and don't go down that road again. And youths, it's just a fantasy they're selling all you. Yeah, you go have a big gun in your hand and you're hungry.
True.
And you go you have gun, you have bullet, and you're starving. And you have to go there.
I always say that, alien man, I just always say, half of them who go in and who by the corner. And they claim to say they're running it red. When they go, when we ask them what they eat for lunch, a biscuit and a Santana.
They're hungry. You understand? Only go and learn something. And anybody who come to all you, with that stupid talk, but let me take over the country. You go think about it, the gun go song nice when you're bossing and thing, but think about the hour to hour, day to day, week to week living that you're going to live, and only do accept it and check it. Thanks for allowing me this contribution.
Thank you very much. Thank you, alien man. You know, it has always come true.
Thanks.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Naka.
Yes.
I was a supervisor in Lavon Hill. Really cool case in my yard. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
When the truck leaves St. Joseph, I, the man, have to sign for the truck. When the truck reached to Lavon Hill. In the morning when the truck reached down there, they tell me, boss, don't sign for that truck. We had to have a coup. I said, what shook you talking about coup? He said, yes, we have a coup. I said, all right, boss, I'm signing. The truck back in the yard. They pick up what they have to pick up. And they leave and they went down Mokarapo. First, we had British Army and police. They passed the police and the army by the gate, guardian gate there. They went in the mosque. They pick up these people in the mosque. They come out. And they went and they do the job. Right? Because the morning I tell check, I say, bring the check pay sheet, let me sign the pay sheet. They sign the pay sheet, and I jumped in the van, and right time going up to St. Joseph, the siren was coming down and he was through. They don't take over town already.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know why they keep going in 89.
But how did you, what was the feelings that you had at that point in time?
Well, it was shake up. It was very shaky. Right? Because one of my family who was turned out to red and Ava Francis, he got killed right by the Red House. Yeah. It was very shaky.
Wow.
Right? And they said, but the Muslims stood there, the Muslims do this and everything. The only breaking in tongue. The people break in tongue, and the owners and the slaves burn down the place for their insurance money. Right? So all I want to say about that.
All right. Thank you, caller.
Thank you. Thank you.
Listen, hearing some of these stories and what some people, how they felt, and as a lady said, she said she don't like to think about it because, you know, it bring back that type of memories to her. But I'll take one more call before we go to a break. Hello, good
afternoon, Naka.
Good afternoon.
1990 hours too.
Hey, I repeated myself. Okay, your contribution quick, please.
I was up and I will be back at Silas down there. And I seen truck that's coming and dumping all one set of food stuff and all the kind of thing. And we just seeing fire in town. And so as I police come along there and get on board all the hostel and went and loot and thing, and the soldiers come and breaking down and taking back everything.
Yeah.
I went and looked. Me and my mother and the soldiers and police come and take back everything. So I love that thing.
All right.
Yeah, she had to right along there, man.
Yeah, for
that's
real.
what man is, man.
All right, always love and respect. All right, so we are going for a break. After the break, I'll take a few more calls, and then we are going straight into the emancipation program that I have for you guys, and we'll take more calls. We'll be right back after the break.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Make your moves with us and you can win more rewards in the Magna Java Extravaganza. Each time you use your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard for purchases of $500 or more, you're automatically entered for a chance to win. 45 customers will win 2,500 Magna points, which can be redeemed instantly. Hold on, that's not all. One lucky winner will win 100,000 Magna points. Now that's rewarding. Make your moves with us. Use your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard for your chance to win in the Java Extravaganza. Get details on the Magna Rewards Trinidad Facebook page. Promo ends 31st August. Approved by the NLCB.
What does it mean to be great?
Me say that body, dedicated to the man when me love.
Greatness is action.
I'm like, my general, I can sing and I want you to boss me today. And same time, one of the guys were there and he was like, my general, I true she can sing, and she mashed it up, and he was like, so how I don't know about this? I was like, you're gonna know about it now.
The Guinness Great Fat Weekend.
Introducing the Great Fat Weekend, Vanessa Fling!
Answer my question. What make you want have so much woman? What make you want have so much woman?
The sounds of Vanessa Bling.
We have everything for you only.
We Fat, July 29th, Pigeon Point Beach, Tobago.
Representing for all the bad girl them, Vanessa Fling!
You can't do without me, baby. You can't do without my touch.
This is Guinness Sounds of Greatness.
Sounds of Great Fat.
The greatest weekend of the year.
July 26th to July 31st. The Guinness Great Fat Weekend.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Friday, 28th July, Palo Seco, let's have a conversation about reform. Meet us at Palo Seco Government Primary School. All are invited. Our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, will be there to have a conversation with you on how this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors. Let's talk about this power shift, ask your questions, and learn how reform empowers you and your community. Palo Seco, join us on Friday, 28th July. Conversation starts at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
You want to find something great to do with your Tuesday nights? You want to learn and understand the true reason for Jesus? Then join us every Tuesday night from 8 to 9 p.m. for the program, This Same Jesus, the program that puts Jesus in his rightful place in our hearts and in our homes. Let's bring church home to you. Join us every Tuesday nights from 8 to 9 p.m. with your hosts, Kempes and Kevin. Be inspired, be blessed right here on the Street 91.9 FM.
Falling in love with Jesus.
For new on-the-go experience in radio. Simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click The Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you are. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
We're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
This is the voice of the PNM. Point Fortin, this Saturday, July 29th, the People's National Movement will be presenting their candidates for the upcoming local government elections at Market Square. All are invited. Come out in your numbers and meet your candidates. Hear from a powerful lineup of speakers on why this reform is a power shift. A power shift from central government to your councillors. A power shift that empowers you and your community. Point Fortin. Come out and meet your candidates this Saturday, July 29th. Meeting starts at 7 p.m. See you there at Market Square. And on August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Spiritual feeling, but I catching the power. Tripping on the road, but I catching the power. On the ground and I catching the power. When the music hit me, I catching the power. Even though, in your world, people try to fight you. All how they will bring you down. Behind your back, they trying to spite you. Smiling with you like you're a clown. Yes, you know them people back talk you. Yes, and you always stay cool. But you remain focused and get through. Now all of them feel they like fool. I say, even though the road is long, no matter what come, I know I'm gonna make it. Hey, oh Lord, I'm gonna make it. Let them know, even though the road is long, no matter what come, I know I'm gonna make it. Hey, yes, I'm gonna make it. I be right here, but I catching the power. Feeling the pains and I catching the power. Don't know what to do, but I catching the power. It's a spiritual feeling, but I catching the power. Tripping on the road, but I catching the power. On the ground and I catching the power. When the music hit me, I catching the power. Even though.
All right, Trinidad and Tobago, we are back. So I'll take a few more calls before we go into the emancipation. Segment that I will play a video for you guys shortly. So I'll take some of your calls. Tell me, what do you remember from 1990? What was your experience? Where were you at that point in time? And how does it affect you now? Now that we're in 2023 and today is the anniversary of the they see this title, I have it in easy now. And now we are in the anniversary of the attempted coup. So come, give me your calls. These stories, let me tell you something. Some of these stories here, I could only imagine. Some people are still traumatized, and some people, as somebody said, their story, they have to write it in their history for their generations to come, that the story will continue. So give us your call. Tell us, what do you remember, how it affected you, and how does it affect you now, today, in Trinidad and Tobago. Hello, good afternoon.
Naka, pleasant good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Naka, what I remember about the 1990 coup is what we've been going through in Trinidad and Tobago for the last 8 years. You see, people don't understand what was the underlying factor that Abu Bakr did that coup in Trinidad in 1990. You see, people were having great economic difficulties in Trinidad and Tobago. And that was the underlying factor. Now, for what happened to those people who lost their lives, I don't know. I never agreed with that. Never agreed with that. But the same thing we have under the PNM today is the same sort of situation we had in that coup in 1990. And I am hoping that the people of Trinidad and Tobago don't have to think like 1990, and we have to have this under this government here that many people in Trinidad and Tobago are dealing with. Now, I wasn't in Trinidad for the coup. I was not. But I saw it from afar, and we actually interviewed Abu Bakr about that coup. And the man said it was about the difficulties, the pain, the starving, the suffering that people was going through in Trinidad and Tobago, especially the black people, which they've been going through for the last eight years under the People's National Movement. Naka, you have a splendiferous, tremendous, marvelous, fantastic day. And I say to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, your circumstances may determine who you are, but you are responsible for who you become. And to the people of Laventille and environment, in the words of Eleanor Roosevelt, no one can make you feel inferior without your consent. Thank you very kindly. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Lord give us strength to run this program. At the time it was pressure. The nurses was marching. Abu Bakr did offer the government to bring medicine and things from Libya because that shortage of drugs in the hospital and thing at the time. And the nurses wanted the cola and stuff like that among other people because we was under some real pressure. I think it was a recession time or depression. And Robinson, or Mr. Robinson, I want to apologize for just calling the brother Robinson. The ex-prime minister, ex-president of Trinidad and Tobago, a great person. He was going to build a statue for Jean Miles, and that trip off Abu Bakr because at the time Trinidad was wild at the time. Because I used to work in town. Ask anybody who was working in town. The place was real pacey and hot, and it's protest here, protest there. No hospital, no drugs in the hospital. Abu Bakr offered them. Robinson refused. Let people dying and all kind of thing. And then he announced he was going to build a statue for Jean Miles, and that trip off Abu Bakr. Those study that one day, we now talk there, and talking that sort of rubbish, but for the past 8 years. What we was going through then, nothing what we have here now within in the past 8 years. It was kind of brutal at the time. Because Robinson had also made plenty cuts and things to keep, and I think he went to the IMF also. Those who Mr. Chance and them can explain that they are a little better. Right, but you see that Jean Miles statue, that is what trip off Abu Bakr. Good. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, yeah, today is level kumbaya in my mind, it's level kumbaya. Hello, good. Hello, good. Yes, I read singing kumbaya. As I walk in the building this morning, I started singing kumbaya.
Like how you feels it, knows it. That man was nowhere close to the kitchen. He didn't feel no heat. I was in the kitchen. I, as I said this morning, I have been a recently married man in 1989. I was in the trenches out there in the heat. When I say in the heat, directly in the heat, because you know the work I used to do. Right? So we out there from the Friday to the Monday putting out fires that look like they can't even out. And we out there, and thanks to, I will say thanks, sorry if I'm not advertising nobody, but Pizza Boy and Freddy's and them, we used to feed us while we was out there.
Yeah.
So I want to give thanks to them also. And this thing started off, you remember when the thing with the Prime Minister then, you see that VAT thing that they bring in? And they introduce the VAT, they introduce the, they cut your pay,
yeah, they was cutting
5%.
Yeah.
and all of that is bring on the pressure because people are settling the insurance, give up the house up in this place going up in the east up there, the housing settlement. A lot of people are to lose a lot of things. So that bring on the kind of pressure. But I don't want this thing to happen again.
But let me ask you this question. The pressures that the people saw in 1990, where they said people lose their homes and people, they got the pay cuts and whatever, right? Are we seeing this today?
No, I am not seeing the same pressure, but I'm seeing that people, they are trying to force this thing mentally on people as though we're going through the same thing that we have been through then.
That we oppressed.
Yeah, and calling it poor and this and all of that. When people had to give up house in Santa Rosa Heights and all these kind of things, and people end up moving into these buildings and things, this man, this outsider fella who lived here when he was some kind of little fella, you cannot come and tell me what was going on. I don't want to see this thing happen again. And right now I see people like forcing me hand to do this thing again. But we're more resilient than that. We're not going to that.
But let me tell you this, not to cut you across, but I need to tell you this. What happened in 1990, not going to happen again. Because let me tell you something. It's in no lock up and you get bail. It's in no lock. The police, the military, and the police service, I believe, is well prepared for anything like that, if it has to take place.
And we, the people, not going to let them fool us into that. We're not going to allow them to do that.
Well, a lot of people, they're falling down in that line, but what you going to do? You can't do nothing about it.
Just I was prepared in that time, while I was in the system to defend the people, I am prepared right now to defend my country.
Right.
And Tobago. I am prepared right now to do the same. I ain't forget nothing that teach me when I was training. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to believe, I want to strongly believe that if anything like that has to take place in Trinidad, it can happen. I want to believe that. And I have faith that it would not be allowed. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Naka.
Yes, good afternoon.
But I'm in the school, but let's say good afternoon to you.
You're breaking up a little bit, Kingsley.
Yes.
Right.
Are you?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, I hear you say that what took place in 1990 will never take place again because the police armed. Well, I am seeing that the bad was more armed than the police. They have more guns, more power for automatic than the police. Because when you see the police hold some of these men, them our police service do not even have these kind of guns in our country. So I think that if this ever happen again, it will be madness. It will be chaos. Because we just only have 7,000 police in this country, you know. But I do not want it to happen again.
Of course not. But the thing is, Kingsley, and I want to tell you this before you go. You could have all the ammunition you want to know, but they can't fight the war. And remember that. They cannot fight the war.
The position of the shooter on way to them out back. I was more open because he carry mentoring on the range. And,
Hey.
No, he was more organized. Right. Remember, Al-Baka did have a team.
Mm-hmm.
It is a team, and it was soldiers.
Right.
Al-Baka did have on his side.
Right.
But I want to say, may Al-Baka's soul rest in peace.
Yes, may his soul rest in peace. He's a human being.
Right, and I will say that he's a true patriot to Trinidad and Tobago. He's a true soldier. And I want to dismiss what Alien Man said. Al-Baka cannot tell the story on the airwave why he decided to turn his back on the government and stand for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Al-Baka said that a lady see certain individual in Piaco Airport Day
importing drugs. And they killed she. Leaving the barracks. Naka, I will look for you on Facebook and I will send you the interview.
Don't look for me no way. I'm not answering. Don't look for me no way.
No, because I want to send you the facts and information. Right? Also, the court declared that the land that the day the mosque is on is our back own. And at that time, the state did not listen to him. They carried dogs in the man mosque and carried on the mosque. So, man, again, please behave yourself. That is the facts. A police woman witness drugs and certain individual, hyper-5 persons, all calling any names, was dealing with drugs. And she come and tell Obaka, and they carry she down in the range, and she got a mother to shoot. And after she was coming out of the range, a shot went off in the maxi with one star swords and put on that and whatever from there. But the fact remains that he was given the land, and the state at that time did not want to leave the land, and the court. If you call David Mohammed, he will tell you the history, Brother David Mohammed, and he will tell it the same way, but a different way than how I seen it. Because the facts remain that the government at that time was listening to the court order. That is why he was a free man. That's why he was a free man, because when he act. Because Baka is a bright person. He's a lawyer. He's a former policeman. He's an ambassador. He went all over in the world. So he's not a stupid person. So Naka, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution.
Huh?
Yeah, thank you very much for your contribution, Kingsley. Hello? Okay, Kingsley. Oh, Lord, so he doesn't be able now. I doesn't be able at all. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Naka.
Good afternoon.
Naka, God is in control of Trinidad and Tobago. Not man. I lived through 70 coup and I also lived through 90 coup. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
God is in control, not man. I say that and I mean that. Put God first and everything will be added on to Trinidad and Tobago. I put him first. Go on.
Thank you very much. Yeah, let me tell you something. But how some people, because what King. Well, I agree with Kingsley what he said. You know, he does not want it to happen. So I'm glad and I'm hoping he's one of those that would not be. You know, to have some of let us be honest. We have some little person out here that like to antagonize a situation and want to rile up an evolution. Not an evolution, a revolution. Sorry, I correct myself. A revolution. And it has some people that will fall prey to this. And we don't want it to happen again. But it's only God could guide and protect us. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Naka.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I want to say something. Kingsley. Every time this man has come on and get on like this, what he's saying is the gospel truth. They are saying this to you.
Well, that's your opinion, eh?
Yes.
We can't say it's the gospel truth, but that's your opinion.
Careful because, I mean, it don't have to be accurate. You know that? True. But you say, who said they say no? Who said that somebody else said them don't know, right? Have a nice afternoon.
Call again. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I would like to know what contribution Kingsley make to the development of Trinidad and Tobago by way of the working 10 days or working government or working anywhere. That is one.
Lord. Hello? Call are breaking up?
What facts does Kingsley have with regards to what happened in 1990? I was at one of the people.
That's why I just said that is Kingsley's opinion. It don't necessarily have to be true. But one thing about Kingsley could talk and make people feel he have the facts. But anybody who listening will know what is the truth and what is a lie. So that's why there's always say Kings. He's just making his opinion.
Propagating a pack of lies does not do anything to develop Trinidad. Right? So he comes like somebody who looking out on the outside of a person's house, trying to look inside, and he goes and blocking him. He doesn't know. I forgive him for that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good day.
Yes, good afternoon.
You know, just a while ago, they call her before the one now speak there. I don't call him that name. I just say Kelly, and he will know who talking here, right? Because we used to battle late in the night on this radio station, so we know this voice well. And he was just supported by Alien Man and the fella in Wall Street, right? But I will say they are my enemies, but still I have Bible principle, man, right? I don't go in the building that they call a church because this religion is a false religion, right? But I believe in the principle of the Bible, and I must say, right, from the score from 1 to 10, he was 8 factual, because Abu Bakr did speak more than once, and I stood in the radio station that he used to call, and I used to call, and he was banned from that radio station, and he speak exactly what happened, right? So Alien Man know nothing, right? So he don't know what he's saying, but clearly, he more factual. I would say Alien Man, not about 1%, right? But he speak more factual. I was, in the good time, I was assistant chemist, right? In a cosmetic factory at the time. And I was coming up the road in the car. And people talking in the Abu Bakr take us, and so on and so on and so on. Well, Jim, where are the past? You know, in tongue was a real mess. I tried to dash through the square, only bullets. You see, officers running down really on the pants and things. So they stripped the clothes and it was just change to put a Spain boy.
Yeah.
You know, boy. What's it? When I reach home, I see people carrying microwave, because I think it now come down, and the thing is a TV. And all people have washing machine on their back, toasting, all sorts of things. Right? Where I was living, you see for them around there, they become enemies. Because they give him a thing, I said, nah. Even if one of my partners who had rented a place in my yard there, show me a address. I already have a daughter about 2 years old. I said, I just looked at my daughter, but I said, I don't want real enemy, right? I know I end up pulling by motor police, because in the same factory I was working, the kind of driver ended up loose, and he was going to drop a fridge by a partner, and I was in the van, and it take us up on the highway, right? Find our name and so on and so on, right? So that I really don't want that to happen again. But you make a statement that can say the police them prepare. I don't believe so, you know. I don't really believe so, because what's going on here? And you know that corrupt police, soldiers. As Dr. Rowley sent TV6 this morning. So it will be real stink in Trinidad and Tobago. And I also want to say one thing, which I won't be in agreement with. Anyone, I the boy was always there. We ain't just as a pin, you know. It'll move like an undercover UMC. I don't.
Hello, good afternoon.
Wow. You think Naka, they like me, they hate me? I don't know how I come into the topic these days. Yeah, boy. Oh my God. Listen, that was part of Abu Bakr's speech on the television, you know. Yeah, the Gene Miles thing, you know. He did speak about the Gene Miles. He did speak about how he offered the government drugs and they refused. He did speak about how people were dying in the hospital and they didn't have no drugs. And I think it's Libya he was gone. If anybody remember that, they can come and tell me and just back these people back. And listen, oh gosh, Kinky ever so often I just beg you with a little contribution and thing. Only stop being on me now, man. Oh gosh, I just calling to make my little contribution and thing. And what I just talk is what I either remember from what I read in the papers or I heard on the television on a news clip so that the radio station wouldn't get into any trouble. even self, it have more factors involved in why the brother didn't make the decision to have the coup. That was one of the reasons, okay? It didn't have no drugs in the hospital. The Libyan Prime Minister did offer Abu Bakr real drugs to come. Robinson refused, and people was dying and suffering in the hospital because of the lack of drugs, and that was part of the issue at the time. Naka, I'm not saying that is the whole issue, but they so like to come for me, if you understand. Anyway, I'm not going to hang you like us to see like how I get on yesterday and see I ain't go call back. I go battle all you. It is facts. Right. Thanks. Later.
Hello, good afternoon, caller. Make it quick, be just a few seconds before we go to the break. Hello?
Okay.
Oh, you want to call back after the break?
Yeah, how much time do I have?
30 seconds.
Okay, I'll call back.
All right, thank you, no problem. All right, so we are going for a break, and when we come back, I'll take just a few more calls, and we will continue the show, because we'll just have one more hour until we close off at 2, and then right after that, we will have Choo joining us. So we are going for a short break. We'll be back. We'll take some more of your calls. I see the phone lines going crazy. I'll take some more of your calls, and we'll be back shortly and continue our topic.
In the midst of allegation, propaganda, and misinformation, we examine the facts. We discuss the issues. We interview key players. We are the voice of the people. We are The Street. 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on The Street 919 FM. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
The greatest weekend of the year.
Guinness presents Great Fat Weekend.
The beach, the sand, the waves. Sexy ladies having fun.
I just money and girls and fun.
July 26th. Welcome Wednesday.
Sounds of Reggae.
July 27th.
Reggae Thursday. Sounds of Soca.
July 28th.
Soca Glow. Sounds of dancehall. Sounds of hip hop.
July 29th.
We fat.
July 30th.
Sunday, Callaloo.
July 31st.
Cool Down.
This is the sound of Great Fat Weekend. This is Guinness Sounds of Greatness.
Sounds of Great Fat.
The greatest weekend of the year.
July 26th to July 31st. The Guinness Great Fat Weekend.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Friday, 28th July, Palo Seco, let's have a conversation about reform. Meet us at Palo Seco Government Primary School. All are invited. Our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, will be there to have a conversation with you on how this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors. Let's talk about this power shift, ask your questions, and learn how reform empowers you and your community. Palo Seco, join us on Friday, 28th July. Conversation starts at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click The Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you want.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy.
Wow.
Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud.
Wow.
Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Mondays at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Trauma and bereavement. Also every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You. Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Dealing with disabilities. And every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the street 919 FM. Designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showeth thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy, and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank would be greatly appreciated. Account number 795-2222. For further information, call 753-1113 or 236-7271.
This is the voice of the PNM. Point Fortin, this Saturday, July 29th, the People's National Movement will be presenting their candidates for the upcoming local government elections at Market Square. All are invited. Come out in your numbers and meet your candidates. Hear from a powerful lineup of speakers on why this reform is a power shift. A power shift from central government to your councillors. A power shift that empowers you and your community. Point Fortin. Come out and meet your candidates this Saturday, July 29th. Meeting starts at 7 p.m. See you there at Market Square. And on August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Share the line. Share the line. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the line. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the line. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the line. The Street 919 FM.
All right, right before I take this call, I would like, there were 7 people that were killed in the Red House as a result of the attack of the building. So we have Roger George, Assistant Superintendent, who these people that we will continue to remember, Lorena Caballero, Clerical Officer, Malcolm Basanta, Estate Policeman, Mervyn Teague, Government Broadcasting Unit Employee, Arthur Giuseppe, who was an ex-policeman, George Francis, who was a chauffeur, and Solomon McLeod from Police Headquarters Sentry. And many more were injured. Mr. Leo Devines, the MP of Diego Martin Central, was shot and later removed to hospital where he died. A portrait now hangs in the Parliament chamber in his memory. So, while I was on the break, I was just, searching through the internet to see what other in-depth stories that I could find, and I'm still doing so. So I will take your calls, and if you have any more stories, because remember, I am a young person. I am not a walking encyclopedia, and I did not experience what some of you went through on this I don't know what to call this day, this day of terror. Right, so you share your information, share your knowledge with me, because even though I give information, I love to get information as well. This is what helps me grow as a person and as a radio announcer. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Naka.
Good afternoon.
First time caller to your program.
Welcome.
Not to this station, but to your program.
Welcome.
Yes, I was calling to say that alien man was 100% correct. That's the reason why Abu Bakr staged the coup on the country. Right? I was 34 years old at the time. I'm 67 now.
Wow.
Right? And you speaking, it was so nice that you came on talking about the police officers and who died in the coup. Right. The first casualty police officer was Solomon McLeod Sentry.
Right.
Right. My brother, who was a police officer, they were batch.
Wow.
After my brother finished work that evening, he was lineman. Spent a little while with Solomon McLeod, and he left and came to his home at Princestown. And not long after arriving home, he got the call that the sentry was killed and police headquarters on fire. So if he had remained a little longer, he might have been a casualty.
He might have been a
casualty also. And on top of that, I had an uncle who was also a police officer. He was a superintendent at the time. And in order for him to get out of police headquarters, he was to pass through an air conditioning dock. No, he wasn't a slim man. He was a chubby person. And you know the width of air conditioning docks.
Yes.
So when fright come over you, it makes you do the strangest thing. He was living at Sandy Grande. He didn't reach home until Sunday afternoon. When his wife and family didn't hear from him, they thought he was a casualty in police headquarters also. So what Kingsley is saying there, Kingsley, I don't know if Kingsley was born before the coup or after the coup or what. But Kingsley don't know the correct information of why Abu Bakr, what Abu Bakr said, the reason he gave for staging the coup. An alien man is correct, 100% correct. Right? So I'll give somebody else to give their side of what they can remember.
Thank you. And I'm sure a lot of people, beside myself, did not have much information about what really happened and what really caused the 1990 coup. So I'm sure a lot of people that is locked on and listening, they are as well learning and gaining much more information than they had. Because I know a lot of people, they just know the 1990 coup, Abu Bakr overthrow, and they know little stories. And they know when people give stories, some people like to add in the salt and pepper to elaborate, to make it sound sweeter, to make it sound more exciting. So when you come and you come to give your concrete information on what really took place, I am accepting it. Kingsley, as I said, is everybody have their own opinion. Is what is the truth and what is false. So I'll continue taking your calls. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What alien man says is quite correct, because my husband was a soldier at that time and he worked with them in the prison. And alien man is 100% correct. I was in New York at that time, but he told me everything. And just what alien man said, he told me that. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
That's okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I was 16 years, but what my father told me, well, he's still alive, he's 90 and he's still cognitive. He said, and what alien man is saying is true, because what I can recall as a 16-year-old, it's used with Jesus, but I can't quantify and say that it's true or false. But we used to echo those things and economically. So my father said, going to live there, going to Iraq and meet Saddam. My father and Abu Bakr was very close to co-workers before he left. So to an extent, and I also had a classmate. And before I go, what he told me when he came back out,
there is a lot of things. But what alien man is saying, based upon what I would have heard from my father, from other former colleagues, all is correct. Because the officer who was back still saying he had it with the officer here, the officer, all these things were popping up. I can't say if this was system, but actually constant. But, and then one more, he was a very close ally of him. He passed away now. He told me, he said, listen, when a person tell you something, just as you said, just don't take it up yourself. Because there's a lot of things we may never do, you know, so we still will not. But that is just my mistake from that I would have used. So, long.
Caller, you're real breaking up. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, we're getting some terrible feedback. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, Naka, good afternoon, darling.
Good afternoon.
Let me give you a piece of history. I'm in the 60s. I was around for the Baka business. We public servants was protesting. They wanted to give us 6% under George Chambers. Right?
Yes.
People was protesting, whatnot. They carry on. They vote out George Chambers and they bring in Robbie. When Robbie comes, he cut with cola. Take the cola clean. Take his 10% of his salary.
Right.
Give it back. Pressure.
I'm listening to you, and while I'm listening to you, I'm reading the little information here. So it said that the COLA for public servants was suspended in 1987, right? And the salaries was cut by 10% in 1990.
Right. So he gave us 15% back.
Right.
We just remember, we just jump up against George Chambers, who was offering me 6%.
Right.
He said we ain't taking that. He done. So they vote him out. They bring in Robbie. All this thing happened under Robbie. Nurses started to mark pressure. No drugs in the hospital. This, that.
Right.
Baka come out with the thing, try to go around in certain areas and talking to people and so on. So, one thing I could remember, besides what Alien Man said, Baka said that he thought the people in Trinidad and Tobago would have backed him. But when he looked back, he realized was he alone, not a soul with him.
Right.
Right? The Jean Mal thing is correct. The nurses protesting was correct. All of them thing was correct.
Right. So as you said, they had a hunger march. They had a 1-day hunger strike. So as you're telling me, you're telling me, I'm seeing the same story here, right? So they had they had a march on a strike on the 6th of March in 1989, and a march against hunger on April 22nd.
Right. People march, they carry on, they do all kinds of things. Baka came out and he started to talk to people. Baka figured well the people was with him because they are coming out and they're listening to him and so on. But when he strike this Friday and he looked back and he realized just he and he boy. He get to realize Trinidadian is a sort of talker. They don't only talk, they love to talk, they don't listen, they don't just talk.
We still have that mentality.
Right, that's what I'm telling you. So, all what's going on now, they're talking, nobody ain't listening. Dr. Rowley trying to show them how the economy going in the world, how he trying to help Trinidad, what he trying to do in this. Nobody listens to me. Everybody just want to talk all over the place. Right? Everything is such a stupidness. In this country, I don't know what's wrong with people in this place. Too much is never enough. Everybody just want money. They just say, give me this, give me that. Nobody wants to work. As I was telling somebody, a daily paid worker who works in local government is the highest paid person in this country. They go to work 7:30. They're supposed to reach for 7. They go 7:30.
And bus out.
Time 9 o'clock.
The bus out.
9:15, they're going home.
Yeah.
They are the highest paid people in this country, girl. Nobody wants to work. Everybody wants money. They don't want to reform. Under the reform, I hear they don't complain and I lost work.
Let me wait and see. Let me wait and see. You see. We just sometimes, and I'm learning slowly but surely. I'm learning slowly like a turtle.
Yeah,
just let people say what they have to say. I'm realizing let people say what they have to say and let everything unfold for itself.
Yeah, well, yeah, we have to leave
that's
them
what we can do. The most you can do is give the information that they need to give. Put the plans in place and let everything unfold. And if people want to talk against it, let them talk. Let people say what they want to say.
Yeah, that's all. I just have to leave them to talk. Because that's all they do.
But thank you very much, caller, for your contribution.
Yeah, all right, darling.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Naka.
Good afternoon.
I don't want to repeat all that was said before because a lot of it is quite accurate.
You're right.
I think that when you look at what was evolving during that period, 86 to 90, the downturn started in 1981.
Mm-hmm.
I remember in one of those budgets, Mr. Chambers saying that, look, let's tighten our belt.
Right.
That was 82, 83. But we never recovered because we had this first oil boom in 1973, right?
Right.
But it seemed like we didn't manage it properly. And there by 1981, we started to see a downward slide. And then the people weren't happy with the PNM back in 85, 86. And even Mr. Gypsy sang his great song, Captain, the Ship is Sinking.
Right.
You remember all of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the 86 to 91 period was a rough one. It was a tough one. Everybody had to make sacrifices. One of the good takeaways from that period was the cleanup campaign in January of 1987, where all hands were on deck, right?
Mm-hmm.
The administration of the had to make some very unpopular decisions. The issue with Jamaat and the land and all of that, all you know, like when you put fire and then you have to push wood to make sure the fire spark a little more.
Right.
That's what bring about the thing in 1990. I remember that Friday afternoon, 27th of July. I personally was at the University of the West Indies. We had a training program for people from the Caribbean on disability, and I was a part of that. And the next 4 or 5 days, well, you know, we survived it.
Right.
We survived it. I know today the economy is in a little better shape, if people want to say that, but I don't know. There's a lot of tension in this country, unfortunately. I hope and pray.
We do.
I hope and pray that we do not see a repeat of 1990 because what was happening then was the country was taking back 20, 30 years. You understand?
Right.
By that action. Now, Baka didn't tell nobody go on down tongue, eh? People took it upon themselves to go and burn down the place, to go and loot, and a lot of people lost a lot of resources, financial, otherwise. But let us hope, Trinidad and Tobago, that we think about us and not about, you know, just being selfish. Let's be our brother's keeper.
Agreed.
Now, the last caller said that workers going to work 7:30 and coming back home 9:30. That has been with us since time immemorial. So, you understand? And nobody sought to change it.
Let's see, because I think I know some of the places. Let's see with this reform, if we are going to see drastic changes in terms of that.
Yeah, well, that's one of the changes I would like to see. Yeah. I like to see a more flexible working time. I mean, I have suggested time and time again on my own Facebook page and whatever.
Agreed.
That we should have flexi working time. People going to from offices supposed to open from 7 in the morning to 5 in the evening because people will go to work from 6 o'clock, set up and take, and you have staff coming in at different hours, so that you won't have everybody. You know, the cashier closed for lunch. We can't do this. We can't do that. We have to come back after lunch.
Yeah, there's always a rotation.
Yeah, so
right.
We have to change our attitudes, Naka.
I agree.
And unless we don't change that, We could wear red, yellow, green, blue. What color don't matter to me because I can't see it. No, I'm serious or not?
Yeah.
I can't see it. But what matters to me is that every man, Jack, put the shoulder to the wheel to get us moving forward.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Naka.
Good afternoon.
First and foremost, while I still don't agree with what Abu Bakr did, 200% against what he did.
Of course, but I agree with you. Of course,
I worked through it. I was involved in it, so I know it. First and foremost, what Abu Bakr did in his mind was about the people. The current situation with people trying to rail up a situation is about self.
Right.
Self. So they're trying to use other persons or people or the population to try and get behind them to save themselves, first and foremost. Secondly, the 6% that Mr. Chambers offered, right? Had we taken that 6%, we would not be talking about 1990. You understand me? But again, we have not learned from that because we are seeing international auditors and what have you saying the economy is doing well. It is progressing, coming out of a pandemic, coming out of a war is going on right now, and the economy is doing well. It is growing, right? So there's no excuse. There is no excuse, and there's no need to try and compare, right? Because I lived through it. I saw what happened. I had to be out there. You understand me? And I'm saying, and in closing, you see what this guy, alien man, or whatever it is called. I don't like to call people aliases, right? But he is correct. Right. Abu Bakr did mention, right, when he was getting the support from Libya, right, the medicine and whatever from Gaddafi, right, he did mention what really aggrieved him, I'm paraphrasing, is the issue of trying to build a statue for James Miles while the hospital, right, didn't have
lacking resources.
You understand me? So again, certain persons, and I want to close with this, you see the region, the airwaves, you cannot be coming and giving misinformation like this because there are persons out there.
They will eat it up. They will eat it up.
They're fickle-minded. They're fickle-minded, and they will go along with those misinformation.
True.
And I think that something has to be done to control that. Right?
Agreed.
The moderator either have to have the say, no. You're off here, you're not correct here, but we cannot have people. It hurts me to sit down here, knowing I lived through that, knowing I had to be out there doing my part, and then you have
and getting misinformation.
Coming and talking a bunch of gabar. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Naka, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, sweetheart.
Naka, listen to your program. You remember sometime about a week ago into 2 weeks, I spoke about the same thing, what happened in Mova recently. Remind me of the 1990 coup where they went and burned down that. Remember that incident?
Right.
And I spoke about it, and when I spoke about the commissioner of police, everybody found I should not talk about it. You know, eventually she went all over Mova and had roadblock. And you know what I'm telling you about, Naka? We so happy in Trinidad and Tobago. You know what I'm telling you about? We're the most happy people. You agree with me?
Of course.
You know what a caller said a while ago? That workers going to work, you're supposed to come on the government job for 7 o'clock. And the time 8 o'clock, you're back home.
Yeah.
Naka, I used to work local government, and hear me, lover. When they hear who come in to check them, they used to get a headache. You don't know why? I was a very serious worker, you know what I'm telling you about?
Right.
Because I don't expect to leave my house 5:30 in the morning to reach 7 o'clock. I usually for 7 o'clock. When you come, you have an attitude. You hear what I'm telling you?
Right.
And I continue to say, the CEOs and them in the corporation do not do their job. Yes? It have the CEOs, it have the road officers, it have the county soup. They are the ones, it have few, I remember, used to come out on the road and say exactly what is taking place on the road. Because when these monthly pay people stay in the office, they pay running for the month, right? You know that, right?
You hear me? So they don't care. And that is what I want the reform to come in. Up this morning, I telling my son, Naka, you won't believe my children have no problem. They work local government too. They go so very early. You hear what I'm telling you about? You have to think about your honest day work.
All right.
You hear what I'm telling you? You have to think about it.
Right.
And a lot of the corporation, Naka, is waste of time, you know. They should have sent Diego Martin Regional Corporation, I'm telling you about, with no business to borrow. Naka, they want a good shake-up down there. Yeah, I say no more. They need a good shake-up down here. Right? Madam CEO, do your work. Naka, my love, have a good one.
Right. The views expressed by the people are not the views of the Street 919 FM. But before we are going to a little break, and you know, I would touch on, well, you know, they talk about the COLA, and it did say about that the public hospitals were lacking resources to handle and increase demands in their service. The Muslimin stepped in, offering food, eyeglasses frames, and organizing medical and dental appointments for the unemployed and homeless, especially young men. They were provided structure and belonging. So when we come back from the break, I will give you all information on what escalated for this to happen on this day, for this situation to happen on this day, what caused the escalation. So I will give you more information and I will hear more of your stories when we come back from the break. Stay locked on.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today. For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click The Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you want.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Friday, 28th July, Palo Seco, let's have a conversation about reform. Meet us at Palo Seco Government Primary School. All are invited. Our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, will be there to have a conversation with you on how this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors. Let's talk about this power shift, ask your questions, and learn how reform empowers you and your community. Palo Seco, join us on Friday, 28th July. Conversation starts at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Yak and Friends presents Uhuru 5, an evening of restoration and celebration. A tribute to patriarch Stephen Julian, from struggle to growth. On Saturday, 29th July at Palms Club San Fernando. Come and enjoy African drumming, food, fashion, and window prizes. Visitor displays, and much, much more. Ticket price, $200. See you there.
Heavy Hitters Promotions, in collaboration with Friends of Timothy, presents Inspired. A concha sailing, Saturday, July 29th, on board the Sea Champion, Kings Wharf, San Fernando. Boarding 11 p.m., sailing 12 a.m. Tickets $250. Live performances by Ja Melody, Terry John, Nisha Guy, and Ras Lionheart, alongside DJ Kubuki and Terra Songs. Special performance by saxophonist Brandon Christopher. Remember, it's in aid of Timothy Rogers' journey. Let's be inspired on a concha sailing Saturday, July 29th. Come out and show some love. For more info, call or WhatsApp 462-6562.
You want to find something great to do with your Tuesday nights? You want to learn and understand the true reason for Jesus? Then join us every Tuesday night from 8 to 9 p.m. for the program, This Same Jesus, the program that puts Jesus in his rightful place in our hearts and in our homes. Let's bring church home to you. Join us every Tuesday nights from 8 to 9 p.m. with your hosts, Kempes and Kevin. Be inspired, be blessed right here on the street 91.9 FM.
Falling in love with Jesus.
Hi there, I'm Lester Suklal, inviting you to join me on the first, second, and third Saturday, 8:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. for the program Slow Gospel Music, and on the fourth and fifth Saturday from 8:30 p.m. for an extended version of Slow Gospel Music on Street 91.9 FM.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy.
Wow.
Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
Job Optimum Health and Wellness. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan. Examines all of your organs in a single session. 95% accuracy. It's painless, non-invasive, and affordable. Call Pastor Job at 350-2628, 767-1031, or 275-6300. Sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan at Job Optimum Health and Wellness.
This is the voice of the PNM. Point Fortin, this Saturday, July 29th, the People's National Movement will be presenting their candidates for the upcoming local government elections at Market Square. All are invited. Come out in your numbers and meet your candidates. Hear from a powerful lineup of speakers on why this reform is a power shift. A power shift from central government to your councillors. A power shift that empowers you and your community. Point Fortin. Come out and meet your candidates this Saturday, July 29th. Meeting starts at 7 p.m. See you there at Market Square. And on August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Right, so we are back, Trinidad and Tobago 919 family. So I'm just going to give you a piece by piece of the what escalated this whole situation after the the 10% salary cut, the COLA, the cuts of the COLA, the suspension on the suspension of the COLA and 10% cut on the salaries, and not much medical resources in the public hospitals. But what has caused the escalation? In July 1985, former Bank Auditor General and one of Abu Bakr's chief lieutenants, Abdul Karim, was murdered by an unknown assailant while in police custody. It was later ruled by the Court of the Appeal that the officers involved concealed the identity of the killer, suspected to be a member of the police. With the case remaining unsolved, it is widely believed that this event was the genesis of the conflict between the Jamaat and the state. In 1988, police raided the Jamaat al-Muslimin commune, seizing weapons and ammunition and arresting 34 members. The members were charged with larceny, robbery, illegal possession of weapons, rape and murder. This event led members of Jamaat al-Muslimin to believe that the government was being oppressive and had illegally occupied their land. Before the coup attempt, Abu Bakr was arrested several times on charges of contempt of court and illegal demonstrations. According to the 2024 interview by former Minister of Communications Gerald Hadid, 2 days before the coup attempt, Prime Minister Robinson was warned that there might be an attempt to overthrow the government on that day, and he was asked to have the scheduled sitting postponed. Robinson declined, however, claiming that he had taken an oath of office and he would not deviate from it in front of the potential threat, in front of a potential threat. All right, so that's a little piece of information that I got via the internet on Wikipedia, that, you know, what was one of the main escalations. But I'll take your phone calls. Well, you know, I read, you know, with the government social welfare department, you know, the public servants, and as well as they had a union which was the SOPO, the Summit of the People's Organization. So there was a series. It wasn't just, you know, it was a build-up of, you know, different events that took place in Trinidad and Tobago, which caused the Jamaat al-Muslimin, which I'm saying it is not right of what took place. It is not right. But what led up to this day being an anniversary of such a tragic situation. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Naka.
Good afternoon.
How are you keeping?
I keeping well. I got, you know, I got for the hour. Can't complain.
Yeah. Naka, I was watching television. I don't know if I was watching news, a show, whatever. And I saw that came on. It was Mr. Abu Bakr and two persons on this side. And I thought it was a play. It took me a minute or two to realize what was happening. Because I really thought, you know, they just brought in that. And I just took outside and I tell my neighbors and they what was happening, and, you know, and I don't think long after the television you couldn't get any information. But anyway, yeah, so I want to say, I think it was about self, and when I say self, the organization. Right? The Muslim organization. So
right.
It was too much about the people, and you know how people behave in terms of giving incentives to people so they can support them. And I don't think the people was ready for that type of thing, like overthrowing government.
Right.
I mean, we had it in 17, and you know, but you know, it doesn't benefit anybody. I heard somebody say Abu Bakr did not tell anybody to set the place on fire, but he did not tell them not to. And the thing about it is, how do you come about setting the place on fire and a certain place? You know, because there was something said about those Charlotte Street businesses. So, but I want people to know that if the coup did not succeed, and people go on and we are better off today. So to tell me that, you know, he's the cause of that and thing, and because he take our coal and thing, oh gosh, let us look forward and manage what we have. I'm not saying that some people are not feeling the squeeze, Naka, but we talk about let's help each other and let's find out how you can help yourself.
True.
If you talk to people, people can help you. If you don't talk, they can't help you. Right? And I'm willing to help people if they tell me. Because some people, sometimes you ask them and they don't want to tell you everything, Naka.
True.
They can't expect something if you don't know what's happening with it. So take care.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Good day, Naka.
Good afternoon.
The minister who speaks of the mayor's statue, I want to support him, right? Because if the country has no money, or you can put money to build that for the country has no money. And I never want to take away 10% of the public servant, right? all that thing because it was real pressure at that time in Trinidad and Tobago. And I must say, that is a man I love, fearless. And a man fearless always have godly principles in him. Just like Dr. Rowley. That's why he and I. Right? But you remember that I give alien man 1% because about the medicine, of course Abu Bakr speak about that. And that's why I give him 1%. Right? And he talk about himself, you think the public will go and support it, the public.
Right.
He speak of that too. Right? But I will tell you now, because he didn't speak it once on the radio station, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, about 6 times. It could be more than that on WAC. Right? And if you want to get more privilege or more substance, right? His son, Farouk Bakar, because he used to come to the radio station too.
Right.
And I don't think he rely on his father. So I just say that because I don't call him and say I support Eliaman 100%. No, I give you no substance here. Right? You can call him and find out that. But one thing Farouk cannot say, right? That his father did for that on what radio station. Because I always believe Naka. Right? Truth is acceptable. It's not debatable. So we ain't debating that at all. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So you see, guys, I heard little tidbits, and in school they were teaching. In secondary school they didn't really go in depth on what really happened in the coup, but they were just touchy surface. But reading up on this today, I have to say I did learn a lot. I did not know it was so much that was going on at in different areas of the country, different divisions in the country that was they said was oppressed, as they said. Well, as Abu Bakr said, the country was under oppression, and with public servants and so forth. And reading more stories. And what I would do, even I would go tonight and read more, go more in depth and find more information in terms of that, because I want to learn more. Me as an individual, personally, I do want to learn more on what took place on this particular day. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, Naka.
Good afternoon.
One of the things that the security arm will have to learn to do this time around differently is that I can remember clearly that there was a rally in Woodford Square by Abu Bakr, and persons were wearing armored clothing. Right? They was wearing armored clothing, and there was certain rhetoric. Right? You're supposed to have Secret Service personnel. You're supposed to have plainclothes personnel. And once you see these things posturing, you have to kill them early. You cannot allow a situation to just swing out of control.
Right.
And then you're trying to bring it under control. Right? So I think back then the police was a little tardy in their whole approach. As a matter of fact, I was coming from Kokorit at that time, the West. And the soldiers and them were now looking to go across to the Islamic area, Abu Bakr areas there.
Right.
But the horse had done both. The horse had done both when they was going there. You understand me? So it shows clearly that the intelligence was not working. I don't know what wasn't working, or betrayed the government. It's either or. I don't know. I don't have that fact.
Right.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Naka, if you go on 91.9 WhatsApp, you're going to see the interview with Abu Bakr. You're going to see him on world camera with a foreign international journalist who is very well known to the world, and I go all over the world, or in Iraq, Gaza, and interview high-profile person. I now send you that on 91.9 WhatsApp. If you want, you can play it, or you can continue making a calling to bash me. But I want to make it clear. I make my point. After I make my point, always try to shoot on my point. And I went and I get the facts, what I said, and I sent it to PNM Jama. I sent it to everybody, right? And I sent it to you now. So you could go on 91.9 WhatsApp chat, and you're going to see the interview with Abu Bakr. I done. I
enable. All right, I know of the video that he's talking about. And this one laugh, yes. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Naka.
Hi, good afternoon.
Based on that call you just received, you know, a lot of people in Trinidad say, the people are poor, we are poor, we want this and we want that. And if you see how migrants want to stay in Trinidad and Tobago, people, how many migrants are in Trinidad? Can they tell me? And they're not complaining. I can talk about places where people live. I'm not saying that people don't have access to certain things. You know, when they talk about inheritance tax, somebody, they think, oh, let you lose your property. You know, I learned in a certain country, I was even calling him now, let us go and do research. When you die, you have to pay taxes, your whatever you leave behind, your assets, you have to pay tax on that and a lot, Marco. I'm telling people, when you complain, and look around you and see why you're complaining. Because the foreigner is not complaining. Right? And if Abu Bakr say yes, we have to believe it. You know, because Abu Bakr say yes, I'm just using this phrase, yes. If Abu Bakr say yes, we have to believe it is a yes. We are experiencing things in this country, people.
Yes. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Naka.
Hi, good afternoon.
It's me again, darling.
Yes.
I realize the Maros open on your station already.
God, no. I can't condone that. No. I can't condone that today. No, I can't.
What time your boss man launching, Naka?
The song launched already. I played it this morning and I will play it before I end the show.
Good. Okay, darling.
Right?
Thanks for returning, babe.
Yes, no problem. Thank you. So, to be fair, I will play the video that Kingsley sent it to the WhatsApp. I will play the video for you all to see what he said he's trying to back up his claim, right? So I'll play the video.
We keep talking about 1990. How would you describe that to someone who never heard about what happens?
We were cleaning up the drug trade, right? And, excuse me. And the government ministers was found in the airport by a woman police officer with all these drugs. I mean, I'm not talking about, 10 kilos, a substantial amount of drugs. These ministers, right? And she came to us and told us that the government is planning to kill her. So I said, well, why would the government kill you? She was working with the narco section in the airport, of course in plain clothes, not in uniform, and so stumbled onto them with all this cocaine. So then she tried to get this matter addressed by the commissioner of police and everybody, and nobody wanted to take her and say, you crazy. This is the Attorney General, the Minister of National Security, the advisor, and the Major Thompson from the Army, and this is ridiculous. We can't report these people. And then finally she came to us. 4 days after she came to me and complained about this matter, they created a mock battle at Chagaramas. And she was sitting in a bus, and one of the police officers in the bus shot her in her head and killed her. 4 days before they killed her, she came to me and told me the people who were in the VIP room, the people I just called and told you. So after I exposed that, then they unleashed the state machinery on me and occupied my land, and then every Friday I couldn't have any peaceful prayer. They would destroy the things.
So unfortunately, I would not be able to play the whole video because we are coming to an end of the show. And with all due respect, today is the launch of Mr. Neil IWER George song, one of the 50 songs that he released. This is the second song that he's releasing today on the very own The Street 919 FM. So we are going to play this song to know the dedication, the hard work that he has given to Trinidad and Tobago and continuing to give to Trinidad and Tobago. So I will end today's show with this song. Thank you very much for sticking out with me. Tomorrow I'll be with you all. We will come up with some more hot topics tomorrow. I'll just be with you all for 1 hour tomorrow, unfortunately. But I'm going to end the show with the one and only Neil IWER George. Endless summer. See you guys. Be safe out there. Love you, positive or negative. Stay sweet and be safe.
Execution.
Put your hand in the air and jump up. Wind up your waist and jump up. Put your hand in the air and jump up. Take a little wine and free up. Jump and wine and 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 wine. Feel the heat of the summer breeze. Let me show you life at ease. Winter's over for me, yeah man. Oh, it's an endless summer. Jump your waist and wine. Watch your waist when walking on sunshine and live for today. Oh, it's an endless summer. We love every moment of every day. Oh, it's an endless summer. A summer of love and a summer of fun. Oh, it's an endless summer. An endless summer. People, you see right now, we going to the jump up session. So get in the jump up session. Let me go. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Jump up, 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 jump up.
In the midst of allegation, propaganda, and misinformation, we examine the facts. We discuss the issues. We interview key players. We are the voice of the people. We are the street. 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click the Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you want. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
The greatest weekend of the year.
Guinness presents Great Fat Weekend.
The beach, the sand, the waves. Sexy ladies having fun.
I just money and girls and fun.
July 26th. Welcome Wednesday. Sounds of Reggae. July 27th. Reggae Thursday. Sounds of Soca. July 28th. Soca Glow. Sounds of Dancehall. Sounds of Hip Hop. July 29th. We Fat. July 30th. Sunday, Callaloo. July 31st. Cool Down.
This is the sound of Great Fat Weekend. This is Guinness Sounds of Greatness.
Sounds of Great Fat.
The greatest weekend of the year.
July 26th to July 31st. The Guinness Great Fat Weekend.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Friday, 28th July, Palo Seco, let's have a conversation about reform. Meet us at Palo Seco Government Primary School. All are invited. Our Our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, will be there to have a conversation with you on how this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors. Let's talk about this power shift, ask your questions, and learn how reform empowers you and your community. Palo Seco, join us on Friday, 28th July. Conversation starts at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Job Optimum Health and Wellness. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan. Examines all of your organs in a single session. 95% accuracy. It's painless, non-invasive, and affordable. Call Pastor Job at 350-2628, 767-1031, or 275-6300. Sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan at Job Optimum Health and Wellness.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for the program The Final Hour with Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr. and his wife, Nikki Garcia, for the Bible study every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Mark chapter 16, verse 15 says, "Go into all the world and preach this gospel for every creature, for I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation."
This is the voice of the PNM. Point Fortin, this Saturday, July 29th, the People's National Movement will be presenting their candidates for the upcoming local government elections at Market Square. All are invited. Come out in your numbers and meet your candidates. Hear from a powerful lineup of speakers on why this reform is a power shift. A power shift from central government to your councillors. A power shift that empowers you and your community. Point Fortin. Come out and meet your candidates this Saturday, July 29th. Meeting starts at 7 p.m. See you there at Market Square. And on August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Election in 2015 will be a really big scene. The people, they eat all the food and left the treasury in nude. It's back and alpha, so we have to sing it in calypso. Come on the run, ready to call the election, cause the people waiting on she, and they set like a happy feet. Time to say bye-bye, time to say goodbye, time for you to go. We can't take this thing anymore. Come la, come la, come la. Time for you to go. Too much corruption, man. 400 billion. Skullduggery is their middle name. The lying without any shame. The speaker, he went to UE and come out with a 4th degree. It's Mama Guy for so, let me sing it in calypso. Come on the run, afraid to call election, cause the people waiting on she, and they set like a happy. Come on, time to say bye-bye, time to say goodbye,
Too much thieving, too much lies, too much bubble and mama guy. Play pick two with claws 34, so the boys and them will fret no more.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the country.
Come again, no.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the ante.
You know the kangaroo court in parliament, guilty as charged with no evidence. Speak a verdict, what shall it be like? Hitler in charge of the UNC.
Vote for the PNM, so Dr. Rowley could run the country.
Let me say a pleasant good afternoon and welcome. Greetings in the name of the Most High. It's a beautiful Thursday afternoon, and you are locked on to the Street 919 FM, streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, I think. Of course, this is the Juju Love Show and the People's Parliament and the No Safe Zone edition. Let me say greetings and welcome once again. Sending my love and my shout out to all of you who are always locking it down to the Street 919 FM, wherever you may be, at work, in a taxi, on the highway, on the byway, in your maxis, in the supermarket, just walking around with your headset, but you're always locking it down to the Street 919 FM from very early in the morning straight up to our last program, I guess. Let me say a good afternoon to my co-host this afternoon, Miss Jennifer Frederick. Good afternoon, Jenny.
Hi, good afternoon, Miss Davy. It's always a pleasure to be here in your company, especially with these earrings slamming, these glasses slamming. Yes, I slamming them. Totally
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to be here with you. You're a very unique woman. I remember seeing you years ago. I just knew your name. So when I see you, I say, "Oh, Miss Davy," I used to say hello. And I was like, "Oh, my time was when I see Miss Davy. She's a strong African woman." And you have always remained that way. So good afternoon to the national community, those who locked in, tuning into Juju Love. To the lady who saw me down at the memorial with Miss Eversley there with the replay. Yes, I made it. She said, "You will make it in time." I said, "Yes, I'll be here," and I'm here. And also want to send out happy and strong greetings to Mr. Neville Chance. Today says it's
Oh, really?
Yes, and so I want to send out that love and blessings to him and know that he's treasure. They call him the guru. He's the guru. So we want to tell our guru much love and much blessing from all those from Juju Love. I'm sure they wouldn't mind I'm including them.
That's
from Titans
correct.
Democracy. And all those who listen to 91.9 and call into the program or just listen to his voice when he brings the information to us. Happy and strong, Mr. Chance, Neville Chance. And I love you.
Okay, so let me as well send my love and my greetings to the birthday boy, Mr. Chance. I just want to wish you, like I wish everybody else, and I would wish myself, continued blessings for long health and, prosperity. Jenny, so you were out there with Wendell?
Yes, I was.
I wish I could have been there.
I think
How was it?
It was, well, I heard, the media was there, of course. I have a joke for you, but we'll talk that after.
Okay.
The media was there and they were waiting. So I was calling him to find out where he's at and things. So I know he normally comes up.
Put him a little closer to him.
I know that he usually comes up Frederick Street and come across there. That's Keith Street, the one by Hall of Justice. And then I said, this
Knox Street?
Knox Street. I hear music and things, so hear the reporters and them, music coming up. I said, no, that is not he. He don't know music. Papa, music truck. Apparently songs, yes, apparently there was a calypso composed, so the voice sound like crazy.
Very good.
Really nice calypso.
Crazy
so
is that type of person.
Yeah, so he had that this year and he was in front. And I must tell you, like this year, it was more emotional than any other year. Mr. Eversley almost collapsed with heat, I guess, or exhaustion, the whole emotion and everything. So he had to take a couple of minutes just to regroup and recover. And I saw how it was. He was crying too. So it is an emotional thing for him. While some of us might say, well, he only walking every year or whatever. I think that is his therapy in remembrance of those whose lives were lost and those he would have seen being a hostage himself. So this is his tribute every year to them. So it was When I say well attended, the persons who were there laid wreath. We got a wreath from Mr. McFarlane. The Massman McFarlane sent a beautiful wreath in commemoration. The daughter of the public officer who had died, Miss Cabello, I think was name. The daughter was there with her children.
She usually is.
Yes, and she spoke today. The reporters asked her questions today, and then we had Mr. Timothy Hamill Smith.
Very good.
What is that?
That's very good what I was saying.
Who left before the late rain and all that.
Okay.
In my opinion, I'm giving an opinion, it seemed that he came there
for publicity stunt?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if it was a stunt, but for publicity, because he certainly wasn't there when Mr. Eversley arrived with the wreath laying.
Okay.
But he was there before. So all in all, it was good and good in remembrance. I hope that Mr. Eversley prayer would fall on ears that will take what he's saying. I didn't go through that, so I don't know the enormity of it, but he has been asking for certain things, and I hope that those who have the powers and can assist in that way, that they do what is necessary. Yeah.
Well, let me also send my love to Wendell Eversley, and to say, Jenny, that he would be recorded in history, because out of so many persons that would have been in the public gallery, would have been working as officers, parliamentarians, Wendell, of all, chose to celebrate, if I can call it that, or pay respect, if I can call it that, but he chose every anniversary to make sure that the country remembers that there were persons who lost their life, there were persons who were injured, and that day in history, the 27th of July 1990, there was an attempted coup here in Trinidad and Tobago. And I am one who, like Wendell, usually visited the public gallery on a regular basis. As a matter of fact, that was my thing to do. Okay. Yeah. In my younger days, that was my thing to do. I used to go and listen to the debate and what have you. I don't know why I was not there on that day. I guess I wasn't supposed to be here on that day. But let's, just remember all those who lost their lives, those who were injured, those who were traumatized. Let us just remember Trinidad and Tobago. Interesting, Jenny, listeners and viewers, that we would be, this would be the anniversary. Is it 33 years, I think it is?
Yes, 33.
Right. 33 years. And that at the time, the person who was the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago was Ian R. Robinson, a Tobagonian. Like our now Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley. Indeed, interesting times we are living in, because at one point in Mr. Robinson's life, he would have formed an alliance with the United National Congress, led by Basdio Pandey. I think he had 2 seats in Tobago that he had joined with the UNC to help them to form the election coming out of the 1717-2, I believe it was. At that time we were 36 seats in the House. Now we have 41. But there was a period when we had another deadlock, 1818.
And the very same A&R Robinson, who would have joined forces with the UNC to help them to form the government, was now the president of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And today, he stands as the only person in this country who served in both capacities as Prime Minister and President, the two highest offices in our country. And so he was called upon to make a decision. And the decision that he made, Jenny, was made on the grounds of moral and spiritual values. Let me just recap that, because I'm going somewhere with this. A&R Robinson, now deceased, a Tobagonian, like Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, was the President of the Republic during the period in which we had a 36-seat configuration of our House of Representatives, and there was a deadlock or a tie. And he was called upon to make a decision as to who should govern the country in a situation like this. The incumbent, of course, was the UNC led by Pastor Upandi. And Mr. Robinson made his decision in favor of Patrick Manning and the People's National Movement on the grounds of moral and spiritual values. Jenny, as Mr. Wendell Eversley is out there, in remembrance of what took place in 1990, the coup attempt, as we speak, this country is at the crossroads once again, where the electorate have been now given the baton for Mr. Robinson to make a decision on August 14th on the grounds of moral and spiritual values. What are your thoughts?
Ms. Davy, I always say that those political analysts, they don't want nothing with you, you know.
Thanks.
No, I'm not trying to feather your powder. I'm being really honest about it. The way that you put your thought together and you put things in the context is really at a level that the man on the street understands.
Thanks.
And while listening to you, I started to see exactly where you were going with this.
Yes.
And I have to be in agreement with you totally. Because again, as you say, we have been called. This time it's not a president making that decision, one person. This time is a whole society that has to make a decision whether or not they're going to allow criminality to become normal, whether they're going to be whether they are going to allow corruption to be normal, or will they stand up and say, listen, enough is enough, and we are going to choose leaders? Because we always complain about leaders, and our leaders don't have the character, and our leaders in this and white color. We always complain about those things, and here we have opportunity to say no to all those things. What are we going to do? Fortunately for us, Mr. Robinson, rest his soul, A&R Robinson, would have made that decision back then for the whole
nation,
country, the whole nation.
Yes.
Now we have a choice to make it for ourselves. What are we going to do?
Stick up in Jenny. What are we going to do? When this country went to the polls in the year 2010. They did so with the abundance of enthusiasm, of all of we is one family, and as patriots of Trinidad and Tobago, excuse me, trying to find the best solution, political solution for sweet tea and tea. And so all of our peoples, Indians, Africans, Chinese, Caucasian, Syrian, French, Creole, you name it, all of our peoples, the rainbow, Trinidad and Tobago that we are, we came together, every class, every creed, every race, and said we are going to give Mrs. Bisesa the opportunity. And so we made her the first female Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. She didn't just become the first female Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, but she also made history. We did that, all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And so, when in years following 2010, the country started to see a particular behavior of the People's Partnership government. They knew immediately that this is not what they had bought into. And when I said buy into, I'm speaking here about the Faizabad Accord, in which they were believing that the figureheads, Winston Dukaran, Aaron McLeod, David Abdullah, Makandal Daga, the TOP guy, and the UNC, they really felt that they would have stood for something in terms of moral and spiritual values. But then they see that things were going contrary. And so by 2015, and given that Abdullah, Mr. Warner, and many other persons from within the coalition came out and started exposing certain developments, the country in 2015 used a moral compass to remove the People's Partnership government from office. And that is why today, 27th of July, as we are looking at the anniversary and remembering what took place in 1990, and that one of the key figures in all of that, the main target, A.N.R. Robinson, he once had to make a very critical decision to remove the incumbent in an 1818 tie on the grounds of moral and spiritual values. And to know that years later, in 2015, the country had to use a moral compass. And here we are, again, in 2023, having to go back to that moral compass and that moral and spiritual values in order to save our country.
That is so profound, Ms. Davy. You said that Kamla Prasad Bisesa would have made history.
Yes.
Jack Austin Warner also made history for this country. And when you look at Kamla Prasad Bisesa and what she could have bring to this country and all the hopes we had in her, as a female especially.
Unity is one of the things. Unity is one of the things she could have brought with that
exactly with that
mandate.
And also for little girls, African girls, Indian girls, all girls to watch as somebody they could emulate and want to be like. She failed miserably. Jack Austin Warner would have brought this country, put it on the map where football is concerned, a tiny Twin Island state, down to the end. A little dot, 2 little dots. Would have put us on the map with football. It was international. Jet plane used to come here from land and all that. He was big. Somebody that our young men, African, Indian, all races could look up to, or could have looked up to say, we want to be like a Jack Austin Warner. We want to be able to travel the world, make decisions on behalf of world countries in the Caribbean and all that. He too would have failed to deliver because of what? In my opinion, greed. Greed. Power. And Kamla Prasad says the same thing. And now they are both joined back together. After they would have said so much nasty thing about each other. Jack Warner would have showed us, he said he will topple she government, the PP government, he will topple. He say about Gavin Nicholas, who they join with now, that man signed the extradition treaty quick. Make me spend time in jail when they take months.
To treat with Ishan Steve.
He said that. He felt hurt. He said he will not be a fool again. She say he's a lagahoo. She tell him, go clear your name. All that. And today, they are presented a united front and want to tell we. Yesterday was yesterday.
Yeah.
Today. Thought. And those study that.
Sweep that under the carpet.
Sweep under the carpet in 2023. Well, as you say, Ms. Davy, we are called again
to use that moral compass.
Our moral compass and spiritual compass. It is sad, and I hope that people on August, and this is not just for August the 14th.
No, it is not.
But this is an immediate thing now. But this is not just for August the 14th. This is for the continuation of our society as a people. What legacy are we going to leave for our children and our children to come? If you allow persons like Kamla Prasad Bisesa, Jack Austin Warner, Philip Alexander, Gary Griffith, Watson Solomon Juke, Farley and the whole crew remain in office, the things they are doing will become norm, and our children will grow up in a place where they don't know what is truth, they don't know how to behave, they don't know if they come in, they go in, no morals, no ethics, nothing, just a wild savage.
And I'm happy that you said that. And I'm happy that you said that, because one of the things that I say to myself as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago is that I was fortunate to know at Trinidad and Tobago that, has taught me a lot and has molded me into the person that I am today, Jenny. It is not just my parental upbringing, but the entire community and the entire country as a whole. And it is really sad today that my children, my grandchildren, your children, your grandchildren, our children, our grandchildren will not be able to enjoy the kind of Trinidad and Tobago that we enjoyed. There were days when your children could have run outside, Jenny, just in a underwear, a boy or a girl, just in a underwear, and you felt safe as an adult that no one would harm them. You felt safe.
But you also felt safe, Ms. Davies, not that only no one will harm them, eh? Because it always had sick people in
It
our
always had
society.
sick, but not as rampant. So there wasn't that fear.
Right, but you know what we always said? They ain't dare. They ain't dare.
Thank you.
Do
They
them
go
try
out of
nothing.
their thought.
That's what we used to say. We know them there, you know. We know them in this community, you know. We know the little fresh old men and them, you know. The little girls come, they have a little shop and hold in their hand longer than they should and all that. They're always there, you know.
They're always there.
But you know what we used to say? They ain't there. Come out in the open and do what they had to do. Now, they all in we face.
And with our politics, the place that it is at now, it's going to be even more worse for our children. Even more worse. We have to put a check on this.
Yeah, we have to put a stop.
We must.
We have to. And it's not
Stick a pen. We out of time, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
What does it mean to be great? Greatness is action.
So the 4 represents April, the 5th for the 5th of April, and the 0 representing the 2000. It's my name off a stand, okay, like, it's numbers.
The Guinness Great Fete Weekend.
One of the most versatile and dynamic upcoming artists out of Jamaica.
450 live.
Tell me if you nobody else spit on slip on me. 450!
Destined for greatness.
But tell me like one for me little mistake, put your hands up, but tell me like
We Fat, July 29th, Pigeon Point Beach, Tobago.
Destined to flatten the beach.
450 live.
Hey, girl, you are classes, but bring your come on, you know. This is Guinness Sounds of Greatness.
Sounds of Great Fete.
The greatest weekend of the year.
July 26th to July 31st. The Guinness Great Fete Weekend.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Friday, 28th July, Palo Seco, let's have a conversation about reform. Meet us at Palo Seco Government Primary School. All are invited. Our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, will be there to have a conversation with you on how this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors. Let's talk about this power shift, ask your questions, and learn how reform empowers you and your community. Palo Seco, join us on Friday, 28th July. Conversation starts at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click the Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you are.
This is the voice of the PNM. Point Fortin, this Saturday, July 29th, the People's National Movement will be presenting their candidates for the upcoming local government elections at Market Square. All are invited. Come out in your numbers and meet your candidates. Hear from a powerful lineup of speakers on why this reform is a power shift. A power shift from central government to your councillors. A power shift that empowers you and your community. Point Fortin, Come out and meet your candidates this Saturday, July 29th. Meeting starts at 7 p.m. See you there at Market Square. And on August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Welcome back. Time on the inside, 2:33 p.m. on a beautiful Thursday afternoon. Sister Jenny, we are back. Let's open the lines and take some calls. Numbers to call 342-0081, 466-5391. Folks, the 771-1791 line is not operational at this time. So let me call the numbers again for you that we are using. 342-0081, 466-5391. We are discussing, of course, the issue of moral and spiritual values and where we are heading as a nation, and if the population on August 14th can vote not just for constitutional what reform is it? Local government reform, but on the basis of moral and spiritual values. Let's go to the lines. Caller, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. You are on point, Juliet, you know.
Thank you.
The people of the country has to make a decision on moral and spiritual values if they want these bandits to be in control. You are exactly on point.
Thank you very much. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Miss Davies, and good afternoon, Miss Jenny. Miss Davies, before I start, let me give you this vision that I saw yesterday afternoon. I saw Miss Bissessa, and I saw it again today. I saw Miss Bissessa stand up, and she just fall to the ground, up, and she just cradle and all the thing. And I saw it again today. She's going to lose the elections. Let us look and see. We have about 17 days or 18 days coming up to the election. Let us see. But Miss Davies, I went into the Children's Hospital today to get a scan. And I took the car from Shogunas. They are going up there because to get to that point there because how the services, they don't have thing there. I didn't even know that I could take a San Fernando bus or so, and then we get there. So here the gentleman said, and the same East Indian, he said, I don't know what so-and-so that they built that hospital there for. And he was studying that basically in the that why it is because thing. You see, even there are people trying to figure out some of the things that she did, and that hospital would be supposed to be her flagship. And basically, it is not in their eyes as they will perceive it. So let us look and see, Ms. Davis. As I told you, I am looking on and I'm going to see. But I tell you what is, I just give you all the future. And I said, I ask you if it is that sometimes I can tell you, come and tell you all what some of the prophecies that I see. So I locked on and listening. I listen off there.
Thank you very much. So the lines are open. Numbers to call 342-0081, 466-5391. Jenny, you wanted to add anything in the meantime as we wait for our calls? I'm trying to source an article here.
Well, I would have, I think I heard you and Mr. Ruka mention it yesterday, and I would have looked at it myself. 3 political analysts who was saying that the PNM needs to be worried. And I too share you and Mr. Ruka's sentiment by saying it's not the PNM needs to be worried, it's the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago needs to be worried about Kamala, Gary and Jack putting this united front coming to sell a nasty dream to the, in fact a nightmare to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And when I look and did a little when I did a little research on Dr. Vishnu, Raghunath, I'm asking again if it, I don't know, I'm asking if it's the same person that had queries about his doctorate, something with plagiarism, from works of one of our own great black intellectual,
Lloyd Best.
I don't know if it's the same person. And then when you look at Sheila Rampasad, she was a part of, I think, the UNC election committee or team or something like
Seriously?
that. Yeah, and Dr. Shane Mohammed, he would have written and spoken about the unfairness in the UNC, about the practices and all that. So when you hear them speaking now about PNM needs to be worried. Worried about who? Because
Precisely.
they themselves would have spoken out against the UNC and what's happening in the UNC. So how now is the same leader they have spoken out against?
Exactly.
How all of a sudden that she's the hope again because Jack Warner
comes on the scene again.
A man who, by all words, is internationally known and wanted by Interpol.
And he's an international disgrace. Stick up in. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. All what you said there, I totally agree with. And when I look at these parties are joining together with the UNC, it looks as though like the exhume has set up some bodies and like they're trying to recreate a Frankenstein. At this point in time in the world, Trinidad is not ready for that. That is total chaos. The same thing that happened the last time when they joined together, the same thing is going to happen again. The sad thing about it, the last elections that I voted on was always on spiritual and moral values. And it's quite interesting that you brought up that topic. The sad thing is that with this PNM government also, there's no spiritual and moral values for anybody to vote on. But if you look at the spiritual and moral values and a person have that, they would never vote for the PNM either. I'm not a UNC, and never will be. Not a Gary Griffith on them. He's a good police commissioner. Waste of time as a politician. What he did here now is down the drain. But the PNM also has no spiritual and moral values. The sad thing is that people in Trinidad and Tobago don't have a choice to who to vote for.
Caller, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
So can you give me some pointers with respect to the PNM and the no moral and spiritual values that we do have?
Sure.
Give me some pointers.
Yeah, the PNM, they are the ones that also pushing this rainbow and this sex agenda. Is that spiritual and moral values?
What is your facts?
No. You ask a question, I'm giving you the answer. God destroyed a city. Sodom and Gomorrah for that.
No, caller.
So what makes us different?
Let's dialogue. You make a statement. You said that the PNM, caller, let's dialogue, please. You know, you made a statement. You said that the PNM is pushing the rainbow agenda. I'm asking you, what is your evidence of that?
What is my evidence of that? You see this every single day, Miss Lady.
What?
Every single day. Who don't have evidence of that blind? Who don't have evidence of those things blind?
All right, caller, thank you. You see, I'm trying my best today to remain calm, though work up myself. Now, I am not saying the PNM is a perfect party. But when you call and you're making statements, because we were clear in our deliberations why we believe that there is no moral and spiritual values and that the society voted against the UNC, and Robinson did the same thing, made his decision on moral and spiritual values. But if you're telling me that the PNM is no different, I'm asking you to explain. You can't explain. Let me just go back to the line. Stick up in and keep your train of thought. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Juliet and Sister Jenny. Oh gosh, I really support that first caller that we had earlier. Juliet and Sister Jenny, isn't the Privy Council the last court of Trinidad and Tobago of appeal? The Privy Council.
Yes, caller.
Yeah, isn't the Privy Council the last court of...
yes, caller.
Right. So how come we have a case going to the Privy Council? There was a judgment, and then it has to come back to our court where it started. I want the UNC and they to answer that. You know, and I also want to know, what is Jack doing for the poor at the moment? What he did for them then? You know, I think that, you know, when people go into politics, they must show what it is they have done for the people, what they could do for the people. Because a lot of these young guys are coming, getting gunned down or going to jail, and they're not addressing that. They're not saying where the guns or the drugs or anything come from. All they're saying is they're blaming the government and the police and the national security. Listen, people, come on. Let us see what you can do for the people of Trinidad and Tobago to make it a better place.
Thank you very much. Kuala, good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. You see why this can't understand with these UNC callers? You're just quick to ball that your objective, you're not on nobody's side. But when you really check it out, it's really the PNM or the hate now, boy. I want you to give me the equivalent of a Jack Warner in the PNM.
Thank you.
Give me the equivalent of a Ratty Ram in the PNM. Give me the equivalent of all these crooks who are posing as politicians today. I want people to give them a chance to spend taxpayers' money. All the real and fear, no boy. All the real and fear, boy. You might get in the next 20 years. Because you might be about 50, 60. But all the children who coming behind, boy. All they want this country to get like Ghana and Jamaica, where the $1 will be about 60 US or 40 US, boy. And then you get a country, all they want us to have, boy. Why we have a government? Up to yesterday, I hear they say, beside Moody's, there's other international financial institutions.
Standard and Poor's. Standard and Poor's.
So, you know what I mean, Mrs. Already Princesses? It means that we are one of the most investment-friendly countries in the Western Hemisphere, and they don't rate us as the richest.
Stable.
Right? And we have methanol, we have this, we have that. Why we want to put Pamela and them inside it? So you see that caller called before the last caller? It's all who had the place so because you know, 90% of the East Indians will never vote for the PNM, regardless of what they see. I don't know if that has anything to do with morals and values too. And the Negroes who want to vote for UNC, I don't know, is a type of hatred. It's not nothing to do with right or wrong, you know. It's just some past experience they had. Or it's just the slavery mentality where we don't like to see our next black man go up because we always feel we're supposed to be in his position. And we know better than he. You understand? But I'll call back later. Thank you.
You're welcome. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon,
Hello?
Mr. Yates.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for taking my call. I get very, very upset when I hear people coming on the radio and talking about, oh, Jack Warner do so much for black people and he brings so much pride internationally for black people with the football and the this and the that. Look at what the pride and dignity that he brings to black people land him in today. Where the whole world want him outside. The whole world want him. The whole world want him. Look at what he did to the same footballers people lionizing about how much he did for football in Trinidad and all that. Look at what he did to the fellas who went to Germany. When it was all over and they wanted their money, they had to go to court. They had to go to court to force Jack Warner to pay them the money. And something comes to mind all the time. Every time I hear people talk this stupidness about how much love, what's his name, Warner have for black people. Look, over the years, he was in that UNC government before they kicked him out in 2013. For years, you open your newspaper, you see in Jack Warner in the middle of about 10 young Indian boys and girls, giving them scholarships to study medicine and law at UE. Not one African child in that bunch. Not one single African child among that number of young people in the picture with Jack. He spent his money on East Indian boys and girls. So don't tell me any dotations about how much you do for black people and how much. That is one thing that angers me. That is an insult to me as a citizen. As far as I'm concerned, Jack Warner more or less helped Indian children to get into UE to further their studies. As far as I'm concerned, I can't recall one picture in the newspaper where I saw even one African child being given a scholarship by Jack Warner. So people, you see this fair nonsense? I am not in that. And I wouldn't be fooled by this dotish talk about, oh God, I feel so sorry for Jack. And look how much you do for our people and black people and football in CONCACAF. Look at what he did to the people of Haiti, man. Look at what he did to the people of Haiti. The South Korea Football Association made a donation of $10 million sent to CONCACAF to send to the Haitian people after that devastating earthquake in 2010. Up to this day, those people in Haiti never saw 1 cent of that money. And they sent it to CONCACAF. Warner was the president of CONCACAF. Never sent a cent to the people of Haiti. And telling me dotishness about how much you do for black people. Haiti is a black country, suffering for years. And when over 300 people die in the earthquake, Warner get $10 million. He has sent a cent to the people of Haiti. I don't want to hear any dotishness again, but how much you do for black people. Thank you and good afternoon.
You're welcome. Caller, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, on the question of moral and spiritual value. You remember when Jack Warner and the UNC for he was in Parliament sitting a little way from Kamla. And Kamla what said, Mr. Speaker, I cannot sit down next to a person like that. And she
I read it last night. I read it yesterday.
You know, people are talking about that. This woman said she cannot sit down in Parliament with a person like that and walk straight out of Parliament. And I don't know why. This fella like, well, look, I don't talk. I can't take no more. Later.
Okay, caller, good afternoon. Welcome. Welcome, caller.
Good afternoon, Julia. And you know, in Alton, Aruka, when you build Spanish, you build a house for all them Spanish here and then you build a house for a black person. I know wrong way all the time. You build a house, all the houses you build about a good few houses, only for Spanish women. I could tell you that in them back street and them up there. So Jack Warner, when I hear them talk about what Jack Warner do for black people, I always wonder who, because all the scholarship they give, all the people they send to get doctor, all the man wife, all the minister wife they send to get law and all kind of things, not one African. The only fella who probably benefits as African from Jack Warner will be Anim, who there was kind of bodyguard or something like that. I in Aruka, you know, so I know Jack Warner, Mr. Jack Warner, I hate you, but I don't want you to get through nothing at all because you're a human being. I'm supposed to love all human beings, but not that kind of love that you want people to love you. You understand? Miss Kamala Posad, Big Sister, and I don't know how all you could face, I don't know how all you bunks up on that face or some kind of thing that, or I don't cross up on all kind of thing because all you, look.
Okay, leave it there. Leave it there, thank you. Leave it there. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Welcome. You know, one simple thing that I don't think people have realized, right? The PNM in this country has always kept a higher standard because the supporters of PNM is always the ones that will decide to vote or decide not to vote based on certain things that the PNM do or don't do, right? Whereas the other parties in this country, people only really vote for them because of mostly racial issues, right? The UNC in particular, they are not held to any standard by their supporters, you know. They are not held to any standard of morality by their supporters. So their supporters will vote for them regardless of what it is to do.
Yes.
Regardless of what it is to say, right? It's only the PNM is held to a standard that relates to politics in this country, you know. Nobody else will get all those supporters based on anything that they do in this country as politicians.
Thank you,
Caller.
caller.
Realize that.
Thank you. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Miss Devi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sister Jenny.
Hi, good afternoon.
If Jack Warner did so much for football, and so much for people around, footballers around the world, how come FIFA fire him? How come today he cannot call on FIFA to help him? Huh? How come he can't call on FIFA to stand up for him today on the charges brought against him by the United States Department of Justice? Huh? How come? Why you can't explain that away? Why does you have to move with so much bodyguards? Why does you have to keep fighting even though the Privy Council, as they like to boast about, has indicated that he can be extradited? How come he's still running into the courts? Explain those things to me. You understand? They can be talking and be saying a lot of things about the PNM ain't no good either, about Solomon Gomorrah. What is he talking? That fellow was talking about.
He alone no.
They have no empirical evidence of anything.
But
they still want to align this PNM with the UNC. You understand? As they always attempt to do. And as one caller indicated, name one person in the PNM Parliament today who is before the court, who has issues before the court, who they can accuse of corruption or anything else. But you see, it is easy to just say, well, all of them is the same thing. You understand? Look for the excuses as they are wont to do. But you see, people in Trinidad and Tobago, we could put a stop to this. It's only 18 days away. We can put a stop to all of this by simply using our index finger. We don't have to be shouting and bawling and carrying on every day. It's very simple. 6 o'clock in the morning, get up, say your prayers, bathe, take a cup of tea, and go down the road and do what you need to do, and all talk done. You will see after that, on the 15th, leading up to the end of the month, who is who, and who will be crying and pointing fingers at who. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so Jenny, I hope you remember what you wanted to say, because we'll take you after the ads. Folks, don't go anywhere. We are going to pay our bills and come right back at you. Don't go anywhere.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
In the midst of allegation, propaganda, and misinformation, we examine the facts. We discuss the issues. We interview key players. We are the voice of the people. We are the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click the Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you want. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
Make your moves with us and you can win more rewards in the Magna Java Extravaganza. Each time you use your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard for purchases of $500 or more, you're automatically entered for a chance to win. 45 customers will win 2,500 Magna points, which can be redeemed instantly. Hold on, that's not all. One lucky winner will win 100,000 Magna points. Now that's rewarding. Make your moves with us. Use your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard for your chance to win in the Java Extravaganza. Get details on the Magna Rewards Trinidad Facebook page. Promo ends 31st August. Approved by the NLCB.
The greatest weekend of the year. Guinness presents Great Fat Weekend. The beach, the sand, the waves, sexy ladies having fun.
I just money and girls and fun.
July 26th, Welcome Wednesday. Sounds of Reggae. July 27th, Reggae Thursday. Sounds of Soca. July 28th, Soca Glow. Sounds of dancehall. Sounds of hip-hop. July 29th, We Fat. July 30th, Sunday, Callaloo. July 31st, Cool Down. This is the sound of Great Fat Weekend. This is Guinness Sounds of Greatness. Sounds of Great Fat. The greatest weekend of the year. July 26th to July 31st, the Guinness Great Fat Weekend.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Friday, 28th July, Palo Seco, let's have a conversation about reform. Meet us at Palo Seco Government Primary School. All are invited. Our Our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, will be there to have a conversation with you on how this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors. Let's talk about this power shift, ask your questions, and learn how reform empowers you and your community. Palo Seco, join us on Friday, 28th July. Conversation starts at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845, 349-5178, or 342-7303.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Mondays at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Trauma and bereavement. Also every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You. Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Dealing with disabilities. And every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the street 919 FM. Designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showeth thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy, and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank would be greatly appreciated. Account number 795-2222. For further information, call 753-1113 or 236-7271.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy. Wow. Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Wow. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
This is the voice of the PNM. Point Fortin, this Saturday, July 29th, the People's National Movement will be presenting their candidates for the upcoming local government elections at Market Square. All are invited. Come out in your numbers and meet your candidates. Hear from a powerful lineup of speakers on why this reform is a power shift. A power shift from central government to your councillors. A power shift that empowers you and your community. Point Fortin. Come out and meet your candidates this Saturday, July 29th. Meeting starts at 7 p.m. See you there at Market Square. And on August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Welcome back.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Welcome back. Sister Jenny, the mic is over to you.
Miss Davy, the gentleman who called and said that
both the PNM and the UNC don't have no moral and
right,
spiritual
and
values.
spoke about the PNM pushing the rainbow community agenda. And you ask him to
explain. Produce his facts.
Right, and that's the issue others have. If you're coming to say that the PNM is involved in fostering or pushing the rainbow community and the agenda, point us or something so we can look and
we can examine for ourselves.
What I could tell you, gentlemen, I know that the first time in history, the UNC was proud to have a transgender in the parliament of this country as a temporary senator.
In the person of Joel D'Souza.
Right, and they were proud about that.
Yeah. So we can say they're pushing through.
Pushing, right? I have never seen a transgender from the People's National Movement being...
Correct.
I haven't seen that. We have also heard conversations about MP Paradat. I don't know how true it is, but we have heard conversations about that. There has been no denial or anything. We have heard conversation about MP Saddam Hussein.
Yes.
We have heard those things. So when you come in to talk, tell us, this one and down, so we could at least be able to respond or find out about it, so we could come back and say, okay.
Yeah, because this is no hearsay, she said, them say program. We deal with facts.
And the moral and spiritual value with Jack Warner, that they know those three political analysts are saying that PNM should be worried about. In the Associated Press in 2015, in a publication in Daily News, it says Jack Warner among 6 men added to Interpol's most wanted list as FIFA corruption probe widens. And it says here, coming out of Paris, Interpol added 6 men with ties to FIFA to its most wanted list on Wednesday, issuing an international alert for 2 former FIFA officials and 4 executives on charges including racketeering and corruption. 2 of the men, former FIFA Vice President Jack Warner of Trinidad and former executive member Nicolas Leoz of Paraguay, have been arrested in their home countries. Warner has since been released and Loyes is under house arrest. The Interpol red notice means that they risk arrest anywhere they travel. And that red alert exists to this day. It means that Jack Warner cannot travel outside the airspace of Trinidad and Tobago. So imagine he back into politics and has to go internationally to represent Trinidad and Tobago. How is he going to do that?
Can't happen. Stick up in. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon to you, ladies.
Good afternoon.
I was out and I just got in. But I was in time to hear a caller talk about the PNM pushing, as Jenny said, the agenda for the rainbow people. I want to tell the caller the facts are, who put a transgender person in the Senate? What did ancient Israel have to say on the issue as a Muslim? Who he said is pushing that agenda? Go back and listen to what ancient Israel have to say. 3, what did Jack say about the relationship between Rizmi and the opposition leader? 4, there's also rumors about the MP for Barataria. Now, pertaining to the what these people have to say about the PNM being worried about Jack and Gary, when the opposition leader said that Jack was a disgrace to Trinidad and Tobago, right? What did he have to say about that? He was called a disgrace. Okay? Now, Mr. Griffith, I don't know what is happening, but rumor has it, tongue is saying, a lot of ammunition, guns, and so on. The commissioner, this present commissioner say coming to the country, guns and ammunition that killing people. What about that? And also, who lock up as a youth, and you're calling people cockroach and all this kind of thing. They may be miscreants and might have misbehaved, but they are human beings. Not even God himself, with all the bad behavior and all our sins, never call us cockroaches. He tell us repent and come and save our souls. Thank you, people. I'm so upset.
Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Juliet and Sister Jenny again. Juliet, I have recognized a lot of people like that caller who talk about the rainbow thing. They are and the fraudsters, they use their own ideas to put it on other people. I recognize them all the time. So they come and they're bacchanalists. They never come and they never answer the question. They just hit and run. Stand up. You told him that you want to have a conversation with him, and what he do is just bacchanal. Bacchanal. Fraudsters there.
Thank you. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good day.
Good day.
Both of you, Princess Julia Davy. Even if I'm not on the phone, always put that princess before your name.
Thank you.
Princess Shema will.
I will.
Because you all come from that. Someone else speak about when Kamala walked out the parliament and say she want to stay inside with that. I think you all have to do some check out that and try and get that recorded.
I read that article. I read that article yesterday on my program.
Yes, but it isn't that thing. I think she used thing at the end, you know.
Yes, she did.
Right. Well, that was the point I'm making. Because the person called on the program and said that. But I think it's that thing. But Princess, it have, remember the tickets them in the stadium? When more tickets sold, more than the seats them?
I have the video. I have the video at hand to play.
Oh.
Yes.
That's beautiful. And the person who speak of the UNC fellow call and talk about the rainbow people. I think I must identify, but when I say identify, I go by name Black Man because I started to call the station very regular. Right? People in the Lilies will know me by that name. Right?
Thank you.
The rainbow people. You know what that fella got that from, Princess? Maurice Johnson speak on that Sunday before the last. He says the PNM supporting that, and he was telling the people them not to vote for the PNM. Just imagine that. So if you could get that part Sunday before the last, or you could call Maurice Johnson or you could call your program and ask him why. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Caller, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Julia.
Good afternoon.
Jenny. Very good. A gentleman called earlier and said Jack was fired from FIFA. He wasn't fired. Yeah, and I said he was suspended from football and he resigned. Jack Warner still collect a pension from FIFA. He taken from before from take him. But Ms. Julia Davies, when you say FIFA, you say corruption. Because every single president in FIFA is alleged to be involved in corruption. Now, when a country wants to host a World Cup, they have to give the president of them gifts to get a vote. They just call it gifts. A man giving you a $1 million diamond ring, a piece of land in the country, Kitty City, like to get a vote. We don't know what England gave Mr. Jack Warner, allegedly. We don't know what America gave Mr. Warner, allegedly. Because remember, he went and was with Obama and all of that. When they called Qatar and Russia as the host of the World Cup, you see the people face in the crowd from England and America? They was most disappointed because it was promised to them. But whatever he gets from Qatar and Russia, probably maybe was more. So that was already, those medal things were coming to FIFA. See the football, local football, yeah? We do them local players, yes. But if FIFA is concerned, and then all of them corrupted because in America, they get a World Cup, 2022 World Cup, and England, they get the 2018 World Cup. You will never hear about that 80 money. Because the people in Haiti say they never receive no money, and they use that. If America and England get that World Cup, we never hear nothing from Mr. Jack Warner and FIFA. You understand? I Mr. Jack Warner didn't go against his friend to put him next front of the president of FIFA and try to seduce the rest of the president in the CONCACAF to vote for Ben Hamad. He will not hear nothing. So when they come into FIFA and Mr. Jack Warner, I just put that aside. But you see, you rest of politics, I have a problem with him.
All right, thank you,
Caller. Local footballers, I have a problem with him. Look out and listen.
Thank you very much, Muslim. You want to comment?
No, just simply to say that while I hear what the brother is saying, the issue is not that, you know. The issue is whether the whole of FIFA corrupted or not, it is wrong. We're not dealing with the whole of FIFA. We are dealing with one individual who was a part of FIFA. So whether FIFA or not is corrupt, he should have come out of FIFA. He should not say something that is corrupted. He should not be a part of something accepting money for XYZ and XYZ because corruption. We are speaking about he is coming back in our country as a politician who has been shamed. Stay out of politics and do what you have to do as your business. Do not come into politics and then normalize this FIFA corruption as that separate from that. It's not two separate issues, but at the end of the day, We're not interested in what FIFA and their corruption. We're not talking football. We're talking about Jack Warner, who is getting back into the political space, and we are saying he does not have the moral right or ethical right to be a part of our political scheme no more if we want to change the trajectory of our country. Moral and spiritual values.
Let me take it from there. That's my cue to respond to him. When we began the program, we started on the issue of moral and spiritual values. And the issue surrounding Mr. Warner doesn't only involve FIFA, but it involves his stink with the People's Partnership Government between 2010 to 2015, in which Jack Warner would have said a lot of things relating to corruption scandals, to sex, everything that you can think about that is not good and right for politics. Jack Warner said existed in the People's Partnership Government. So we're talking here about Mr. Warner has nothing to do with the organization FIFA. We don't care how corrupt they are. And the thing about it is, caller, let me tell you, in as much as you are saying that FIFA is corrupt, and perhaps they are, but FIFA stood today as standing against corruption when they would have disciplined Mr. Warner and he would have found himself with charges for financial crimes. So it is one thing to say that an entity is corrupt, but what did the entity do in the face of allegations against Mr. Warner? What did they do? They took measures against Mr. Warner. Our issue is not with FIFA. Our issue is Trinidad and Tobago politics. Our issue is that there was a period in our history when a president had to step in or was asked to step in and decide in a deadlock who should govern the country, and he decided on a particular government, removing the incumbent government on the grounds of moral and spiritual values. And in 2015, years later, we saw the people of Trinidad and Tobago removing a government that they overwhelmingly give a mandate to on the grounds of moral and spiritual values. That is where we are, and we are now saying that come August the 14th, we are encouraging persons not only to vote for local government reform, but on the grounds of moral and spiritual values. Let's go to, you wanted to say something before we go to our first video?
So he said that this is FIFA and FIFA's corruption, right? I want him to also tell me if this was FIFA doing this. This came out of Reuters News in New York in 2015. It says a son of former FIFA executive secretly agreed in 2013 to cooperate with the U.S. authorities and admit to participating in a World Cup tickets reselling scheme, according to court transcript released Monday back then. So the tickets were sold. FIFA sold the ticket under FIFA, and it was resold, not by FIFA. So that wasn't FIFA corruption there. That is Jack Warner's son, and they agreeing that they did something wrong. That had nothing to do with FIFA.
And let me assist you there, Jenny, as well. We would have played video footage of Mr. Warner saying that the monies that came from FIFA was spent to finance UNC's 2010 general election.
And then we also hear Mr. Pandey say that he was told that a financer gave Jack Warner money. That's not what was said to use, and they never get the money. So what that has
So
to do with
our issue,
FIFA?
our issue is not with FIFA. We don't have an issue with FIFA.
It's not FIFA.
FIFA business is FIFA business.
Yeah.
Let's go to our first video with Prime Minister Dr. Rowley in 2015.
But there are jeopardies here. I am going to Parliament on Friday to raise with the Parliament the conduct of the Prime Minister in protection of a rogue minister who has damaged this country. I am waiting with bated breath to see Jack Warner face in the Parliament when he gets up to lick up Keith Rowley. Because I am eager to hear what Mr. Warner has to say. Because so far, he has had nothing to say about these damning allegations which has caused this country pain. So those of you with the front row seat, come and hear what he has to say. I too am eager to hear what he has to say. But tonight, I want to tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago, if you take the position that you don't know right from wrong, it's only a matter of time before you have to regret it in a way that your children may not recognize you. But I can tell you one thing. When the history of this country is written, and my grandchildren ask me, what did you do? I would say, I rejected it, and I stood on the principles that my grandparents brought me up with.
And callers, that is what we are speaking about. Each and every one of us as citizens have a responsibility to protect and defend our country at all costs. Not just the persons who are in the armed forces, not just the military, but not just the politicians, but each and every one of us as citizens in this country have a responsibility to protect Trinidad and Tobago. And so, with local government election at hand, just 18 days away, as one caller said, Trinidad and Tobago, you have a decision to make. And that decision is to use your moral compass as you used it in 2015, in 2020, to put a check on what was taking place under the Kamla Prasad Bissasa's administration between 2010 to 2015. Let's go back to another video. Because the footage is there, you know. It's not like we are making up anything. The footage are there.
FIFA to his political opponents.
These documents treated by knowledge and involvement in the following matters. The link between FIFA, its funding, and me. The link between FIFA, its funding, and the United National Congress, and the People's Partnership Government in general election of 2010.
FIFA to his political opponents.
These documents treated by knowledge and involvement in the following matters. The link between FIFA, its funding, and me. The link between FIFA, its funding, and the United National Congress, and the People's National Congress.
Linking FIFA to his political opponents.
These documents treated by knowledge and involvement in the following matters. The link between FIFA, its funding, and me. The link between FIFA, its funding, and the United National Congress, and the People's Partnership Government.
Those are not our words. Those are the words of Jack Warner.
You want to talk to Jack Warner? Huh?
Those are the words of Jack Warner. We're not business about FIFA. The whole world knows that FIFA is a mafia organization, and we don't care how they run their business, but we care about our business here in Trinidad and Tobago. And when Jack Warner got himself embroiled or tied up in scandal, corruption scandal in FIFA, his involvement with the politics here in Trinidad and Tobago placed a bad and a negative image on the country of Trinidad and Tobago. And that's what we are talking about. And given that Mr. Warner has now gone back in an arrangement and accommodation with the UNC, we as the citizens of this country, we have to be very concerned. Let's go back to the lines. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Julia Davy.
Welcome.
And good afternoon to Sister Jenny. Now, this is my first time calling your show, Julia Davy. I've been listening for some time. They just call me Brooklyn on the radio, but this is my first time calling your show, right? I always support Sister Jenny, all the two Aisha days, wherever, I always tell she, I like to hear she on the radio, right? So Sister Jenny know who talking. But Julia Davy, you're a radio host, right? And just so you're a radio host, I know your topic is about Jack Warner, but I have a serious problem because I find something out today. And this person that I'm calling about is a fighter for the PNM. That is classed me as a UNC Julia Davy. I know you, Julia Davy, years ago, since when you was on the other side. So you will understand where I'm coming from. You might remember me, but I know you're very good. And I know out of politics is a very nice person. No matter what people say, out of politics is a nice person because I know you, right? But I got some news just now. And I, as a person, and the reason why I said is like to listen to Sister Jenny, because she does speak about the history of, the PNM and all this thing, right? Julia Davy, I heard something about a person on this radio station, and it hurt me because he's a person that I call, and he take my call, and I realize that I listened to the radio whole week, and I didn't hear nobody who just tell this man they love them. How they love him, call and say anything. I thought he was on vacation, Julia Davy, and I passed a Google I talking about. It hurt me to know that a UNC person coming into the radio station and was upset on how Pastor Google treat them, and now Pastor Google, who fighting for the PNM, from all south he just come from on the ferry, rain, sun, storm, he there to talk for the PNM people. And I didn't hear no PNM people, Julia Davy, call to say, why Pastor Google not on the radio? And it hurt me to see that this is what PNM people, and my show say to the song, we fight for the PNM right through. And when things happen, right, the PNM don't look out for their own Pastor Google. They don't want the wrong thing to be said on his show for people to feel biased. So Pastor Google keep the fight for the PNM, Julia Davy. And Pastor Google today is not on the radio for whatever reason. And I find it to be very, very crazy.
Brother Brooklyn.
People. Yes.
Brooklyn?
Yes, Jenny.
Yes, hi, bless you. And thanks for the support that man listening to me. I'll tell you what, when I talk, I don't talk just history about PNM, right? Let us don't, I hear the passion in your voice, but let us don't conflate the issues. A situation happened, Pastor. Listen, sweetie. We have a dialogue, not an argument, right?
Yes.
Right. So you're saying that Pastor Google is not here and you're not hearing PNM people come out and say anything. Do you know if there's works going on? You see, you all like to, we always like the...
No.
Let me finish now, sweetie.
Right, go ahead.
You now said that PNM people ain't calling to support and Google is not there. I am asking you.
Right.
Do you know if it is that there's things going on behind the scenes that nobody is saying anything as yet about? You don't know. Not everything we have to be verbal and about it because he's a PNM. So PNM people should come out and say, listen, sweetie. Listen what I'm saying. Listen, you see the thing about it, you all just call. And because you're also emotional.
Because you all say me. Don't say you don't pass me as you all because, as I say,
because your song,
you all will have to cut out the cross talk because remember we working with time and we have to pay ads. So when all them put all them small talk, the message will be lost.
I just saying to you, Brooklyn, it's not everything that we have to yap at like dogs behind flying birds. I hear your concern, but you cannot just simply say.
Okay, let me just say this.
All right, so let him finish because you go ahead, Brooklyn, because we're on the countdown. So you finish your conversation.
Right. I say it in the way that as a talk show host who's standing up for something, the people who calling you every day to say we love you should never stop calling and saying they love that person. That's why I say it could be Julia Davy, it could be anybody. I think it could be happening behind doors. But you see, when things like this happen, Victor Roberts said that he don't like the East Corridor, only turning the East Corridor, Duncy, and all this thing. And that's why I don't support UNC because I am saying Victor Roberts. and he come and victimize Pastor Google and all this say about thing behind the doors. People should be out there saying that Pastor Google should be working. I don't want to hear nothing. You could say how your sister Jenny is a nice woman. Stand up for the right thing. Pastor Google fight for the PNM and it's time PNM. UNC nothing power. UNC shouldn't call no shot to have Pastor Google out the job. That's how I feel. All right? Julia Davy, have a good afternoon. Sister Jenny, have a good afternoon. That's just my say.
Thank you very much. Okay, so all right, thank you, Brooklyn, and thanks for the call. We just have 1 minute and 30 seconds
I just
again.
want to say that
We'll respond to him after Jenny because we don't have enough time to respond. The message will get lost. Let me squeeze in a 1 minute call. You have 1 minute, caller.
Yes, good evening to the party, both Julian and your co-host here. Actually, I'm trying to understand that message I just got a while ago because this is IWER private enterprise. What has the PN to do with IWER private enterprise? I love Google. I know Google. I'm from nearby where Google is. But it has nothing to do with IWER and Mr. Google. The PN has nothing to do with that. We all support Google. I'm a pastor, just like Google is a pastor. So I don't understand that message where that person is coming from. But you'll have a blessed day.
Very much. Well, the gentleman took the words out of my mouth. You know, I understand that Brooklyn wants to show his love and his support for Pastor Google, but as the caller rightfully said, this station is not run by the PNM. This is IWER station.
Nobody also said we must call and say we love Pastor.
And he was not fired, he was suspended.
No,
he wasn't
but why
fired.
we have to call the station to say we love Pastor Google? You don't have
Stick
to
up in.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the street. 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street. 919 FM.
Heavy Hitters Promotions, in collaboration with Friends of Timothy, presents Inspired. A concha sailing, Saturday, July 29th, on board the Sea Champion, King's Wharf, San Fernando. Boarding 11 p.m., sailing 12 a.m. Tickets $250. Live performances by Ja Melody, Kerry John, Nisha Guy, and Ras Lionheart, alongside DJ Kubuki and Terra Songs. Special performance by saxophonist Brandon Christopher. Remember, it's in aid of Timothy Rogers' journey. Let's be inspired on a concha sailing Saturday, July 29th. Come out and show some love. For more info, call or WhatsApp 462-6562.
Yak and Friends presents Uhuru 5, an evening of restoration and celebration. A tribute to patriarch Stephen Julian, from struggle to growth. On Saturday, 29th of July at Palms Club, San Fernando. Come and enjoy African drumming, food, fashion, and win door prizes. Visitor displays, and much, much more. Ticket price, $200. See you there.
Great Fat Week. We Fat, July 29th. Pigeon Point Beach, Tobago. The 4th Jenna Boss. I told you. Hey, Cabarno. The iconic Idonia is coming.
The girl of all boys, she has me at me fist up. On a 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 100.
Sounds of the Jenna.
On your toe for the low Jenna girl.
The Guinness Great Fat Weekend. We Fat, July 29th. Pigeon Point Beach, Tobago.
Tell the girl them follow instruction. Boom flick, boss a split, your girl come broke out now. Have a ya. I know somebody for me.
I told ya. just for the ladies. Sounds of Idonia.
This is Guinness Sounds of Greatness.
Sounds of Great Fat.
The greatest weekend of the year.
July 26th to July 31st. The Guinness Great Fat Weekend.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Friday, 28th July, Palo Seco, let's have a conversation about reform. Meet us at Palo Seco Government Primary School. All are invited. Our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, will be there to have a conversation with you on how this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors. Let's talk about this power shift, ask your questions, and learn how reform empowers you and your community. Palo Seco, join us on Friday, 28th July. Conversation starts at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today. For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click The Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you want.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy.
Wow.
Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Wow. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
This is the voice of the PNM. Point Fortin, this Saturday, July 29th, the People's National Movement will be presenting their candidates for the upcoming local government elections at Market Square. All are invited. Come out in your numbers and meet your candidates. Hear from a powerful lineup of speakers on why this reform is a power shift. A power shift from central government to your councillors. A power shift that empowers you and your community. Point Fortin. Come out and meet your candidates this Saturday, July 29th. Meeting starts at 7 p.m. See you there at Market Square. And on August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Welcome back. Time on the inside, 3:35 p.m. Of course, you are listening to the Juju Love Show and the People's Parliament. At this time, allow me to go to one of our items that we must play. It's our boss, IWER George, and his new efforts, to bring to the forefront music material that he produced, but it was never aired. So we'll do this, and then we'll get back to you.
People, this is me. IWER George, long said Ariana. You know what we come here to do?
Jump and wine. Everybody jump and wine. It's an endless summer.
Jump and wine. Walk the way for wine.
Walking on sunshine and live for today. It's an endless summer.
Wind up.
We love every moment of every
session. So get in the jump up session. Let me go. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Jump up, 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 jump up,
Feel the heat of the summer breeze. Let me show you life by ease. Winter's over for me, yeah man. It's an endless summer.
Wind the waistline, wind the waistline.
A summer of love and summer of fun. Oh, it's an endless summer.
Wind up, wind up, wind up, wind up, wind up, wind up.
Let's get together, sharing the sun. Oh, it's an endless summer. Don't stop the music, we're doing alright. Oh, it's an endless summer. An endless summer.
Come again. Put your hand in the air and jump up. Put your hand in the air and
Jump and
put
wind.
your hand in the air and jump up, jump up, jump up.
Jump and
Put your
wind.
left hand, right and left and left and.
Jump and wind.
Left and right and left and right and left and.
Oh, it's an endless summer. We're walking on sunshine and live for today. Oh, it's an endless summer. We love every moment of every day. Oh, it's an endless summer.
Walk your way,
We just feel like dancing all through the night. Oh, it's an endless summer. Don't stop the music, we're doing alright. Oh, it's an endless summer.
And so that was the voice of Iowa George featuring Ariana, Endless Summer. We go back to the lines and we go back to our conversation. Before we continue though, I want to tell folks out there and to put the Google thing to rest that I have spoken to Google right through since its suspension, which is already public knowledge because I've seen it on Facebook. And I spoke to him as recent as this morning. And just to let you know that Google is doing very well and he's enjoying his time off the air. You know, he's going to be back here soon, no doubt. So let's look forward to that.
Miss Davy, because we're speaking about morals and ethics, I just want to, and this is a general thing, you know. There was a pastor named Martin Niemole. He was a Nazi supporter, and then he changed his views on what they were doing when he was in prison in a concentration camp for speaking out against the same Nazi that he supported. This is what he would have said, and this is for everybody. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists. I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. And that is where we find ourselves in this country if we continue to say it's not we. It's not me.
So let me see if I can understand what you're saying here, Jenny. Because I was here at one time. And they came for me. Are you saying that when they came for me, Brooklyn didn't say anything?
Well,
you don't have to answer. Numbers to call 342-0081-466-5391. The lines are open, folks. Let's leave that Google thing to rest, please. We will be not taking any calls with respect to Pastor Google. I'm sorry. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Jojo. Good afternoon. I'm listening to the program there. I just have a issue as far as where corruption is concerned. It seems as though that I can't say everybody in Trinidad, but it seems to have a certain percentage of people in Trinidad don't want anybody to pay for any wrongdoing.
No, apparently.
Because we have some... Hello?
Apparently so.
Yeah, because, I mean, like, for years now, our cry is, let's hold somebody for corruption, let's lock them up and let's put them up in jail. And soon as we end up having anybody or accusing anybody of corruption, we have a certain portion of the
society,
the citizens coming out. That because I mean we have so much examples. We have Ram Logan. Now the opposition turned that around to make Alwari and Nelson look bad. Right? We have all these other issues with some of these politicians who we assume in corruption. And nobody is, you hear the callers and they're coming out and I mean like Jack Warner, for instance. People don't want to say and talk about anything as far as the corruption is concerned. All of a sudden, this guy is such a good guy, he helped this one and that, and nobody wants to see nobody in Trinidad go to jail for any kind of thing as far as the corruption is concerned. Okay, and I just want to mention one thing, right? I know you don't want to speak about the Google issue, but when I heard the issue with Google on the weekend, on the Tuesday, I think Sharon didn't come out on the Monday, and on the Tuesday, I started watching early with Dale and that guy, the DJ guy, Bruce, right? They had a lot of callers calling the program to discuss Google's issue, and they didn't want to discuss Google issue. He had a lot of support from callers, but nobody wanted to discuss the issue, and they were cut off. Then again, I guess you came in. I didn't know if you discussed much, but then when TC and Naka came in the evening time, people were also calling to support Google, and they were also asked not to talk about the issue. So it's not like nobody was calling to defend Google. That's not right.
Okay, thank you. Leave it there.
Okay?
Leave it there. Okay, so I'm going to take a next call now, but folks, let me just remind you, please. I think the gentleman would have cleared up that there. Let's move on, please, to our topic at hand, moral and spiritual values. Caller, good afternoon and welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, Sister Juliet, Sister Jenny Ole, and we're good, right?
Loud and clear.
Hello? All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon to your listeners, everyone. 91.9. Everybody, Trinidad and Tobago. Juliet, you're spot on now. These days you're bringing up the topic, how it's supposed to be brought up, and then speaking about it, how it's supposed to be spoken about. And anybody who comes with his notices about politics about morality or what if you let have politics, morality, and then people, and the morality and the integrity suspended in midair is the people that have to express the morality and the integrity and the decency that is needed. And you see the fact that people want us to just ignore the resumes. That was our next good topic that you bring up. Yeah, the fact that they want us to ignore the resumes of these people as far as the political landscape is concerned, it has just blown me away. Like them just want us to see that they dust off and they come on and they pretty and they come out and they walk in and they, hey, look them, I'm going to vote, not me. I refuse to be a part of that bunch that is just be impressed by the hustings. You don't have people that just impressed by the hustings alone and they get all excited and everything. No. Our observation of what took place over the years, or we have things on the record that we could refer to on all your resumes, and it is looking good. And anybody who supports it, well, I just want to say to all the fence-sitters and all the people who feel that they don't need to partake in this election here. This election here is important, and I am calling on even the disgruntled UNC people who see the stupidity. You all need to help us in this work. And this is a very serious battle that's taking place here, and we need to win it. Thank you for allowing me this time. Great show. Sister Jenny, did I say good afternoon? Good afternoon to you, Sister Jenny, also. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Yes, good people. Let me tell you, Mr. Robinson was so correct about moral and spiritual values. He also said that the professional class has failed us, has failed the society. And you all always make known to these people like all the professionals in Tobago, the game, the this one and the that one. Mr. Robinson called them out. He said they have failed the society, and we've seen it now. You all want to do wrong thing and get away. So the auto jail only make for the small man. All the white-collar criminals must walk free with all the millions of dollars and go nice into the bank and live the nice life. And only one set of people must end up in jail. And pertaining to Pastor Google, there's some of us, I am one of those, I call him quietly. Not everything you want to make a public spectacle of yourself. Very quietly, I called him and told him how I felt. Right? So let the caller know that many of us, not everything we put in the public domain. We do it quietly. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
I'm seeing a letter to the editor by Vishal Lala Shagonas, and it said wrong message with Jack's return. Yeah, so as I just read first paragraph, as I looked at Jack Warner's exuberant return to the UNC political platform under the auspices of his former political foe, opposition leader Kamla Prasad Bisesa, I couldn't help but recall Bazio Pandey's famous quote, politics has a morality of its own. In another country, a disgraced and international sporting official who is wanted by the authorities in the U.S. would have no business being on a political platform. So people are speaking out, you know.
Yes.
People
Okay. I'll take 2 more calls and then I'll go to another one of our videos. Keep it tight, folks. Caller, good afternoon, welcome. She dropped off. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, 3 short points. If it's anybody pushing the transgender agenda on the people, it is the UNC, as Ms. Jennifer quite rightly said. They have appeared in the parliament. You have people like here supporting them, and watch. It's no disrespect to no one, me and judging no one, because it's a good chance to have people like that supporting the PNM also. But the PNM don't put them on the stage.
Display. Yeah.
Like how Pandey did put Abu Bakr on the stage and then want to come and tell PNM that them connected to the Muslims. It's something we're talking about. 2 things. Today I had the experience of being among some people who you could consider to be traditional UNC supporters. And they start up with a talk that when you go casualty, them people care about you XYZ until we reach down to the part where they're saying that the doctors referring you to other places we call think. So I just simply said, so we just really undermining the system. Who are really the senior people in that system undermining it? And all of them, in the same voice, jump up and say, 90% of the doctors are the ones who are undermining our health system simply because they are in it for profits.
Yeah.
All of them have their own private practice.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we're all over the place talking. And we just want to deal with the real issues. And next thing is, today I saw something, boy. I was in San Fernando. I see about 20 policemen. I ain't lying. 18 of them look like if there's Brahmin. Right? 2 of them were African. One was a very dark-skinned African guy, and the next one is a kind of Douglas thing. And I line told you, man, the only Jamaican people who looking like me and you. Right? And you know what immediately come to my mind? Right now, to have a man trying to get in charge of our parliament who call people like us cockroaches. Right? The kind of reputation Kamla Bisesa had when she went in there and called a state of emergency. Because it says only in PNM areas really had that state of emergency in. It's UNC areas. Men was winding down low and all kind of things.
Wind up,
and state of emergency going on.
I'm seeing the ads line.
Pardon me?
I'm seeing the ads line. Wind up.
All right, thank you very much. Okay.
You're welcome. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Juju and Jenny.
Good afternoon.
My money finished, and I know where to get some. The treasury just get. So, you know, I'm trying to get in there to see if I could get some to build up till the rest of my life done. Okay?
Thank you.
Jenny? Yeah, my money done. So I got the treasury now. I go get some. Okay then, bye.
Thank you.
Linking FIFA to its political opponents.
These documents treated by knowledge and involvement in the following matters. The link between FIFA, its funding, and me. The link between FIFA, its funding, and the United National Congress, and the People's Partnership Government in general election of 2010.
On Wednesday.
Johnny, we have 2 minutes. You want to take the 2 minutes while I am...
Again, I'm speaking about morality. I do not subscribe to the saying that politics has a morality of its own. Politics by itself is just a word. for that to have any truth in it is persons have to operate in that space in politics. So it's not politics as a morality of its own. It's the people who are politicians or who are in politics. Some of them have a morality of their own. So this bland, do we like to give these nice little ad-libs and, well, in his eye, because Jack Warner could come back, there is something because politics. No.
And it wasn't Trinidad money, it was FIFA money.
And FIFA money. And no, you see them kind of glip thing all they throwing? The rest of the world ain't watching that, you know. Just recently, America would have, last year, an agency in Trinidad to treat with gun crimes, a whole agency. Money would have been put towards that. Dr. Rowley was able to let America know, listen, the guns that coming from America, legal or illegal, is what causing the problem we country, you know. Coming out of that, they have declared it a federal crime. So anybody leaving the U.S. with illegal gun coming in the Caribbean, not necessarily Trinidad to be, but the Caribbean, and they get caught, it is a federal crime.
And
now.
Dr. Rowley said that 3 persons were already arrested. 2 being Trinidadians.
Okay. All right. So let me be real now. So when it's Jack Warner is an international man wanted in the Interpol, that says something.
Our country has to be fixed. Yes. And it will not be fixed if we continue to go along
politics have a
the
morality
same way we have been going every 5 years. You see, this stunt that Jack Warner and Kamala pulled, this country cannot be fixed with that kind of stuff.
It can't.
Folks, keep it locked to the Street 919 FM. We'll be right back. Let's pay our bills and come back.
In the midst of allegation, propaganda, and misinformation, we examine the facts. We discuss the issues. We interview key players. We are the voice of the people. We are The Street. 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of The Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on The Street 919 FM.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Friday, 28th July, Palo Seco, let's have a conversation about reform. Meet us at Palo Seco Government Primary School. All are invited. Our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, will be there to have a conversation with you on how this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors. Let's talk about this power shift, ask your questions, and learn how reform empowers you and your community. Palo Seco, join us on Friday, 28th July. Conversation starts at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
The greatest weekend of the year.
Guinness presents Great Fat Weekend.
The beach, the sand, the waves. Sexy ladies having fun.
I just money and girls and fun.
July 26th. Welcome Wednesday.
I love my Caribbean girl.
Sounds of Reggae. July 27th. Reggae Thursday. Sounds of Soca. July 28th. Soca Glow. Sounds of Dancehall. Sounds of Hip Hop. July 29th. We Fat. July 30th. Sunday, Callaloo. July 31st. Cool Down.
This is the sound of Great Fat Weekend. This is Guinness Sounds of Greatness.
Sounds of Great Fat.
The greatest weekend of the year.
July 26th to July 31st. The Guinness Great Fat Weekend.
True Light Ministries presents its first annual Sport and Family Day. It's a charity fundraiser. It's going down on Saturday, 19th of August, 2023 at the Edinburgh 500 Recreation Ground from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Come join us for a day of fun and family interaction. Games, talent talent shows, Bible quiz, and so much more. There's also going to be activities for adults as well as the kids. Giveaways and lots of big prizes to be won. There's going to be barbecue and hot dogs that's going to be on sale. Chicken cost only $40, pork $45, and beef $50, as well as hot dogs only $20. Every 4 or 10 and more tickets purchased will be given a receipt to win big. 2 prizes for each category. For more information and tickets, contact 749-5566 or 494-9161. It's the True Light Ministries' first annual Sport and Family Day.
Yeah, baby. You know it's all about NTA. Here we go. Somebody say NTA, 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 NTA. Let it go blue. We voting NTA. Go blue. NTA is the way. Go blue. Gary Griffith got the plan. Go blue. So let us save our nation. No. NT, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. Listen, we living in fear. Criminals everywhere. Robbery, shooting, murder, sprees, and criminals have no fear. When Gary was on top, watch all the crime rate drop. Up rolling like a clown, gonna chat his reappointment down. Oh Lord. Gary Griffith wanna serve, give the country what they deserve. You know he those guy lock, hit the PNM straight out of the bar. NTA is the way, go blue. Gary Griffith got the plan, go blue. So let us save our nation. No, NT, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. We want better for TNT. We want good governance, not fantasy.
Tune into The Street 91.9 FM.
Every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
For the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinau Thomas.
The scripture says, and they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in.
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on The Street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click The Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you want. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
This is the voice of the PNM. Point Fortin, this Saturday, July 29th, the People's National Movement will be presenting their candidates for the upcoming local government elections at Market Square. All are invited. Come out in your numbers and meet your candidates. Hear from a powerful lineup of speakers on why this reform is a power shift. A power shift from central government to your councillors. A power shift that empowers you and your community. Point Fortin. Come out and meet your candidates this Saturday, July 29th. Meeting starts at 7 p.m. See you there at Market Square. And on August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world. The Street 919FM.com.
News from the Street 919FM.com. Here's what's happening.
4 p.m. news on the street 919 FM and online Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. In the headlines, a 25-year-old loses $10,000 in Facebook scam. Mayaro honors Hunter's search and rescue team for exemplary work. 6 men freed from killing Tupac. And internationally, PSG star Kylian Mbappe refuses a meeting and offer from Saudi club. And now the news in detail. The authorities are encouraging citizens to be vigilant when conducting business online. The warning comes in the wake of a recent incident where a 25-year-old man fell victim to a scam, losing $10,000 in the process. According to reports, the victim said he came across a vehicle advertisement on Facebook Marketplace promoting a rent-to-own option. A deal was struck between the victim and the seller, wherein the victim agreed to wire $8,000 for the vehicle via a MoneyGram transfer. He did so at MoneyGram at Massey Stores, Westmoreland, and committed to paying an additional $2,000 each month for the next 3 years. After the initial transaction was made, the victim faced disappointment as all attempts to contact the seller proved futile. The seller seemingly vanished, leaving the victim out of the $10,000 he had invested in the deal. Investigations are continuing. The Hunter Search and Rescue Team, which has been leading successful rescue missions throughout the country, was honored for its exemplary work on Wednesday by the Mayaro community. An exception was made to acknowledge and reward the group led by Captain Valance Rambarat during a prize-giving ceremony organized by the Mayaro Culture and Arts Committee for Carnival 2023 winners. At the function held at the Mayaro Resource Center, MP Rushton Parry highlighted the remarkable efforts of the group, which has done yeoman service in that community. Parry commended the team for being a beacon of hope amidst adversity, embodying the robust spirit of TNT. In a gesture of gratitude and support for the team's ongoing missions, Parry presented Rambarat with a full trauma kit and 20 ponchos for operations during adverse weather conditions. In more news, 6 men have been acquitted of a 2009 murder of Siobhan Israel Lewis, aka Tupac, from East Dry River, Port of Spain, because of the unreliability of the prosecution's main witness against them. The 6 were accused of killing Lewis, 23, of Lodge Place, East Dry River, on April 12, 2009, while at a wake at his girlfriend's home at Wallace Road, Chinnapo Village, Mova. The judge said the evidence against the 6 was weak and its quality was not what the court could rely on to convict the 6. The main pieces of evidence for the state consisted of 9 statements from Johnson recorded between June 20th and November 4th, 2009. After these statements were admitted into evidence at the preliminary inquiry at the magistrate court, and Johnson was cross-examined on them, he swore to a statutory declaration on September 5th, 2012, recanting his evidence. The 6 are expected to be released from prison once they have no pending matters before the court. Now in sports news, football star Kylian Mbappe has reportedly spurned a meeting and contract with Saudi Arabian football club Al Hilal, according to multiple reports. Mbappe became the talk of the sporting world earlier this week after reports that Al Hilal was ready to smash the world record transfer fee and pay 332 million or 300 million euros for the French striker. The proposed deal would reportedly have included a staggering $775 million salary packet for the 24-year-old Mbappe, a sum that drew immediate reaction from top athletes in other sports. French outlet L'Equipe and renowned Italian soccer journalist Fabrizio Romano now report that representatives from Saudi Arabia's most successful club and winners of 4 Asian Champions League tournaments were in Paris to meet Mbappe's representatives but were rejected. Mbappe has been left out of PSG squad for its preseason tour of Japan, with the club having issued him an ultimatum to sign a new contract or to be sold. Recapping the headlines, A 25-year-old loses $10,000 in a Facebook scam. Mayara honors the Hunter Search and Rescue Team for their exemplary work. 6 men freed from killing Tupac. And internationally, PSG star Kylian Mbappe refuses a meeting and offer from Saudi club. Good afternoon, I am Chanel Webb, and that was the 4 p.m. news on the street, 919 FM, and online, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world, the Street 919FM.com. Entertainment, information, conversation. All on Street 91.9 FM, the official station that defends the nation.
Election in 2015 will be a really big scene. The people, they eat all the food and left the treasury, you know. It's bacchanal, so we have to sing it in calypso. Come on the run, ready to call the election, cause the people waiting on she, and they set like a map baby.
Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. During the break, I was on my phone looking at some footage my son sent for me. His daughter is graduating today. My one and only granddaughter. Yeah. So I was having some fun looking at some videos. She was listed on the program as one of the persons to speak, to do a little something.
She's following grammar.
Let me just see if I can. Let me just show you. Here she is. She and her dad. He must be feeling proud of her.
Of course.
They were singing just now. They hear in her mouth the loudest. You go, girl, Amalia, you go. I'm feeling so proud. That is who we have to protect. We have to protect them.
Yeah.
And we can't just only look out for our children, but we have to be our brothers' keepers as well. You know, Jenny, as we enter the last hour of the program, I want to say something, We have watched Kamla Prasad Bisesa bring back Annie Roberts. And that is after she would have sanctioned a report coming out of live sport. Unlike with Jack Warner, she acted surprised and shocked. Couldn't believe it. She stood in the parliament and she said, "This is unbelievable, the things that I'm hearing here." Nonetheless, when she became opposition leader, live sport being one of the scandals that would have brought down her government, it was a wise decision of Kamla Prasad Bisesa to bring back Annie Roberts. Now we are seeing today, she has doubled down on it by engaging Mr. Warner in an accommodation, Mr. Griffith in an accommodation, and MND political leader Garvin Nicholas. At the time, he was the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago. Rather interesting, Trinidad and Tobago. Just picture what you are seeing there, Jenny. Former National Security Minister, both of them. I think at the time, Mr. Warner...
advisor.
Right. I think the time that Mr. Warner was...
Minister of Works.
the time when he got involved with this FIFA scandal, Griffith was the national security minister or advisor.
I think it was the
advisor. Right. Gavin Nicholas, the Attorney General, Kamla Prasad Bisesa, right. Just take a picture and ask yourself, Trinidad and Tobago, if something is not wrong with this. And if you ain't find anything wrong with it, you know what I am saying, Jenny? In as much as she could bring back Griffith, bring back Jack, bring back Anil, why doesn't she just bring back Rishmi and bring back Anand Ram Logan? Because it would appear to me that if we, because remember she's not in government, she's in opposition, and she's bringing back all these people. If we should do the unwise thing and give her an opportunity to run this country again, are you not seeing that she's going to bring back Rishmi, bring back Anand, bring back Glenn Ramadan Singh?
Everybody.
Everybody's going to come back?
Yes.
Okay. So then we, the population, were taken for fools. And are still being taken for fools.
I think we're fooling ourselves, you know.
We're fooling ourselves?
Yeah, we're fooling ourselves.
I agree with you.
She ain't taking for no fools again. She know we just fool ourselves.
And
we like Mama Guy from the UNC and the opposition, but he ain't wait from PNM. PNM coming to Mama Guy week. It's when it's election time, they come in and they just see them. But you're taking that lock, stock and barrel from the UNC.
So folks, you can expect a return of Anand Ram Logan. You can expect a return of Gerard Ramdeen. You can expect a return of Rishmi Ramnarayan. Let's go back and look at some of what transpired. Bear with me a second. Let me take off my background music here. This is not no joking matter, you know, Jenny. No joking matter. So let's see who you can expect to see returning to the UNC. Don't vote, eh? Don't vote.
Oh, yeah, don't
just vote.
Just vote.
Ram Logan quoted the Bible. Former Attorney General Anand Ram Logan is confident that he will have his day in court. Ram Logan quoted the Bible as he left the Port of Spain Magistrates Court this morning in the company of his legal team. Both Ram Logan and opposition Senator Gerald Ramdeen appeared before Chief Magistrate Marcia Busby Earl Carroll to answer to a collective 6 charges of corruption.
On my day in court. Matters that are subject to the court, of course, I can't comment. However, I will be going to court myself to represent my clients. I'll be back at my law firm tomorrow, and I intend to live my life as normal. No weapon formed against me shall prosper.
So, folks, this is not an attack on anybody. This is solely based on what is before us. We have seen Kamla brought back Anil. We've seen her brought back Jack. We've seen her brought back Griffith. Is it that we can expect from Kamla Prasad Bisesa to see a return of Anand Ram Logan and Rishmi Ramnarayan? But let's continue looking at our clips.
Compare that with Jack Warner and the UNC.
Sorry, folks, that's not the clip I wanted to play. Sorry about that one. Johnny, just entertain the viewers and listeners.
I would have written, you know, I'm into poetry and stuff, so I wrote
a poem. Yes, you go right ahead.
Because once they said Jack back out, and when you hear them on the podium and speaking, you expected to hear something of substance. However, he would have gone the same route that they're going right now. So this is for he. He talking about who pin small, but them who just talk about that don't have no pin at all. Like here Beckett said that small pin does choke hard. So hard they go make you ball out for joy. Cause soft pin can't do nothing for you more than make your strips and make your skin crawl. He talking about who is Gil. Look here, look around here to see how much Gil want to be there is in his new party. That man eat his own vomit and wipe him out dry like a man who know they're doing something wrong and they go have to lie. He is a local, regional and international disgrace. His disgrace don't discriminate, you know, it all over the place. For a black man, he's just a waste. He wastes his opportunity to do good. Instead, he never really understood. He fell from grace hard for alleged misbehavior. So now, like, he looking for a savior, cause like his jail, he see any future. He ain't looking for Jesus, you know, but Barabbas, the old thief and deceiver, them spit on he, they call he a walk jumbie, but he back in love. He and she like two old turtle dove. They say they go stop the red, but that is just a drunk thought that them have in their head. So yellow and the blue first, they know what to do. The mixture gives you green, and that is where this disgraced man comes in. Boy, oh boy, he look like a mess. As the young ones and them that say he had no vibes, he had no zest. It's like he lost all his word that was bestowed on him from the time of his birth. Now he's just a shell of something resembling a black man. He has drawn his line in the sand, eating his own vomit and enjoying it. What a legacy to leave for the generation.
Drag your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Very good.
Kamla Prasad Bisesa last week in his latest expose. ILP leader Jack Warner has vowed to do everything in his power to bring down Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesa. Last week, in his latest expose in his Sunshine newspaper, he alluded to questionable relationships involving the Prime Minister. Last Tuesday, mere days before that article was published, Warner claimed he signed an oath before Justice of the Peace Anthony Soulette. CNC3 has seen a copy of that alleged affidavit, and via a text message, Warner confirmed, quote, "Those are the exact words in my affidavit," end quote. In it, he details a conversation with a former assistant to the Prime Minister, Ingrid Ishmael, who, he says, told him that the Prime Minister was a bisexual and preyed on at least 4 women in the last 6 years, one including a former TV journalist. Warner also speaks of the controversial appointment of Rashmi Ramnarine to head the Security Intelligence Agency, the SIA. He says in January of 2011, sometime after Ms. Ramnarine resigned, he discovered that they both shared an intimate relationship. Warner claims the revocation of her appointment was a cabinet directive and said in the document that he was shocked that the Prime Minister was in tears when the decision was taken. At about 6 o'clock this evening, we sent the Prime Minister a text message outlining the allegations made by Mr. Warner. However, up until news time, we did not receive a response.
Now, Trinidad and Tobago, tell me, Trinidad and Tobago, are we supposed to sit down and pretend that these things didn't happen and based on what was said by that news clip from CNC3, are we to say to this country, now that Mr. Warner has gone back, don't vote, just vote? Can we afford that, Trinidad and Tobago? Can we afford that? But let's go, because there is more. Let's go back.
The same way she said that we lied when we said that she had a preference for same sex. And the young lady, no, nothing is wrong for me in same-sex relationship. But I think when you use state resources to compensate for safe sex, for your lesbianism, when you use state resources to compensate for that, that is where I draw the line. Because at the end of the day, she used state resources to appoint her girlfriend, Rashmi, and until the mark bus.
What else Kamla Prasad Bisesa today? As a woman, a mother, a grandmother, what is the message you're sending to women in this country? Kamla Prasad Bisesa, Do you love power so much that you are prepared to allow this to slide? Jenny? How desperate are you? Kamla Prasad Bisesa, I don't want to be opposition leader.
I want to be a prime minister.
I want to be prime minister. Is this a perfect example of you wanting to be prime minister? That you would throw moral and spiritual values out the window? What is the message you're sending, Kamla Prasad Bisesa? That women should allow themselves to be so abused? Because we can sit here and we can talk politics how much we want, you know, and can be on whatever divide, political divide that we are on. But the reality is, as women, what Mr. Warner did here was unacceptable. What he did here was unacceptable. And Kamla Prasad Bisesa now takes this man, puts him on a political platform, telling the people of this country, telling women, our daughters and our children, that it is okay for men to disrespect them and treat them.
Verbally abuse, emotional abuse, mental abuse. All those things that struck around the society. You know, when we see the situation with one of our sisters and her daughter and some abuse for 40 years and the hand chop off and all that, those things are symptoms of what we see on top, you know. Because if Kamla Prasad Bisesa could have people speaking about, and I never hear her come out and say the lie. Panda said Jack said she fall on drunk and ganji statue. Verna said Rose said she have a monkey and she back, and when she drunk like she take advantage of. We hear about drunk and fall on vomit, We hear about lesbian thing, that is a personal life, right? Chain smoking. We hear this, and them the same men who saying these things about you. Jack Warner was out there saying he got topple you and he was bringing out all the nastiest of the nastiness because he knew those things. He says so. You would have heard Gypsy, Mr. Winston, Peters. What he would have said, the names he called her. Because he said he know, and he said he could say more things, but he live in it. At least he had the decency. He didn't go further than that. Like how Jack went. He left it at that, and he said, I could say things, but it's not about that. He resigned. And you have Jack Warner, who said the most nastiest thing about you as a woman. You have he hug up next to say, he and Gary Griffith was saying all kind of thing about you. In a tape we heard it. And you. So what you telling woman to do? Take the abuse. Take it. But when the man come again, and he show you some money, or he give you something, take it. Don't worry yourself. I just asking.
Let me ask the people of this country. Let me play Gavin Nicholas first. Let me play Gavin Nicholas. Because something can't be right in this country.
The existence, you know, this is a very international story. Busy time as well. Yeah. Because we are closing off the parliament. Yeah.
The Office of the Attorney General, the central authority, any person with the level of resources that Mr. Warner has, would be considered a flight risk. And that is why the arrest took place. His passport was surrendered as part of the conditions of bail. And so too he has reporting conditions to the police so that we will ensure that he's around.
In cases like that, from your experience, what is the likelihood that someone like him could try to escape, and what measures are being taken?
Well, we certainly made it a lot more difficult for him to escape or to leave the country. And with the Americans taking the further step of issuing the red warrant, it means that every country is now alerted should he attempt to enter another country. So that together with the American authorities, I think that we have done all that we can to ensure that Mr. Warner makes himself available when the time comes. Well, A lot of it actually isn't new information coming to us. I mean, there have been a lot of talk and a lot of rumors about these matters circulating in, whether it be the media, whether it be in society, over the last few years. So these are not new. What is new is that there are actually people willing to say on record that these things have actually occurred. And I suppose now we are transitioning from the realm of rumor into the realm of evidence. You're most welcome. Enjoy your day. How long will you?
A transitioning from the realm of rumor into the realm of evidence. Now, people...
That was not a PP government?
Yes, and that was the Attorney General, Garvin Nicholas, who is the leader of MND, who has joined in the accommodation with Jack, Griffith, and Kamala. What really going on in this country, Trinidad and Tobago? What can you tell me?
You talk about the red notice. That's what I read before, Ms. Davy. Since 2015, it published Jack Warner is on the list of some of the most wanted persons in the United States, in the police, and they have a red notice. That's why he cannot get on a plane to go nowhere. His name from the time he gives in his passport, and they clock it in. So all over the world that go in and they pull him back that and show he's wanted.
So then you're telling me the United States of America, Joe Biden, our ambassador here, Bond, they are all watching what is taking place with the official opposition leader of this country.
Remember the Privy Council that has run to after they don't want to hear what the appeal court say. They don't want to hear what the High Court said. Has run to the Privy Council. The Privy Council cleared the way for Jack Warner to be extradited.
Stick up in. We'll be right back.
Bills to pay. And so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Friday, 28th July, Palo Seco, let's have a conversation about reform. Meet us at Palo Seco Government Primary School. All are invited. Our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, will be there to have a conversation with you on how this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors. Let's talk about this power shift, ask your questions, and learn how reform empowers you and your community. Palo Seco, join us on Friday, 28th July. Conversation starts at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Yak and Friends presents Uhuru 5, an evening of restoration and celebration. A tribute to patriarch Stephen Julian, from struggle to growth. On Saturday, 29th of July at Palms Club San Fernando. Come and enjoy African drumming, food, fashion, and win door prizes. Visitor displays, and much, much more. Ticket price, $200. See you there.
Great Fat Weekend. What does it mean to be great? Greatness is visibility.
Dancehall artist Malidon is one of music's hottest tickets at the moment.
The Guinness Great Fat Weekend welcomes another rising dancehall superstar.
V6 man it do and it can't stop.
Mr. V6 is coming to Tobago.
And we know it Bangkok. I show him flow we so from against
Malidon live from the streets of Jamaica to the shores of Pigeon Point Beach. Malidon live.
My teacher like my last name, Palmer.
We Fat, July 29th, Pigeon Point Beach, Tobago. Malidon.
Hello, good morning. You're speaking with Frank. I'm sure you'll be excited when I send you to the bank. I'm gonna send you to the bank.
The sounds of Malidon.
This is Guinness Sounds of Greatness.
Sounds of Great Fat.
The greatest weekend of the year.
July 26th to July 31st. The Guinness Great Fat Weekend.
Yeah, baby. You know it's all about NTA. Here we go. Somebody say NTA, 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 NTA. Let it go blue. We voting NTA. Go blue. NTA is the way. Go blue. Gary Griffith. everywhere. Robbery, shooting, murder, spree, them criminals have no fear. When Gary was on top, watch all the crime rate drop. Up rolling like a clown, gonna chat his reappointment down. Oh Lord, Gary Griffin wanna serve, give the country what they deserve. You know Hero Skylock, hit the PNM straight out of the park.
Oh Lord, you see what I'm saying?
NTA is the way. Go blue. Gary Griffith got the plan. Go blue. So let us save our nation. No. NT, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. We want better for TNT. We want good governance, not fantasy.
Heavy Hitters Promotions, in collaboration with Friends of Timothy, presents Inspired. A concha sailing, Saturday, July 29th, on board the Sea Champion, Kings Wharf, San Fernando. Boarding 11 p.m., sailing 12 a.m. Tickets $250. Live performances by Ja Melody, Terry John, Nisha Guy, and Ras Lionheart, alongside DJ Kubuki and Terra Songs. Special performance by saxophonist Brandon Christopher. Remember, it's in aid of Timothy Rogers' journey. Let's be inspired on a concha sailing Saturday, July 29th. Come out and show some love. For more info, call or WhatsApp 462-6562.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click The Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you want. Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
After freeness is...
Whoa. This is a family program.
Relax now. I'm trying to tell you something. This month at Flow, you're getting free Samsung smartphones and free installation when you sign up for the 200 plan.
That is the plan. With 200 megabytes upload and download speed, Paramount Plus, and real channels for $299.
That is the plan, self. Sign up for the Select 200 plan today or visit online at discoverflow.co to join Tobago's newest fiber network.
This is the voice of the PNM. Point Fortin, this Saturday, July 29th, the People's National Movement will be presenting their candidates for the upcoming local government elections at Market Square. All are invited. Come out in your numbers and meet your candidates. Hear from a powerful lineup of speakers on why this reform is a power shift. A power shift from central government to your councillors. A power shift that empowers you and your community. Point Fortin. Come out and meet your candidates this Saturday, July 29th. Meeting starts at 7 p.m. See you there at Market Square. And on August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Wait now. Jenny now. Now, Jenny. Folks, welcome back. You know you want me to say? Nah, Jenny, nah. Let me go back to the lines. I have 2 quick videos to share with you. Jenny have a little something to read for you. And then we'll share this joke with you because these people are not serious enough.
I told you I have something to share with you.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. I done
afternoon.
laughing already, you know, Juliet, as you start, I done started laugh already before you tell the joke. Juliet and Sister Jenny, you know, there is a very, very, very important current issue, a debilitating issue that needs to be addressed. and it's the issue of women staying in abusive relationships.
Correct,
Sister Juliet,
yes.
thanks for bringing up
Battered
that point.
woman
That's
syndrome.
Very, very salient point you brought up. And it is a bad example as to how to deal with it. Let me call it a political relationship. If you understand what I'm saying, not a personal life.
It is a
politically,
relationship.
give us a break. You know, what that really is all about. If you understand, how will you want people to digest this then? If you understand, and I'm sure more than how we, you know, would like to let the population be wise about it, I'm sure that people on the opposition side, they're real upset about this. Thanks for allowing me this.
You're
There is a
welcome.
good point.
Okay. So let's go to this. Let's go to this picture. I must share this picture with you. One, this is not the picture that we were laughing at. We weren't laughing at this. But we just thought we'll share this with you. Taking our boy, there, Mr. Warner, in his NTA T-shirt, and there's a sign there, Kamala is a savior. But when you look at the picture, you know, Jenny, one thing came to my mind, that there is no fool like an old fool. Can you tell me what your Google search said about that saying? Because I think it's a school of thought from somewhere.
Yeah. So there's no fool like an old fool. And what it says, it's used that a foolish old person is especially foolish because an old person should have learned from experience and not to make the kind of mistakes a young person makes.
Simple.
And there's nothing
I mean,
like
Jack is 82 years. Why is Jack doing this to himself? Why is Jack doing this to his wife? Why is Jack doing this to his children? You can tell me why this man doing this?
Well, because his children did it to him. I don't know.
Okay, so let's go to our final videos. This is Dr. Rowley in 2015 again.
Doesn't use the truth. That was the court outside. But what about the court here in Trinidad and Tobago? Our footballers, the most successful group of footballers in the country's history, had to take the TTFA to court. And when they went to court, they told the court that the government money that went to the TTFF, this amazing affidavit, the court is being told that the monies of the TTFF was under the total control of the advisor. And of course, once again, the advisor does not cooperate with the court. When the court called for the books, he said, I'm not coming, I have no books, I ain't coming there. That case is still going on. Remember that? And when this particular matter of an investigation into an agency which he headed for years, riding like a colossus over the football arena, it is now being properly investigated by Sir David Simmons. If you look in this report, you will see Sir David Simmons reporting that he failed to cooperate with the inquiry. And yet you have ministers of government in Trinidad and Tobago and other influence peddlers telling you that they want to hear his side. He had the opportunity to tell his side to the commission that was inquiring here, and he flatly refused to cooperate with them. That has been his style all along. And then, when he doesn't cooperate, he comes and tells you, nobody ever asked me a question, and therefore I'm innocent of all charges. Even when the director of public prosecution instruct the police to investigate the matter of the bringing of foreign currency, investigated under the Customs Act. I don't know what the Commissioner of Police did, but I know what Jack Warner said. Jack Warner said, nobody ever asked me a question. Tonight I want to ask Commissioner Williams, have you ever put a question to Mr. Warner about the matter of the importation of foreign currency as instructed by the Director of Public Prosecution?
You understand? Those are not my words there. I have 2 callers on the line, but I want you to bear with me quickly. This is a very short video, and this is one of the footballers speaking out against Mr. Warner on exactly what the opposition leader then, Dr. Rowley, was just speaking about. Let's hear what Brent Sancho, who was also a former Minister of Sports, thank you very much.
We presented our investigation to Brent Sancho, Trinidad and Tobago's sports minister and former footballer.
I am devastated because a lot of that money should be back in football.
And what should happen to Jack Warner now?
With this evidence now, he will have to. He has dodged the bullet for too many times, and it's time for him to answer for his actions.
South Africa didn't give me any $10 billion back.
Jack Warner
I hope you all were able to hear that, because I don't know what happened there with that volume. Let me see if I can run it again.
We presented our investigation to Brent Sancho, Trinidad and Tobago's sports minister and former footballer.
I am devastated because a lot of that money should be back in football.
And what should happen to Jack Warner now?
With this evidence now, he will have to. He has dodged the bullet for too many times, and it's time for him to answer for his actions.
South Africa didn't give me any $10 billion back.
Jack Warner denies all corruption and says he's an innocent scapegoat who'll soon reveal the truth of what happened inside FIFA.
Okay, so there you have it. Let me go back to the lines. Caller, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Juliet.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you guys doing there? Well, Juliet, if yesterday was yesterday and today is today, what do you expect?
Correct.
Hey, Juliet? Hello?
I said correct.
Right. But Juliet, but you have to remember, you know, Dr. Rowley keep telling you one of the hardest thing ever happened to him since he got into power is to deal with corruption. You have never seen so much of corruption. When he was from NJAC team, so the same thing. Corruption was one of the highest thing he ever noticed, that corruption was so rampant. So that the place is so corrupt, it's unbelievable, you know. So that you can imagine this morning I went to the health center in Shogwana, to the auto park space opposite the health center. So I went to scan my vehicle there to check something on a customer vehicle. While I was reversing out, a police vehicle was coming down the road. Because I have to reverse out to let out a customer who was inside before me. So I have to go back in the line. When I was going back in the line, a policeman pulled on a vehicle beside me. I explained to the policeman I'm going back in that space where I reverse out for the customer to come out. You know, the man decides to give me a ticket right there, Juliet, to reverse outside of there.
Well, I'm listening to you.
And because I challenge him, and after ask the 2 Africans who stand up there, oh, you don't defend this thing here. Look what this Indian policeman is trying to do here. When the customer come out and say, he was right here, he just coming back in the space. And the African, they walk away. Can't answer. And the one Indian decides to say, yeah, well, I giving you a ticket to reverse out. And when he done it, I reverse back all the way down the road to the next corner, you know. And then drive down the Jeep and block me and told me, yeah, why you didn't have on your seatbelt when you're reversing. So I ticket in without a seatbelt same time. But I said,
okay, wind up because we're out of time.
You told me to reverse down. And that's a corruption that the role ever talk about in the police service. They are too corrupted.
Thank you. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Juju and Fireball.
Jenny.
Good afternoon, Jenny. Good afternoon. You know what is sad? You know what is sad? These people are shameless. Shameless, and what is even more sad is that people supporting them. You know, you don't need to see this in the light. Rachel with a dark glasses in a dark room could see that these people up to no good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And he's absolutely correct. Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder, take it, see this.
That is why, Miss Davy, we have to start the process. Trinidad and Tobago has to start the process on August the 14th by coming out in their numbers and vote against corruption, vote against Jack Warner, Kamla Persad, and Gary Griffith, Philip Alexander, because they don't mean anything. Philip Alexander is talking now because he and Gary fall out. So we now hearing all the bacchanal. Yes, it's juicy to listen to, but imagine him in a space in politics. It's the same thing we're going to be hearing in the parliament. Bacchanal here and this fall out. Listen, people, August the 14th, get up, go out in the numbers and vote resoundingly for the People's National Movement. Let local government reform really take place in a real way, where the burgesses will be able to experience and enjoy the money being collected by the different boroughs and corporations. Inheritance tax, even a simple thing like that, the government came out and said ad nauseum, there's no inheritance tax, and they keep lying, put up big signs still. These people are evil. And they continue to do evil in our land, and we need to stand up. We say we are praying people. Let me stand up and pray. Not only pray, because works without prayer without works. Prayers without works is dead. So while we praying, let us get up and do something. We have an opportunity to do something August the 14th. Let's don't change and don't do it, you know, and come the next on the 16th to tell Miss Davy, or the 15th, oh God, Miss Davy, because then she would have been talking in vain, and everybody will be talking in vain.
Exactly. And folks, I think Kamla Pasabisesa and the UNC is not hiding from you.
Nope,
precisely who they are.
They're telling you.
And I think that is very important. They are saying to you precisely who they are. She's showing you precisely that if she can bring back Anil, she can bring back Jack, she can bring back Griffith, therefore she can bring back Anand, Ramdeen, Rishmi, and the whole 9 yards. And notwithstanding, whilst the MSJ is hiding and pretending they are not involved with the UNC, down in San Fernando, Labour is walking and campaigning with them again. So, Trinidad and Tobago, what Kamla and the UNC is saying?
Abdullah says she corrupt because she know about corruption.
Exactly.
She knows she corrupt, and them walking still.
And so what the message that they are telling you, listen, you're going to get a part 2 of 2010.
And it's going to be worse. It's going to be part 2 on steroids, part 2 on 5G, 6G, everything. People come, let's be real.
Let's go back to the lines. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Jojo and Jen. You all saying that how they bring in back. But when you see there's an alligator in the murky lagoon and they see you on top of the water and they make you out, you just dive down into the depths of its murkiness. And sometimes you come back and put a little bit of seaweed on your back to disguise yourself. Still the same alligator, you know. All of them, once they link up with them and they refuse to repent from that wickedness that they involved with, they go continue in the same trend. Gary didn't leave. Rishmi leave. All them culprits that link to the batch. They leave. They just hiding under the murky water. You go see them. Just let them fellas get in office. You go see all the ugly demons show up.
Okay? So thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Jenny, you brought this and you handed it to me, but I didn't get an opportunity to look at it. So while we were talking, I just picked it up and I decided, I said, okay, Hope. And by the time I saw the Hope, I knew it was Timothy Hamel-Smith, and you said he was there with Wendell.
No, he wasn't with Mr. Wendell.
Right.
He was there earlier on his own beat, apparently. He wasn't there with Mr.
Right. So while he was there, he was handing out this.
Well, I saw the media personnel with that. And they had it and they were passing it around, and I just
all right, okay.
It.
So
and then they gave me it after. And then I opened, I was like, what? Hear them, realize. I was like, what?
Okay. You see, them could walk in PNM. They have so much to say about the PNM, they can't walk in PNM. So folks, let me share with you this. So let's open it now. Oh gosh, come back this way. Let's open it now and see the big surprise. Now, keep in mind, you are saying H-O-P-E. Hope. This is what Timothy Hamel-Smith and this new party is offering the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I go slowly. I am going very, very slowly.
Me having quite funny, you know. I having to say how insulting. It's because you're expecting when you open this to see some literature. I don't know if it's
Jenny.
I don't know if it's written in invisible ink.
Jenny, this must be one that's slip away in a set.
Well, I don't know.
Nah, man. It's blank on the inside, you know, folks.
You vote change for TNT.
Vote change for TNT. Hope. Look at that.
And when you open this now, expecting to see, okay, let me see what they comment with us. Hope you open Miss Xavier and nothing inside. They're not insulting people.
What is this? Anyway, Jenny, we have 50 seconds again before the countdown. You want to close off the program for us?
I just want to say again, it's a pleasure always being here, Ms. Davy, and I hope those who are listening and understand at the end of the day, we ain't talking FIFA, we talking about corruption, we talking about unsuitability for this country. We're speaking about all them was love up in one. They say she corrupt, they say all kind of thing about she. All that abuse, verbal abuse, mental abuse, and then the back to that, all in love again. And we are saying here we're going on the only stable party in this country that has some sanity, Moody telling you S&P, Standard & Poor's telling you, the Americans telling you, this one to everybody but Trinidad and Tobago, not understanding that what we have as a Prime Minister is what we have, a transformational leader, taking us out of the morass, as Rodney Charles said, out of the morass that this country was left in 2010 to 15. And if you don't understand that now, people, I don't know what you'll understand.
Stick a pin.
14 vote People's National Movement.
Keep it locked to the street, 919 FM. Folks, up next, DC. We out.
In the midst of allegation, propaganda, and misinformation, we examine the facts. We discuss the issues. We interview key players. We are the voice of the people. We are the street. 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Friday, 28th July, Palo Seco, let's have a conversation about reform. Meet us at Palo Seco Government Primary School. All are invited. Our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, will be there to have a conversation with you on how this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors. Let's talk about this power shift, ask your questions, and learn how reform empowers you and your community. Palo Seco, join us on Friday, 28th July. Conversation starts at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
The greatest weekend of the year.
Guinness presents Great Fat Weekend.
The beach, the sand, the waves. Sexy ladies having fun.
I just money and girls and fun.
July 26th. Welcome Wednesday. Sounds of Reggae. July 27th. Reggae Thursday. Sounds of Soca. July 28th. Soca Glow. Sounds of Dancehall. Sounds of Hip Hop. July 29th. We Fat. July 30th. Sunday, Callaloo. July 31st. Cool Down.
This is the sound of Great Fat Weekend. This is Guinness Sounds of Greatness.
Sounds of Great Fat.
The greatest weekend of the year.
July 26th to July 31st. The Guinness Great Fat Weekend.
Yeah, baby. You know it's all about NTA. Here we go. Somebody say NTA, 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 NTA. Let it go blue. We vote in NTA. Go blue. NTA is the way. Go blue. Gary Griffin got the plan. Go criminals everywhere. Robbery, shooting, murder, spree, them criminals have no fear. When Gary was on top, watch all the crime rate drop. Up rolling like a clown, gonna chat his reappointment down. Oh Lord, Gary Griffin wanna serve, give the country what they deserve. You know Hero Skylock, hit the PNM straight out of the bar. NTA is the way, go blue. Gary Griffin got the plan, go blue. So let us save our nation. No, NT, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. We want better for TNT. We want good governance, not fantasy.
Tune into The Street 91.9 FM.
Every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
For the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinau Thomas.
The scripture says, and they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in.
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on The Street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Hi, I'm Valentine Garcia.
And I'm Nikki Garcia.
Please join us on the Final Hour broadcast every Thursday at 9 a.m. on The Street 919 FM radio.
Every week we will journey into the amazing Word of God. So please join us.
See you then.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click The Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you want.
This is the voice of the PNM. Point Fortin, this Saturday, July 29th, the People's National Movement will be presenting their candidates for the upcoming local government elections at Market Square. All are invited. Come out in your numbers and meet your candidates. Hear from a powerful lineup of speakers on why this reform is a power shift. A power shift from central government to your councillors. A power shift that empowers you and your community. Point Fortin. Come out and meet your candidates this Saturday, July 29th. Meeting starts at 7 p.m. See you there at Market Square. And on August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
I wouldn't hide myself from the one. Even when they hate, I don't participate. But when they speak, I don't respond. I am just a man. I know who I am. I wouldn't fight against no one. Even when they hate me, just give me one life so I can be free. See my love King Selassie and rebel. Leaders just scatter and crumble and fall like Babylon walls. Give the dog that piss against Babylon walls. So laugh at them with the judgment call. You see me? I'm just a man who keep loving King Selassie. I continue. Selassie! Of course someone lost. We feel it. I know who I am. Listen, King Selassie is the Almighty. Selassie! A man is just a man. I know who I am. I wouldn't hide myself from the one. Even when they hate, I don't participate. But when they speak, I don't respond. I am just a man. I know who I am. I wouldn't fight against no one. Even when they hate me, just give me more life so I can be free. Gotta give thanks to life cause I need it. Wouldn't see a hungry baby and not feed it. Wouldn't have a black woman and not breed her. Replenish the earth from the heat and the humble should be stumble, your feet too weak and stand firm, stretch far and reach it. Rastafari just seek it. A man is just a man, I know who I am. I wouldn't hide myself from no one. Even when they hate, I don't participate. But when they speak, I don't respond. I am just a man, I know who I am. I wouldn't fight against no one. Even when they hate me, just give me more life so I can be free. Everybody love one another. Babylon, remove all borders. The earth is our mother. The maker is our father. So what? Your brother take his shadow. So what? Your sister love a pastor. More love, I'm an Rasta. That's my order. I know who I am. I wouldn't hide myself from no one. Even when they hate, I don't participate. But when they speak, I don't respond. I am just a man, I know who I am. I wouldn't fight against no one. Even when they hate me, just give me more life so I can be free. So don't discriminate, don't participate in being prejudiced. Oh no, my life is privilege. To live on the earth is a privilege. Only child give. I see souls disintegrate through the hate. Many men incarcerated. But what's so fascinating, yeah, is child love. He created. A man is just a man. I know who I am. I wouldn't hide myself from no one. Even when they hate, I don't participate. But when they speak, I don't respond. I am just a man. I know who I am. I wouldn't fight against no one. Even when they hate me, just give me more life so I can be free. A man is just a man. I know who I am. I wouldn't hide myself from no one. Even when they hate, I don't participate. But when they speak, I don't respond. I am just a man. I know who I am. I wouldn't fight against no one. Even when they hate me, just give me more life so I can be free. See my love King Selassie, living up. Leaders shall scatter and crumble and fall like Babylon walls. Even the dog that piss against Babylon walls. So laugh at them when the judgment call. You see me? I'm just a man who keep loving King Selassie. I continue. Selassie!
Good afternoon, Trinidad and beautiful Tobago. It's just about 6 minutes after the hour of 5 o'clock in TNT, and what an interesting program I have for you guys today. You know, every day I take my time and I listen to each and every one of my callers, and sometimes some things that is said to me sticks out, and I would, there's where I would go and do some research and come back and try to show that it is not always what it seems like, you know. Social media platforms, let's get there one time. The social media platforms are Street 919 FM on Facebook. I would like everybody on the live to continue to share that live for us. Street 919 FM on Facebook. Street 919 FM on Instagram, and of course on YouTube, it's IWER TV on YouTube, all right? I have a video to show you guys this evening, and I would really like everybody to go on to the live, right, and look at this video, right? Of course, there are some people I want to say good evening to this evening, or good afternoon to us. Matthew out there in Lavantil Road in San Juan. Right, my old brethren by the name of Krakow, but his name is Matthew. I would like to say good afternoon going out to you. To Matthew Cook out there in Valencia, always locked on to the Juice Man downtown, Port of Spain, opposite Unit Trust Corporation. Much love and respect to you and to everybody who always greet me in the street, and Vanessa's mom as well. I want to say good afternoon to you. I know you're locked on and listening. I would like you all to go on to the live Street 919 FM on Facebook, because I have this video here to show you all. Sometimes people come and they try to sell this dream about the youths don't want nothing, and the youths just sit down on the block, and the youths, and there is so much provided for the youths, and this and that. And I ask myself, when you leave in your home in the morning, or any time during the day, what percentage of the community youth you don't see on the block? Because a community have hundreds of youths. What percentage of that you just see on the block sitting down? That we always want to broad brush the youths that we don't want nothing. And it has so much a thing out there. And this and that and all kind of things just for us not to look at the real issues. Right? And the real issues is not the government, you know. Believe what I'm telling you. The real issues is not the government. But the real issue is not the 6 or 7 or 10 or 15 you that you seen on the block there as well. The real issue is not them. I have this video to show you that youths want. Let this play and we'll come right back.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Right. Back on the inside. The youths want. The youths want. And that is proven. The other day there was in time gone by, there was a cruise ship that docked in Trinidad here and was looking for workers and thing, and this cruise ship thing. And people started to say, oh, they only want to jump out of the country and they want easy work. It's work they want. Thousands of people went to get that, to get onto that cruise ship thing because it's work they want. They didn't sit down. Earlier this week here, this video here, what I'm going to show, let me show this video. Right? This video here, earlier this week, right, will show that the youths want. Watch this video here, right? This video is for you and all who saying that you don't want out there. Let us take in this video.
Light and love and blessings in your atmosphere this morning. Now coming out from the prison settings here, it was something else. Imagine, I watching for the past couple of days the hours people coming in, so I telling myself, moving early. We come down here 2:45, me and my brethren. On the way down, we see some men stall. But I see them in suit, I say, it's only one thing them want. Call them one time, go jump in. You know when we reach down, if you see men in front of we, apparently it had men there since 12 o'clock. And they say the youth say one nothing. Up to now with our men outside, men still coming in, all kind of thing. It's amazing, you know? But I like it. I like it. It's just showing that, you know, men really and truly seeing the hardness out there and everybody fighting. And personally, I had to say this, I don't like to get political and thing, but the government should really try to relocate funds and allocate funds into these things where men trying to do things. And that would really eradicate crime. Because I'm watching some of the men there, you see men with nice little clothes. It has some men, not so nice now, boy. Not to bring down anybody, but you could tell that some men scrape up to come here. You could tell that it has some men. I sure everybody know a man who might be on his last right now. He might be his last little 20. He might be borrowed to come out here. Yeah, the place out to fight up. Only for them to take how much ever. Out of the same Monday alone had 1,500 men. I sure it's not even 1,500 officers they're hiring. You understand? So, yeah, the government really had to try to allocate funds into these things and more funding so they could hire more people, boy. For real. And in, just not just this, but other government places now, boy. Where people could get work and thing out there, because we fighting hard, and the youths want things. And for the men who, they the last and they may get through. Who knows what could be the last resort, boy. And you know, on top of that, the worst thing, they had some of the prisoners who come out to help stack up the chairs and whatever. And I see one of my brethren, you know, I feel a riff, boy, because the man younger than me, boy. The man younger than me, boy, and the man inside, you know. I gotta talk to him, to ask him, you know, like, what's the situation, but it just hurt me to see him in that prison close, boy. Betterness, you know. Light and love and blessings to everybody.
Stumble your feet too weak and stand firm, stretch far and reach it.
That video, I played that video twice today. Today I played that video twice. Here why? I come to defend the youths today. For too long, everything is the youth. Them you don't want nothing. And them youth only on the block. And them you this. And them you that. That is a small percentage of your community. That is not even 5% of your community. When you go into work, 3, 4, 8 men, if it's so much, sit down on the block. Right? That is a small percent of your community. That man, you heard from that young man. That young man said, 3 o'clock in the morning, they're going there. While they're passing, while they're on the way, a team car shut down. They still stop to assist that team because the dress code alone show that, hey, now them fellas go in the same place we going. Let we stop and get them some assistance so that to reach. When them reach there, already a crowd, 12 midnight people there. For somebody to go there 12 midnight, to wait until 8 next morning, to get a form, to get a chance to join a service that they may not even get through. That you telling me the youths don't want? All you telling me the youths don't want? Eh? Stop talk foolishness for me. I not on foolishness. And I didn't come here to point fingers at no government. But don't point finger at no youth and say you don't want. Right? Because Monday, it showed that the youths want. They stand up, rain drizzling, and they're not moving because they don't want to lose the spot. You understand? So don't come to tell me what you don't want. Check in your community and see how much youth working for, how much youth or how much is going out there and try to get against youths that you're telling me that you're broad brushing and telling me that the youths don't want. Check the amount that you're seeing sit down on the block towards the ones that are, who going and do a little class, or who going and try a little hustle, or who selling our water, or who trying to clean the anti-yard, or whatever they're doing to try to get some against the youths that just sit down there and playing worthless. And you broad brushing all the youths. And you want to tell me all the youths don't want. I not on that. This video here show that them youth and them, not on that. Them want. Them want. You understand? Because ask them here, and out of that 1,500, between 1,500 to 2,000 people, let's be realistic. I doubt they're taking 200 or 300. Doubt it. That they're taking 200 or 300 out of that. Study what I'm telling you here today. Right? Because it already have a lot of men manning the prisons. So they just taking a few of who resign, and you understand? Every year that takes place, a certain amount will resign, a certain amount will get in. And that is not no 1,000, that is not no 500, that is a small amount. You understand? So don't come to tell me that the youths and them want. I want to hear from the callers. I'll take a call right now. Hi, good.
Well, you know, I kind of pushy these days.
Yeah, man, you go ahead, my brethren.
We see, yeah. I hear you, boy. I feel you. It reminds me when I went for army. Was real, was plenty people. And the story really kind of touching that way. If you understand what I'm saying. And,
Alien man,
you know,
I want you to tell me the truth this evening. On the block men, is it 50% of your community?
Nah.
Is it
but
20,
I call that just that too.
Is it even 20% of your community?
No, it's as a 1%. Remember, we changed the 1% to that.
Okay. So nobody should be calling this radio station to chastise.
I don't think it'll be
and chastise no youth.
I don't think it'll be broad brush, TC. We're going. We want to reach the portion. That you see that 1%.
That 1%.
Yeah, that's who we just be trying to reach now. Well, me. When I call in, the same 1% that we talking about, that we know you can't broad brush all that, because I just make the youth and then, remember.
Could we discuss that 1% today?
And
let me just show you why you can't reach that 1%.
Why, boy? Nah, TC, don't start so with me, now, boy.
I had to go that hard at
you.
Oh,
God, no, you can't do me that.
No,
I'm trying to reach them, boy.
Give me 1 second.
All right. Good.
Give me 1 second. Because I've come to be real 100% today, not even 90.
All right, good.
And we cannot reach that 1%, right?
Of course, boy.
Yeah,
I'm a sad there, but go ahead.
Here why, and I'm going to be real with you. Because that 1% there is the 1% of circumstances made them what they are. The 1% there is not because they want to be there, you know. And out of that 1%, half of that, you can tell me, it really are 1 or 2 in between that.
Nah, my 1%,
right?
All of them, wait, pause. Let me get a little something in between where you're saying it.
Right.
In my 1%, they have potential. Yeah, we're going. I used to stop and talk to them and thing, and just give them my stories and thing.
Right.
But as it get a little thingy, it does back off a little bit. I go catch one in a corner at a time, man.
Right.
And I go hit him it now, boy. Tag, hi, tag, CCC, blah, blah, thing. But, like, when they're in the collective and they're on that certain order, it doesn't want to go wrong, but I still try to jam one at the 1% we just be talking about TC, and that's what I just be trying to reach when you see a battling it out there, boy.
That's what I'm telling you. If it has 6 of them on the block there, 1 out of them might take your arm thing, but you see the next one.
No, but all of them have potential.
Yes.
So we mustn't give up on letting them know the potential. If you understand what I'm saying, we can't give up on that 1%. And that's the 1% that's sliding and causing all the bacchanal all over the place now, boy. TC, let me get somebody else a chance. TC, I locked on and listen, good program. Respect,
I'm going and play that video again, you know?
Call back later.
Yeah, man. I'm going and play that video again. Because I know it are people who now locking on. Out of that 1% that my boy talking about there. That is what you call, and sorry to say that is the lost cause. Right? People that say it have nothing called perfect, but so why is there a word perfect? There is perfection. There is perfection. You see, we does not even think that far, as well as there is something called a lost cause. You see, when a youth man, have a fire, and all he's studying is banging, and all he's studying is to go out there and do banging, and when he do three banging and he reach into that realm, brother man, that in a long time where a man joke up a man and feel well here when he do a one thing is a different circle now, right? I come today to defend the youth that everybody throwing on the shoulder that they don't want nothing. Because that is not truth. Right? That is selling the youths a dream. That is making the youth feel less than himself. Because when not 2,000 youths stand up outside prison trying to get in, they would have sit down home. Nobody would not get up 3 o'clock anymore. Well, you had to get up 12 o'clock. Maybe he didn't even sleep. To dress and reach there for 3 in the morning and meet a crowd. Because you need to get in. Because you need to get there. Because you want to get into something tangible. Not just a hustle. Not just a walkway. It starts today and you don't know when it's going to end and where the next dollar coming from. They want something tangible. And that's a risky job, and they're still willing, 2,000 of them willing to go up there and take the risk. And all they want to tell me you do nothing? Come on, man. Hi, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon to you, TC.
Good afternoon.
I just want to tell you thank you so much because everybody this week, them is a lost cause.
Exactly.
Them use this, them use that. And when you do that to them, they feel like, okay, that's the end of it. Everybody give up on me, so that's it. So
it's a weight you're putting on the shoulder.
Thank you so
for big people,
much.
we're doing that we're doing we own that.
I'm not saying that all of that. They have some that, you know how we know. Let me face it.
Sweetheart, let me ask you.
But it's not all of them.
I will ask you too. You living in a community, right?
Mm-hmm.
In your community, what percentage of the community that you just see sitting on the block, or liming, or is on banditry, or on crime? What percentage? Isn't it a very, very small percentage? The major part of the youth in your community, though, really doesn't try and hustle or go and look for a work, or you don't see them on the block.
Well, see, let me tell you something. They had this youth caravan going around the other day. And they sent buses and things for them. And I was, who wasn't outside? Others went and called them, come, you ain't ready yet? Let me go down, wherever. Okay. You understand? Okay. And they go in out. But I just always ask people, don't, class, them ain't no good. That is cursing them. That is cursing them. On the other hand, listen, I know they could do better than that, I could, encourage them. And then you're pushing them away instead of trying to show them a little love. Me, I afraid them young people, yes, and they are our children. At the end of the day, even if you didn't bring them into this world, they are our children.
The community children is each and every one of us.
They are our children, and when you try to operate like that with some of the grown people just look at you like you're encouraging them in stupidness. They are our children at the end of the day, and we would want our children to go good, not because you didn't make them. So then why it is we're not saying that there are some that you just want to ring them sometimes, but oh God, don't just push them away. They are ours. All right, so thank you again.
Thank you so much, darling.
Okay.
I am going to take some more calls, and of course I have to play this video again. I will play this video again. I have to. Yes, I'm going to take some calls, and after I take my calls, I am going to be playing this video again. Call a friend and tell a friend to listen to the Street 919 FM today, because today is a day that I stand in for the youths. Hi, good afternoon.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon to you, DC. Good afternoon to you, man. Nice program. You're afternoon, boy. I am San Fernando West, and I have all the youth around my area under control. When I say under control, I talk to them, show them form. You understand? No man is polite. I give them respect, and I get respected. Right. Now, I go in a place, I go street, I see them working, they're prematurely. You get no $5 and I get a 20 years.
Yes.
Don't like big. I say, hello, I give you this to show you that people care about you. You understand me? People care about you. Jenna, what's going on? Well, I'm a contractor. I just kind of retire. I just close up what the job that I'm doing around and things. You can share around my area. So I got build house around my whole area around. I got houses and I build my house cash. And I go up on my basking in the air and I watching everybody right wrong in the business. I watch what also that I do. And the youth and they respect me. And I show them in life you can get anything in life. Just have a discipline and a respect for people. The first thing is respect, because remember we have these 2 words and things, what we get, discipline, production, and tolerance, right? So I give them a order. Discipline is a part of respect, right? Production is a part of doing your work, know what you have to do, and right. And tolerance is to tolerate the people around you. You follow what I'm saying? You see, boy, you see me down here, and follow it? We don't play, we tell them what's going on, we them youth and them, as far as I could reach, I motivate them. I don't blaspheme no youth. If I make a mistake, all right, but talk to them, bam. You make it skyrocket. Thanks a lot, but I like your setting.
Thank you very much for the call this afternoon.
Yeah, man. Nice.
Yeah, man. I am sorry, but I am not on no foolishness. All who want to be on foolishness and all who want to defend this and defend that and all kind of thing. When I listened yesterday evening, and some callers calling in, the youths and the youths and the youths and this and that, and I saying, but why we just do that? Why we just do that? And I ain't speaking of we as no particulars. I'm speaking about we as Trinidad and Tobago. Why we choose to do that? When we have good youths down here, in the thousands that fighting every day, all these youths want is this thing called opportunity. Just give them that now, you see. Just give them that thing called opportunity and you will see what I am speaking about. I have just about 30 seconds before I take the break. When I come back around, I'm going to play that video again. For those who missed it, right, I'm going to play that video again, and then I'm going to continue to take the calls. I understand? Today, it is not about no red, no yellow, no green, no blue, no black. Today is about youth. Today is about red, white, and black. Today is about Trinidad, and we youths that we continue to give this kind of bad kind of vibe. You understand? We have to change that. And then you're going to see the youth start to change. And then you're going to see the crime start to change. And then you're going to see the community start to change. When we start to big up with youths, you understand? Quite a plenty youths out there that fighting and can't make our way. I'll be right back.
I know who I am. I wouldn't fight against no one, even when they need me. Just me.
You can pay the pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Friday, 28th July, Palo Seco, let's have a conversation about reform. Meet us at Palo Seco Government Primary School. All are invited. Our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, will be there to have a conversation with you on how this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors. Let's talk about this power shift, ask your questions, and learn how reform empowers you and your community. Palo Seco, join us on Friday, 28th July. Conversation starts at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Heavy Hitters Promotions in collaboration with Friends of Timothy presents Inspired. A concha sailing Saturday, July 29th on board the Sea Champion, Kings Wharf, San Fernando. Boarding 11 p.m. Sailing 12 a.m. Tickets $250. Live performances by Ja Melody, Terry John, Nisha Guy, and Ras Lionheart, alongside DJ Kubuki and Terra Songs. Special performance by saxophonist Brandon Christopher. Remember, it's in aid of Timothy Rogers' journey. Let's be inspired on a concha sailing Saturday, July 29th. Come out and show some love. For more info, call or WhatsApp 462-6562.
Make your moves with us and you can win more rewards in the Magna Java Extravaganza. Each time you use your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard for purchases of $500 or more, you're automatically entered for a chance to win. 45 customers will win 2,500 Magna points, which can be redeemed instantly. Hold on, that's not all. One lucky winner will win 100,000 Magna points. Now that's rewarding. Make your moves with us. Use your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard for your chance to win in the Java Extravaganza. Get details on the Magna Rewards Trinidad Facebook page. Promo ends 31st August. Approved by the NLCB.
We Fat, July 29, Pigeon Point Beach, Tobago.
The fourth Cheddar Boss, I told you. Hey, Cabarno. Back it up and bubble like a bubble bad. Broke out now, bubble like a bubble bad.
The iconic Idonia
is coming.
The girl a ball boy, she a say me at me pista. On a 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 100.
Sounds of the Jenna.
On your toe for the low Jenna gal.
The Guinness Great Fat Weekend. We Fat, July 29th, Pigeon Point Beach, Tobago.
Tell the girl them follow instruction. Boom, flick, boss, and split your girl come broke out now. Have a ya. I know the body for me.
I told you.
just for the ladies. Sounds of Idonia.
This is Guinness Sounds of Greatness.
Sounds of Great Fat.
The greatest weekend of the year.
July 26th to July 31st. The Guinness Great Fat Weekend.
Yeah, baby. You know it's all about NTA. Here we go. Somebody say NTA, 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 NTA. Here we go. Blue. We vote in NTA. Go blue. NTA is the way. Go blue. Gary Griffin got the plan. Go blue. So let us save our nation. No. NT. We vote in NTA. Voting, we vote in NTA. Voting, we vote in NTA. Voting, we vote in NTA. Listen, we living in fear. Criminals everywhere. Robbery, shooting, murder, sprees, and criminals have no fear. When Gary was on top, watch all the crime rate drop. Up rolling like a clown, gonna chat his reappointment down. Oh Lord. Gary Griffin wanna serve, give the country what they deserve. You know he does guy lock, hit the PNM straight out of the park. NTA is the way. Go blue. Gary Griffin got the plan. Go blue. So let us save our nation. No. NT, we vote in NTA. Voting, we vote in NTA. Voting, we vote in NTA. Voting, we vote in NTA. We want better for TNT. We want good governance, not fantasy.
This is the voice of Tuesday, Seventh-day Adventist. We are preaching Emergency Alert broadcast, which is from the Tuesday Seventh-day Adventist Church. We will be featuring voices of brethren from different parts of the world, preaching the gospel, preaching prophecy as it relates to current events and the ending of the world. Listen to us on 91.9 FM every Sunday from 9:05 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Sundays. May God bless you as you learn the truth. In Jesus' name, amen.
Tune in to The Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 125 to 186 Eastern Main Road in Tunapuna. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new, with Mr. Brent Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on The Street 919 FM.
Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
We're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today. For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click The Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you want.
This is the voice of the PNM. Point Fortin, this Saturday, July 29th, the People's National Movement will be presenting their candidates for the upcoming local government elections at Market Square. All are invited. Come out in your numbers and meet your candidates. Hear from a powerful lineup of speakers on why this reform is a power shift. A power shift from central government to your councillors. A power shift that empowers you and your community. Point Fortin, Come out and meet your candidates this Saturday, July 29th. Meeting starts at 7 p.m. See you there at Market Square. And on August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Of course some man lost. We feel it. I know why. You see me, King Selassie is the Almighty. A man is just a man. I know who I am. I wouldn't hide myself from no one. Even when they hate, I don't participate. But when they speak, I don't respond. I am just a man. I know who I am.
Before I take any phone calls, I want to play this video again. So I want you to head up to Street 919 FM on Facebook, Street 919 FM on Instagram, or YouTube, IWER TV on YouTube, because maybe you jump into the conversation late and you did not get the opportunity to view this video. I don't want to just hear it. I don't want you to just hear this video, because this is a young man speaking about his experience heading to do the prison's exam earlier on this week. A young man, right, given his experience after people constantly beating in this youth's head. All they don't want nothing. All they don't want nothing. All they only want to sit down on the block. All they only looking for handout. All they only gimme. All they only want 10 days. All they only want CPEP work. All they don't want nothing. All they don't want nothing. All they don't want nothing. Constantly beating that in the youths and them head, when the percentage of the youths that is sitting on the block is not even 1% of your community. You understand? I want you to go and watch this youth man in his face this evening, and let me see if you could watch out the whole video, and let me see how it's sitting on your chest. Let me see how it's sitting down on your chest this evening. If you could watch him in his face while he spoke about his experience going to get something tangible, not hustle, something tangible, something that he could sit and say, okay, I can build a future from this, and not just something jokey, you know. Plenty of us not going for that work because it's risky. We know what is happening in those walls, and especially for a young donkey, as they just call them. And they're willing to take that risk because they just want something. We know what does go on behind the prison walls. Don't play all they don't know. And plenty of us not going for that work because you know why? We don't have the belly for inmate to say, where's he seeing dread and intimidate you early. From your first day I work, they intimidate you. You understand? From your first day, the monsters coming at you. But them not even studying that, you know, them studying, I have to get something to do tangible. So hear what? I don't care. I'm going for this. We taking this youth man. Because this youth man talk facts, and he talk what he went through when he went to get this interview, or this, to sit this exam for the prison service.
Let's.
Light and love and blessings in your atmosphere this morning. Now coming out from the prison set. It was something else. Imagine, I watching for the past couple of days the hours people coming in. So I telling myself, moving early. We come down here 2:45, me and my brethren. On the way down, we see some men stall. But I see them in suit, I say, it's only one thing them on. Call them one time, go jump in. You know when we reach down, if you see men in front of we, apparently it had men there since 12 o'clock. And they say the youth say one thing. Up to now with our men outside, men still coming in, all kind of thing. It's amazing, you know. But I like it. It's just showing that, you know, men really and truly seeing the hardness out there and everybody fighting. And personally, I had to say this. I don't like to get political and thing, but the government should really try to relocate funds and allocate funds into these things where men trying to do things. And that would really eradicate crime. Because I'm watching some of the men there. You see men with nice little clothes. It has some men, not so nice now, boy. Not to bring down anybody, but you could tell that some men scrape up to come here. You could tell that it has some men. I sure everybody know a man who might be on his last right now. He might be his last little 20. He might be borrowed to come out here. Yeah, the place what? To fight up. Only for them to take how much ever. Out of the same Monday alone had 1,500 men. I sure it's not even 1,500 officers they're hiring. You understand? So, yeah, the government really had to try to allocate funds into these things and more funding so they could hire more people, boy. For real. And in, just not just this, but other government places now, boy. Where people could get work and thing out there, because we fighting hard, and the youths want things. And for the men who, they the last, and they may get through. Who knows what could be the last resort, boy. And you know, on top of that, the worst thing, they had some of the prisoners who come out to help stack up the chairs and whatever, and I see one of my brethren, you know. I feel a riff, boy, because the man younger than me, boy. The man younger than me, boy, and the man inside, you know. I gotta talk to him to ask him, you know, like, what's the situation, but it just hurt me to see him in that prison close, boy. Betterness, you know. Light and love and blessings to everybody.
Of course someone lost. We feel it. I know why.
Listening to something more than once, you pick up different things. And listening to him the second time there, and I've listened to this video a few times, he didn't go on the first day. He spoke about, they say the first few days had, and then he said Monday had, they say Monday had about 1,500 people. Right? So he did not go on the first day. One, you could hear you could see it in him, the passion when he spoke about his friend that he saw when he went there. And you could actually see like he started to break down. You understand? So he saw one of his own friends behind he saw one of his friends there packing up chairs and things and knowing in that prison clothes. And he say, the youths and them really want. The youths and them really want. You understand? I want to hear from Trinidad and Tobago. I want to hear from you. Hi, good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. T.C.
Yes, good afternoon.
I think what I witnessed and what I heard this afternoon is an indication as to where the economy is at this point in time. It also tells me that down the road, I don't think things are going to get better unless the government, there's a concerted attempt or effort on the part of the government to attract or to, further domestic investment and also foreign direct investment. If you don't have investment, no investment taking place, you can't create jobs, right? So I don't know, by saying that the people don't want work and they don't want no work and they by the roadside. The thousands of people who came out there, it's not a reflection of that, because you see some of them, they went for jobs.
Exactly.
The employment opportunities were, a matter of fact, advertised and they responded. So the thing about it here is this, is that unless, and the problem here in this country is that you're not having investment, by local investment in terms of business people investing, putting up plants and machinery and all these different things, manufacturing and all that, and you don't have foreign investment. You have the petroleum, in terms of the petroleum industry, you have closure of Petrochem. You don't have, in fact, the reduction in gas production
oil, petroleum, and oil production, and all these things are impacting on the economy. So there's limited opportunities for employment, and I believe that this thing is going to get worse unless the government makes that concerted effort to go outside there and try to woo investment into the economy and to encourage those people who are the local investors to invest there to create jobs. Because I will just give me 1 minute. You see, in the 80s, 90s, and 70s, you had places like Tugs and Lighters in Cocoa Reach. They employed a lot of people. You had Furnace City in Shagaramas. Hundreds of persons were employed there. They have gone through. You had TNTech, you had training and whatnot for people as apprentices and whatnot, even in Texaco and Petrotrade. They are no more. You had the closure of those plants in Lavanti, where you had, I think, some machine shop, they used to call it someplace. All these places have shut up shops. So you have limited opportunities for employment, and government can't employ because where they're going to get the revenue from? Because they're not export. Nobody's exporting, right? You don't have exports taking place because where you can earn foreign exchange. So we're in a real problem, and I don't see that things getting better in the future. We're in for a rough ride for the next 10 or 15 years. We're in a real mess. So I am saying, because what happened, I just want to draw one reference to you. In America, every month, at the end of every month, you hear they tell you how many jobs were created. You go to England, they tell you we created 300 and something thousand jobs every month. And the government they give incentive, they go outside and they tell the people who are investing.
I want to see how much calls I can take. So I don't want to cut you off, but thank you so much, all right? Let me see how much calls I can take in this one. Hi, good afternoon, welcome. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, caller.
Good afternoon, Mr. TC.
Yes, good afternoon.
The rain is falling very heavy. I wish everybody who is listening on the radio and the motor vehicle to take caution on the road.
Thank you so much.
Mr. TC,
yes, sir.
These guys and them who went to the reply in Golden Grove, those are the fortunate ones who can read and write and have some subject. Right. But now, let me think about those guys like me who went to school, but yet still, it didn't soak in on our head. Right. But we are very skillful in our hands. And we're willing to work in the hot sun to make $1. Now, let me start with the regional corporations. Normally, you will go, put on your name on a Tuesday, and they will call it, they give you a little 10 days, and it will make do. But when the central government is not participating in the wealth of distributed it equal to have a spin-off, this is what we get. Now remember, we had 3 years of a pandemic worldwide, and it had shut down the economy in Trinidad. And the middle class and the small businesses who had absorbed these young people and given a little $1, the government had not choose to put in the economy to get it going again. So they did not have any input and way of financing. Now they talk about the same thing. They talk about the youth training program for the farmers. It comes just like it's one farmer from each constituency because it's 23 ministers. And when I check, it's only 20 trainees in our program for 3 years. By 2025, the first set coming out. But they get 20,000 at 2 acres, but when you will get the land to work. But if they had the money more available and the land much available with supervision to give the young farmers and them and encourage them in homegrown farming, but they are not doing anything. So have a nice day, TC.
Thank you so much. Let me see if I can squeeze in one more before I head to, because time like it just had a run today.
Hey, TC. TC.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Blessings evening, man.
Blessings, man.
You know, but plenty of the youths and them, you know, they're going and you're telling them study and do their work. I know you have kids and you want the best for them. Right. So you'll push them to study and get a degree and this and that. But then certain people are here and telling them if they can't get nothing, hold on by KFC, hold on by Starbucks, hold on by this one. But that's not what they study for. So when they taking this training that they get and they're going outside of the country, like foreign countries, and looking for work, they're condemning them. But if there's no work in this country for them, what do you want them to do? What do you want them to do? They want to better their life. They want a better thing for themselves. You understand?
To let you hold on by a counter. Hi, good day. Could I take your
Thank you. Thank you. Taking insults by rituals, taking insults by KFC, taking insults by Royal Castle.
Call any establishment's name, caller, all right?
I apologize. Right. I apologize. That is me saying that, not 91.9. And let me be real. It doesn't make sense. How much children come out of school just the other day, and I know plenty of them came out with passes. You dig? What are they going to do? There is no employment created for them. You dig? So, what do you want them to do? You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
So, they need to do something better for the youths. They need to do something better for the youths. Yeah, blessings again. I know you're taking it fast and quick.
Yeah, thanks so much. So, but I cannot take any more in this hour. What I would do is I would open the phone lines up in the next hour. I'll give everybody just about 2 minutes to make their contribution, because the phone lines, there's a lot of people that want to get in. So after the break, 2 minutes a caller, make your contribution and head out, all right?
In the midst of allegation, propaganda, and misinformation, we examine the facts. We discuss the issues. We interview key players. We are the voice of the people. We are The Street. 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of The Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on The Street 919 FM.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Friday, 28th July, Palo Seco, let's have a conversation about reform. Meet us at Palo Seco Government Primary School. All are invited. Our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, will be there to have a conversation with you on how this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors. Let's talk about this power shift, ask your questions, and learn how reform empowers you and your community. Palo Seco, join us on Friday, 28th July. Conversation starts at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Catch all your favorite shows live on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, we're live on Instagram.
The Street 919 FM. What are you waiting for? Go check us out on Instagram today.
The greatest weekend of the year.
Guinness presents Great Fat Weekend.
The beach, the sand, the waves. Sexy ladies having fun.
I just money and girls and fun.
July 26th. Welcome Wednesday.
Sounds of Reggae.
July 27th.
Reggae Thursday. Sounds of Soca.
July 28th.
Soca Glow. Sounds of dancehall. Sounds of hip hop.
July 29th.
We Fat.
July 30th.
Sunday, Callaloo.
July 31st.
Cool Down. This is the sound of Great Fat Weekend. This is Guinness Sounds of Greatness.
Sounds of Great Fat.
The greatest weekend of the year.
July 26th to July 31st. The Guinness Great Fat Weekend.
Yeah, baby. You know it's all about NTA. Here we go. Somebody say NTA, 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 NTA. Let me go blue. We voting NTA. Go blue. NTA is the way. Go blue. Gary Griffin got the plan. Go blue. So let us save our everywhere. Robbery, shooting, murder, spree, and criminals have no fear. When Gary was on top, watch all the crime rate drop. Up rolling like a clown, gonna chat his reappointment down. Oh Lord, Gary Griffin wanna serve, give the country what they deserve. You know he does Skylock, hit the PNM straight out of the car.
Oh Lord, you see what's about to
NTA is the way. Go blue. Gary Griffin got the plan. Go blue. So let us save our nation. Now, NT, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. Voting, we voting NTA. We want better for TNT. We want good governance, not fantasy.
For a new on-the-go experience in radio, simply go to your Android device and download Instant Radio. Select Trinidad and Tobago and click The Street 919 FM so you can listen to us wherever you want.
Job Optimum Health and Wellness. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan. Examines all of your organs in a single session. 95% accuracy. It's painless, non-invasive, and affordable. Call Pastor Job at 350-2628, 767-1031, or 275-6300. Sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan at Job Optimum Health and Wellness.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy.
Wow.
Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud.
Wow.
Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
This is the voice of the PNM. Point Fortin, this Saturday, July 29th, the People's National Movement will be presenting their candidates for the upcoming local government elections at Market Square. All are invited. Come out in your numbers and meet your candidates. Hear from a powerful lineup of speakers on why this reform is a power shift. A power shift from central government to your councillors. A power shift that empowers you and your community. Point Fortin. Come out and meet your candidates this Saturday, July 29th. Meeting starts at 7 p.m. See you there at Market Square. And on August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Looking for a safe and relaxed professional massage therapist and nutritionist? Look no further. Nature's Touch with Empress Judy and Associates offers a natural approach to better health. Treat yourself to a professional massage therapy and nutrition advice in a safe and relaxed atmosphere. Rejuvenate your body, mind, and soul at Nature's Touch Therapy. For an appointment, please call or WhatsApp 1-868-398-8282 or visit our Facebook page. Remember, your health is our responsibility at Nature's Touch.
Share the line. Share the line. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the line. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the line. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the line. The Street 919 FM.
Leaders shall scatter and crumble and fall like Babylon walls. In the dark
I know a lot of people wants to get in, so here what I will do from here. I will be taking your phone calls. There's a lot of views on this, right? And I wanted to get all the views, whether it's positive or negative. I would like to hear from everybody, right? So what I would do right now is I would open the phone lines, and I am taking the phone calls rapidly, right? You can call me right now. You know my numbers to call. If you don't know the numbers, I'm going to give you the numbers, because maybe you're a listener and you have never called, and today you'd want to call. I'm gonna give you that number right now where you can call. The two numbers that you can call right now, it is 342-0081, 342-0081, or 466-5391. All right? Let's hear from the callers. Hi, good evening. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. T.
Yes, ma'am. What's up?
I've been, as an international commenter, I do one of the things that I do is look people comments on other things before even I make a comment.
Right.
So I comment on all the platforms all over the place. And then I'm in groups right now that basically is over the population of Trinidad and Tobago, and I have the comments there also. Right, and now listening to some of your callers just now there, and I, you know, as they were speaking about the mind. And, you know, I observe that people can buy market shares in people's mind because of the fact that basically now all of them bypassed listening to what the government is right now running as what you'll call the reforms, where they can right in your community can get the same things that you want and that the topic was about. But everybody bypassed that and came in and put in their own little spins on all the different things. Some even try to be tacky and clever. They're not very witty, but very tacky. That basically they try to put in definitely. Oh, well, at the same spin of basically throwing cold water on this thing to say, well, basically the government is in this limited. Where basically I was listening even onto the news, where I heard that basically on the other side, I'm not going politics, was basically cry counselors to the ethics committee because they are advertising the same thing on their page, Facebook, and their pages. And they find that they shouldn't be able to advertise and push the reform. Why is that? I ask myself, you know, and sometimes just like as misleading as a caller. So I'll try to be short, and then that other callers can get in their comments after, you know. So, but it is that basically, as you say, you know, none of them wasn't thinking that basically, well, okay, this is how you open your mind and ask them to think. But basically, they just jump in, basically, as the saying goes along, sometimes as the thing. This one said this, and that one said that, and this one said.
With all due respect,
yes, sir.
You're commenting on the callers and not on the topic.
I'm commenting on the topic because basically, as I was speaking, I said that basically, when you open out, you said about thinking, but then they don't let people buy market shares in your mind, all right? And the commenters were basically, and that's why I said that they didn't go directly to where you were going. Because basically, if they were looking and they're saying, well, okay, you brought up what the gentleman said. But as I said, even if the government reform would address what is that, because basically the people and them will be able to get, the councillors will be able to deal with the people in their areas. They wouldn't have to go out their areas and all these sorts of things to be running, looking. They can just go to them and basically they can tell them what is there and because they're legally taking.
What you're saying there, caller, you're misleading because how much people in the community could the councillor, you don't say that because how much people the councillor will be able to hire. He can't hire the entire community.
No, he can't.
Right? And that now, if you say something like that, then we would be looking on to the councillor now as, so why he ain't hiring this one and why he ain't hiring that one?
But also he can also have add to the other parts of the, we're listening to the political meetings where the ministries talk about in their ministries what they have. So they can give them, they may not be able to offer in as the councillor, but they can guide them to where they can, which was, that is why I said I heard that they were taking people to the ethics committee because they were doing that on their platforms. Yes, so it is basically within the same topic, but basically it seems as strange, but no, I was just drawing references and connecting to your topic.
I understand what you're saying now. I do understand what you're saying.
No, it is now the connected topic.
Yes.
things. And that's how we guide the people along, and you can bring references from what different things and to bring it back and connect it into your topic.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution.
I am just a man. I know who I am. I wouldn't fight against.
Hi, good evening. Welcome. Good evening.
Pleasant evening to you.
Pleasant good evening to you as well.
Yesterday, I made a contribution that for quite a number of years, I wasn't able to get employment.
Right.
Nobody would hire me.
Right.
Well, like, I don't know if somebody was listening to the program. And today, I get a call from...
You got a call for a job?
No, I get a call from the Ministry of Labor.
Right.
Yes, but I sent you one year. You want a job now?
well, it goes to show that that they are listening and at least you got a call.
Yes, but you see, the point that I was making is that, you see, when I talk about Indian and white, like people getting jiggery, you know, because that is what it is. And if you go in the hospital and all, even nowadays, you'll see the same thing. Right? So, this is what happened. No, I see no, mind you, I'm a qualified chef. French and American cuisine. Both because I work in America too.
Okay, caller. I do appreciate that they called you and everything, and I hope things work out for you. All right?
Yes, but mind you.
Yes.
And a little point of you say the youth shouldn't get in the youth. No, I was a youth too.
Right.
I was do mason. I was do plumbing. I was to do a grade like the electrician. And a 6 my own car to pull along the engine and pay back up. Right, so you don't just sit down and anybody say, no, you get up and go and do something, go somewhere, go and do something. But if you just sit down and time anybody pass the CD, you ain't doing nothing. Most of the time you have a stuff to speak, really, you ain't doing nothing. So when you get old like me now, I don't want to say, I build a house of a tab and ball and should I take. Tell them. Right now it might sound far-fetched, but if it's true, it is true. But that is how it was. Now, if you don't do nothing, remember I said a qualified chef, and not even...
Call, I want to take some more calls, all right? I do apologize, but I want to take some more calls. All right? Hi, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, TC.
Good afternoon, darling.
How you going?
I am good, and you?
You know, all right. You know, black people, let me say black people is the first people used to do mason in Trinidad and Tobago.
Right.
You know that?
What are you telling me now?
Well, I said black people used to, the first people used to do mason in the country. Black people, you loan them, the Indian people, them loan the Indian people to do mason. And they come and they take over. They take over. Nobody could have do mason like them black people. Yes, I know them doing mason, and then they take go and the thing and the Indian take over. Me also think, I will apologize, but them loan the Indian people how to do mason. And now Indian people doing modern African. Them had the houses, everything. Black people had houses they had. And when they do, they sell it and they give it away and they sell it for small money. and all kind of things happen in this country. That if black people could know, they would have been rich. They would have been on top. But they do what to do and they do what they have to do. And no, I wouldn't say black people are nothing. Black people have everything they want. Everything they want. They had. But you know what? Have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
All right, Granny. All right.
I don't respect. I am just
Okay, Granny. All right.
I wouldn't fight against no one, even when they hate me. Just give me one life so I can be free.
Hi, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening to you, TC.
A pleasant good evening to you as well, my brother.
That is Uruga for your money for
Yeah, that is Uruga. Yeah.
Yeah, I leave Santi and Tati talk. And Santi says no. I will say. Santi could contribute to Tati. Go ahead, the class, Tati. Well, I have headed off to the meeting here. TC.
Yes.
I think after the program, the meeting is coming live on your station.
Yes.
You know, focus on the Grandi corporation is one of the corporation we are fighting hard, and what we are saying that it will remain UNC. Right. At this time, it is a UNC corporation. We are the chairman. We are the majority of the councillors in the focus on the Grandi corporation. We are fighting back for that. Once we retain that and we retain another corporation, we win the local election. We are looking for 8 corporations. Right now it's 7. So I'm heading up the road here. I don't know if the plan is no. I don't know. My boy wants to stay. He can't do right now. But we are heading up the road to hear the political leader talking tonight, Kamala Prasad, the Sessa. I look forward to hearing the meeting of the NTA tomorrow. And I hope that the NTA is coming live. And if it's not, let me please have luck. One time the NTA didn't come live here because this is after 91.9 is the station of all current affairs. We talk the issues and where's the people listening at this time. So TC, good program.
I'm gonna switch up the program in a short because there's a video that I acquired today with an interview, right? Because today is 33 years of what they would call the attempted coup, right?
Yeah.
And there's all kind of speculations going around why it happened, man, why this, and everybody turned magistrate and want to know, but the man spoke to international journalists, and he said his reason.
And that's what I agree with.
If a man give his reason,
and that's what I agree with.
Huh?
People want to Google say, or no paper say, I don't mean.
No, I am going with what the man say, and I have that video. I am going to play that video of what he said. His reason was for the attempted.
I the video, I think I'll be that the video, TC.
I have that video.
I have that video around on social media and correct the facts of why the man say he do 90.
Yeah,
because
I have that video.
The man saying that.
Yeah,
no Google or no papers. That's the man's voice.
Yeah, he said it.
That's the real thing. Like the brother talking there.
Yeah,
and the soldier talking there.
I'm gonna play that video in a short. All right, let me take
you more. I wait to listen to it because as I said earlier, may God bless him soul wherever the freedom fighter is, because I look up to him as a freedom fighter. I look up to our back. I don't care what people say. I do not care what they say.
All right, Kingsley, let me take another call. I apologize, but let me take one more before I play that video. Hi, good evening, welcome. Hi, good evening, welcome.
Good afternoon to you, TC.
Hey, good evening, what's up?
I cool, quiet, and humble. Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. You know, the topic you start on, TC.
Yes.
Where people coming up in the numbers and looking for work. I want to applaud that part of the program because that is one talk show host speaking on behalf of people. You will surprise to know how many youths in this country want to hear radio talk show hosts speak on behalf, especially when they're going through real problems. It's a real youth over here going and standing up for hours hours looking for work by construction site and all kind of thing, and again through at all, you know. And look like when prison putting out an ad, or they come in and register. Them know, them only choosing 150. Them know they're doing that, you know, and making hundreds of people come out there. Look when this ship that arrive in Trinidad over here and say, all right, we're looking for people to work. Over 7,000 people went in. You know what people are hire? 250.
Wow.
250 people are hire. And over 7,000. They made people went and sleep overnight. Whole day and whole night just to be in front. And I was swear, when we have authorities and them watching the news and watching these things taking place in the country and keep a blind eye towards it, that is a reason to vote them out for you. Because them things, if you can't seek the interests of the future generation in this country, what type of leader you are? What are we supporting? What are we supporting? This is a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Short and sweet. That's how I'm taking it. I will take one more call and I will play that video for you. I will take this call and I will play that video for you with the man of himself speaking and saying why he did what he did. Hi, good evening. Welcome.
TC, good afternoon to you, my dearie.
Hi, good evening, honey.
How are you going?
Well, I am okay for now, and how are you?
Good, good, good. I just listened and I'm laughing. Trust me to God. TC?
Yes.
I was just speaking about some mason work. Is it that? Am I right or wrong?
You were speaking about some?
Some mason. Somebody called and said about mason.
Well, our caller said that he did mason work and different stuff, yes.
Oh, I don't understand what you mean.
Yes.
But you see, boy, we have to look for Trinidad and Tobago. You know that, right?
Yes, we have to.
We really want, and as today, you know, like Wendell went and lays read down there today.
Yes.
We always have to look out for Wendell Eversley.
Yes,
you know?
yes. I saw his interview by the Parliament, and it was really touching.
It was really touching.
You know, he brought the young lady there that lost her mother, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's really sad. And you know, as I said, I don't like speculation and I don't like to talk what I don't know. That is why I stand on the outside of politics, because I have never entered the ring, so I am not going to say things that I do not know. I'm going to do my research and I'm going to try to bring the realest to the people, you know?
Yeah, I agree with you. But before I come out,
yes,
Sandy Grande Regional Corporation in a totally mess. Have a good one. Reach home safe. When I tell it in a mess, in a totally mess. Have a good one, my darling. Reach home
Thank you
safe.
so much. I hope you listen into this interview I'm going to play right now, all right?
I will. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you so much. I'm going to play the interview now for Trinidad and Tobago. I'm going to play that interview, right?
I am just a man. I know who I am. I wouldn't fight against no one. Even when they give me one life so I can be free. See my love King Selassie, I live it up. Leaders just got that.
We keep talking about 1990. How would you describe that to someone who never heard about what happens?
We were cleaning up the drug trade, right? And, excuse me. And the government ministers was found in the airport by a woman police officer with all these drugs. I mean, I'm not talking about, 10 kilos, a substantial amount of drugs. These ministers, right? And she came to us and told us that the government is planning to kill her. So I said, well, why would the government kill you? She was working with the narco section in the airport, of course in plain clothes, not in uniform, and stumbled onto them with all this cocaine. So then she tried to get this matter addressed by the commissioner of police and everybody, and nobody wanted to take her and say, you're crazy. This is the Attorney General, the Minister of National Security, the advisor, and the Major Thompson from the army, and this is ridiculous. We can't report these people. And then finally she came to us. 4 days after she came to me and complained about this matter, they created a mock battle at Chagaramas. And she was sitting in a bus, and one of the police officers in the bus shot her in her head and killed her. 4 days before they killed her, she came to me and told me the people who were in the VIP room, the people I just called and told you. So after I exposed that, then they unleashed the state machinery on me and occupied my land, and then every Friday I couldn't have any peaceful prayer. They would destroy the things until finally it come to the court and I arrested them and charged them for the murder, and that's the coup. That was what the coup was about. We arrested them. They said it was wrong and we could make this a settlement, and so they wrote an amnesty. They betrayed it, but after 2 years it went to the Privy Council and then we were let up. After 1990, the authorities destroyed everything while we were in prison. They bombed all the things, everything. They just destroyed literally everything except the mosque, right? And the man was driving the tractor up to the mosque and it overturned and almost killed him. That's why he didn't destroy the mosque.
Since 1990, there's been a lot of scapegoating of you as some sort of bogeyman for what's sort of happening in Trinidad right now. I mean, do you feel like you've been targeted by the officials here?
Since 1990, I've been charged for murder. I've been charged for conspiracy to murder. I've been charged for treason. I've been charged for terrorism. I've been charged for guns and ammunition. Nothing has stuck because they just fabricated all these cases against me. So that is not prosecution, that is persecution.
We're hearing a lot now that the narco trade here is ramping up a lot.
Yes,
is it coming from politicians? Is it coming from business people? Where is it coming from?
Everybody's involved. Everybody's involved. Everybody, the police, everybody's involved. The Coast Guard, everybody's involved. Our next one neighbor, 7 miles, is Venezuela. And then right next to Venezuela is Colombia. And right here, this is the transshipment point.
I mean, the other thing that we're looking into with that's contributing
where have you been in Trinidad since you're here?
Port of Spain, we were in Levantil, we were at the university, we were in Beetham, we were in John for a little bit.
You didn't see nothing? Go and look at the affluence in Trinidad, and you know in Brooklyn you can find the affluence that exists in Trinidad, nowhere.
And you think it's all coming from the drug trade?
All of it.
Against Babylon walls, so laugh at them when the judgment call. You see me? I'm just a man who keep loving King Selassie. I continue.
That was the late Yassim Abubakar speaking about and giving his reason to an international journalist about what took place, why it took place, why he chose to do what he did. So all he hearsay and all he this and that, that's the man talking there and saying why he chose to do what he did. Whether it was right or wrong, that's your choice, that's your decision. Whether you say, okay, I think what he did was wrong, I think what he did was right, that's your choice. I am telling you, that is him saying right there, I did this because I believe that this is the reason for my 1990 erection. All right? He did that, and he did that interview. So you can call me right now. You can call me up right now. I'm going to take your phone calls, right? But that I had to play that. And if you still want to make a contribution about the youth of Trinidad and Tobago as well, you can do that. Hi, good evening. Welcome.
Casey?
Yes, ma'am.
It's me again, sweetheart.
Yes, sweetheart.
Casey, as we played that day, right?
Yes.
Every October the 2nd, my mind on that particular person. That was our neighbor in Carenage here, right?
Right.
You hear I'm telling you, she lied with us the Thursday, and then the Friday, this thing took place with her, right? I remember I was bathing my son in the sea.
Mm-hmm.
when the pastor put on a foot or hanging outside of one of the police vehicles, right? And we believe it was Bernadette James we lost. You hear what I'm telling you about?
So you know about that officer that he's speaking about that got killed in this exercise, as they claim?
Of course, it was a carnage like Bernadette James.
Wow.
Her son is my darling. She won and only speaks a child.
Wow.
It's a carnage person.
Huh.
Yes, Bernadette James, I full recipes. I tell you, every 2nd of October, I will never forget that day. You hear what I'm telling you? I was with it by the sea. Yeah, but I don't know. I listened to what Mr. Baxter said, but she was not a person I just talk, you understand it, you see?
Right.
Yeah, she wasn't that person. We know that she was, but I can't tell you what we weren't there. Right? But of course I know Bernadette. Bernadette will continue to rest in peace.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, when the message came, I would never forget that. Down by the sea, and they come and they meet the husband that tells it was like a shocking. You hear what I'm telling you about? It was like a shocking, but it is a carnage person, right, with that?
All right, thank you so much for your call. I do appreciate your call. Yes. Hi, good evening, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, TC.
Yes, what's up?
It's Paul there. I listen to the tape, and it's something you really hear almost every year. Good evening. I'm going to make a good evening to Charlotte. I'm a girl. Anyhow,
yeah, man.
See,
yes.
We're moving on to that video.
Yes, sir.
I think anybody that's standing for justice, and for righteousness, and for equality, and has a position to do something like what he did for that young lady. I mean, sometimes they go to the casualties, and some die, and they ain't paying bail enough. The teaching country and those in authority. Enough. We had that similarity with the soldier who took the pictures. It's alleged with the former Attorney General, daughter and son, on some range. I mean, there seem to be one law for one. And there are some officers, because they are good officers, you know. Not say good afternoon to all the officers, the good ones. And they are the officers who carry their duty in the right way. And she seemed to be one of those who lost her life, and there are many others like her. So, I think as a real patriot, we have to go out there and we have so rest in peace. Also, I go back and he's a king.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, caller. Thank you so much. I am not here to judge this afternoon. I'm here to listen to you and to hear your words and your if you are for or against. I'm just here to listen to you this evening. Hi, good evening, welcome.
Good evening, and thank you.
Good evening.
My question is, did he have an erection for the coup, or did he have a erection the entire year, or was just for the coup of 1990? When did he have this erection? And I would like to know that.
I would like to know as well.
All right.
Very pertinent question. Hi, good evening, welcome.
Hey, Mr. TC.
Yeah, what's up?
I got it to you.
I got it to you as well.
Yeah, you know, I hear talking about children and how people really crying them down and thing, right?
Are people real?
No. How people are crying them down like they're with nothing.
Right.
Yeah. You know, the wealth of a house is a child.
The wealth of a home is a child.
Is a child, yeah. Children.
Yeah. Yes.
And God says, see the wealth in the heaven. So you won't get no cobweb or nothing. You understand?
Yeah.
Because it's thief. And nobody will come and thief it. When thief come to thief, kill, and destroy the children you are talking about. You understand? But the knowledge and the message that Jesus brings will make us live more abundantly, right?
Yes.
What shouldn't come by and children to people and suffering now. When we say he no good or he no good, it's his fault. You understand? Because the parents and them, right? What happened to them? It comes as though it's slavery. You understand? And then when you look for the master. So them kind of that operation then to undermine the dignity of human. We are wanted to foreign and to make social life a disorder. That is what's happening. The children and them, we're supposed to give as the growing moral values that is put there for us. We don't teach them that. We make them forget the personality and start to concentrate on material existence. This is so deep. That topic you're talking about is so deep that people wouldn't see it. You understand? They always feel that they know, and they know that them children are not good. It's we have them not good. You understand? You see, a child, you see the courage of a child is to do the works of God. And when they're doing that, they're all like insanity. The prudence of yourself, the prudence of a child is to be on that line with God and do the right thing. You know what's called that? You coward. Like we're doing this at jail, you coward. And all these things are taken away from teaching the children and them. You understand? This thing is so deep. People understand that the children and them is what the Lord is looking at. That the children is the message of the Lord, and we have to shape them. We have to shape the mind. We have to cut off all the rough edges from them so that they will carry out the message of the Almighty Father and find their purpose. Yeah. We're not doing that. You need to following a model, all right, jacket and tie, and you're doing this big job, and that is it. My friend, life is more than that. Plenty more than that. And that is it. If you get a good job, then you resign, you rock on your chair, and that is life for them. That is not life. That is not the life that God put on the earth for us. We have to bring down heaven on earth, my friend. We have to do the right thing so that we preserve the words of the Father and live that life. We're not doing that. All of a sudden, it's the material existence. My child must go to school in a Nike. Why, you know, other child goes to school in a Nike. Look, all right.
Let me see how much calls I can take, please, because I don't want to hold. All right,
okay, my friend, you have a call.
Thank you so much. I want to see how much calls I can take in this time here, right? So I'm not going to be holding anybody too long on the lines. Hi, good evening, welcome.
Hey, good afternoon, TC.
Yeah,
good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, what's up?
TC.
Yes, sir.
You see, with the video just played there, Abubakar didn't just do so and say, well, he going on to the 1990 coup because of the incident with the police officer who witnessed it. Besides that, Abubakar also said that the destruction of the drugs that these politicians and police and army and all these people are involved in, it was a whole circle around table, and the people who supposed to be the leaders was involved in the early part of the drug trafficking in Trinidad and Tobago. So when Abubakar realized, well, he know that drug will not only bring bloodshed to the country when it reaches into the communities of the African people, right? When he realized that, you know what he started doing after that? He started going and fighting against the people who's selling the drugs, mashing up the drug blocks and doing all these things. He didn't just stop there, you know. But people don't talk the good things that man was trying to do to protect the future of Trinidad and Tobago. You know, they only talk about the coup and the movement and they do all these things, but they don't talk about the things that man was doing. And I'm not a Muslim for the people who, but I know, I listen, I understand. And Abubakar said the drugs, because Trinidad and Tobago, everybody don't know about weed. That cocaine is the destruction of the future of Trinidad and Tobago. And we're seeing what it is doing today after this day. Right? So TC, Abubakar didn't just do that. They always tell you the thing to make someone look bad, but they didn't tell you what the man was really fighting for the people. He was fighting against.
But he spoke about the drug trade and he spoke about the constant harassment from the authorities and he decided that, here what, this is all I'm going to take here and I'm going to hold you responsible. And he started by saying, I held them responsible for the murder and the crimes they committed against Trinidad and Tobago.
Right. So he come like he make a citizen arrest.
Yes, he made a citizen arrest.
Right, to the people who's supposed to be protecting and serving us and looking out for our country and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. That's what Abu Bakr did.
Yes.
Right? But they want to tell you on the national radio, Abu Bakr responsible for the guns in Trinidad and Tobago when Abu Bakr was trying to stop the guns, the drugs, because when the drugs come, the guns coming. And where the guns coming from today? Not where he get his own from. It's coming from the U.S. and all over the place where we see the U.S. coming to try to stop the guns from coming to Trinidad and Tobago, right? Yeah. Abu Bakr speak about all these things. But he speak of this happening today.
All right, Brooklyn, let me see if I could take another call.
Yeah, and one more thing.
Quickly.
I want to say, the people who was going out there for drugs, for work, in the cruise ship and to the prisons, was people with education, Trinidad and Tobago. They always want to say the young people and them had no education and this and the other. All of them had passes and everything. I just want them to know that the youths of them had a thing. Bless up, TC.
Thank you so much. Hi, good evening, welcome.
Hello?
Yes, good evening, welcome.
Yeah, evening.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, TC.
Yeah, Virgin.
Thing you're talking about with Abu Bakr, they were the policewoman Bernadette James. It had a lot of fallout from that, you know. As an elder, so I could tell you, it had the Attorney General at the time, Selwyn Richardson. I can't say what I want to say on the radio, but if you know any elders who had knowledge about what's going on, they go tell you. If you investigate, trust me, it will blow your mind. But Abu Bakr, anyhow, do some research.
Well, at the end of the day, I'm only going on what he said, and I'm not going to dig any deeper because I don't want to bounce up on anything that is over my pay grade. I staying out of the people business. People wanted. Hear what I did here today, caller. You see, people are speculating and making up their own stories on why he did what he did, right? He gave you the crust of what he did. He didn't give you all the meat, but he gave you the crust and he said it himself. So if he's lying on himself. He gave you the crust.
No, he lying at all.
Right.
He lying at all because
he came out and said to international journalists.
The drugs that came from Libya, the medicine from Libya came and it was on the port and the government at the time leave it on the port to spoil.
Right, so
they didn't clear it.
At the end of the day, as I said, he said it. People do have to speculate on what's going on. It is something that he came out and he told the world, not Trinidad, you know. This is an international journalist that came here.
Yeah.
And he didn't tell Trinidad why he did this. He told the world why he did what he did.
Yeah.
Right? Fair enough. Thank you so much for your call.
All right.
Hi, good evening. Welcome.
Hi, TC.
Yes, man. What's up?
I was just wondering, is it okay if I correct one of your callers?
If you can.
Correct one of your callers.
Once you're correcting the caller in a respectable manner, you can go right ahead. This is the program for.
Okay.
If somebody says something and you believe that it is not correct, you can go right ahead.
Okay, facts. Bernadette Jones was born in Belmont, Norfolk Street. She used to live in St. Margaret's Lane. She joined the police service for 1 year and a half when she went on the training exercise and was shot and killed. So I would like Mommy from Carnage to please retract that statement. Okay? Family member, have a blessed day.
Thank you so much. I continue to take your calls all the way to the top of 7 o'clock. We are just about 18 minutes away from 7, so you can go right ahead and make a contribution. Hi, good evening.
Yes, TC. Good evening again. And TC, hear what I tell you, within my age, you know, in those times, all men who doing drugs, when they hear the Muslim coming for them, you know what they used to do? Go in the station.
They used to go in the station?
In the station. TC, I just want to tell you, ask anybody who my age is about 69 and they're going to tell you.
Well, go ahead.
When they say, anytime them hear that the Muslim coming, and they come them to kill them, you know, just to make them stop this drug, this cocaine thing. There's a run in the station, run to the police for rescue, Mike. government and Muslims must talk to you first. Then don't come with no violence. I could tell you that. I was involved with Brother David and them, and I do the belly for them in this place in Forest Plain there, right? Like in Success Village there. Yeah. That I have there, I the person who collaborate with them and design and get them everything. I screw every whole rough down. I put on every sheet I screw down. You understand? And my welder fabricator, I weld up the whole thing. Yeah, man. I could tell you, I do that for nothing. Why? Because I like what the motive. Now, whether Barker was right or wrong, he was really, really provoked. Trust me.
He was really provoked.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Then you're elder. You lived it.
I can tell you.
I lived it as well. I was 13 years of age when this took place. Right. I was 13 years. I was toting gravel that afternoon when I walked out by Mate shop in Lavantil Road in San Juan. And Mate had a little solid star TV on his counter. And everybody staring at the TV wanting to know what's going on. You understand?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, man. I could remember that clearly. I was in La Fortunate that day toting some gravel for Anthony Assing's mother. Right? She brought gravel and she gave all the youths and them a little hustle to tote gravel. So them time, you get a hustle to tote gravel, you get a little $20, you real happy. We were toting gravel from about, let's say, 3 o'clock that afternoon till maybe a little after 5 minutes to 6. I could clearly remember walking out the road that afternoon from in La Fortunate, coming to Mate shop. Right? Standing there and everybody staring into the shop and want to know what's going on. At that point, Yassim Abubakar was on the television advising Trinidad and Tobago of what was taking place, right? I still didn't fully understood that the country at that point was going to go into curfew. Because at the age of 13, I didn't understand that there were going to be looting. It's later on the night and then into the Saturday morning or the following morning. I think it happened on a Friday. So the Saturday morning, everybody was in and out and throughout San Juan. And then you're hearing people looting all over San Juan and all down over the highway in El Sicuro, Aranguez, the milk. This is the first time I drink so much Clementine and Frico in tin in my life. I get Frico, I mess Frico. Well, boy, it was something that, yes, I was there, but I never understood what was happening fully until some years passed. You understand? So nevertheless, it was an experience, but it was an experience as a child for me. It wasn't an experience as an adult. I didn't know about the drug trade and all these things that was going on. Hi, good evening, welcome.
Good evening again, Mr. TC.
Yes, good evening.
I was reminded of this, you know, and I think it's one of these Middle Eastern countries, this one is telling me, right? They have what is called a National Day of Sport.
Right.
Where the whole country is closed up, and basically any part of the community where you are, you can have any form of activities, anything. You can ride bikes in the road with your children in front of your house. All parts of the country has sporting activities. The people that does that. I think the government should try that. Have a National Day of Sport.
National Day of Sport.
That will end up help a lot with the crime situation, and it gives people a lot of things to look forward to, because whenever it is that day coming, everybody will be prepared.
Preparing. Brilliant idea. Brilliant idea. Thank you so much.
Before I leave,
yes.
You know what it makes interested reading is to get a copy of the Scott Job, the Custom Act of 1960. It makes interesting reading.
Okay. Get the Act of what? Give me the name one more time.
The Custom Act of 1960.
Custom Act of 1960.
Yes.
All right, I will. All right? Thank you so much. Good evening.
Casey, my love.
Yes, sweetheart.
I hear a gentleman call and say, where Bonner from? Belmont?
Belmont.
TC, Bruce Sanover, no Bonner James. Begia, good afternoon. Miss Rajaka, good afternoon. Bonner, Mother Terrence. Good afternoon, Bonnet husband. TC, I gone. Reach home safe. Wrong information. You hear me, lover?
Hi, darling. All right. Well, let's just put this to rest. Whether she's from Belmont or she's from Carenage, Big Yard, and I have my people in Big Yard, so I'm gonna call them and find out. Portia, her family's from Big Yard, right? And I'm going to call Portia and find out, right? So whether she's, as I said, whether she's from Carenage or Diego Martin, the story is she did go through that vibe at that timing, right? Hi, good evening, welcome.
Hello, good evening, TC.
Good evening, what's up?
You're not listening? People are calling and say these are relatives to Bernadette James, that's all? But you calling she Bernadette Jones. Bernadette Jones, you say, no? You are relative and you calling the wrong name. And I said, I remember when that incident took place, but I don't know where she's from.
Right.
But he's saying Bernadette Jones. If you see, Mommy calling you right, correct name. You calling the wrong name.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. You know, Robert, I ain't gonna lie to you. In that time in there, right, frequenting was still in the can. Milk was still in the tin. And my stepfather made sure that we had a supply of milk. We struggled. So we used to drink bush tea and sugar water and orange peel because it was hard, right? When that looting happened, and I started to see case of milk, so milk and sugar water. Robert, I said thank you. I said thank you, Baka. I said, my teeth started to get strong. Calcium like. Not thank you, Father. Thank you, Baka. Because when I tell you milk like rain. You understand? People can say what they want, but milk like rain. Hi, good evening, welcome.
What do you say?
Hey, what's up, Regin?
Are they taking this guy was 7 years.
You were 7?
Yeah. And I see a big ball of 5. You see chocolate cup and double milk, thinner milk. Or milk kind of take it.
Yeah, Ribena and milk, boy.
Ribena. I end up going to pick up a microwave. When you see back, I pull it and come back and back everything. That was so let's have it.
Yeah, man.
Love you, understand, brother.
Yeah, man. Bless you. Love to you.
Loving you.
Yeah, man. Loving the house. Ribena and milk, boy. I had enough Ribena and milk to last me, but vomit Ribena. Telling you, Ribena didn't sit down proper, na? Hi, good afternoon. Good evening, sorry.
Good evening, TC.
Yes, good evening.
I'm calling with the names here, right?
Yes.
I think the person getting tired with Beverly Jones. You had a Bernadette James.
Right.
That's who you're really speaking about.
Yes.
But he referring to Beverly Jones. That's a different story.
That's a different person.
Yes, that Beverly Jones, she's associated with the Black Power in 70.
Oh, okay.
Bernadette James is who you are speaking about.
Nice.
I think he get a little mixed up with the names.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, great.
Yes. I vomit Ribena. When I tell you, Ribena wouldn't sit down on my chest. It's free, healthy thing like Ribena. And it will not sit down on my chest. First time in my life, I get a healthy thing like Ribena. And the Ribena, I vomit. But thank you, Baka. Thank you, Baka. If it wasn't for him, my teeth and them would have all now, so I might have been wearing false teeth because I would not get calcium. You understand? I would not have get calcium. All my nails and things. When I see my nails start, you know, that have a little white thing on your nails when it's lacking calcium. All the white thing gone. They couldn't talk to me in that time. I'm telling you, I get fat. I did get fat off of milk. You understand? I don't usually take private calls, but let me take this private call and see who it is. Hi, good evening, welcome.
Good evening, TC is Roger Bootman. How are you?
I cool, man. You have just about a minute to make your contribution.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say there's a problem. You have to talk about the state of the Port of Spain General Hospital. Right. I know you're going through transition, but a lot of backup and people waiting on operation, including myself.
Right.
It's 15 years I waited.
15 years you waiting for operation?
Yes.
What did they give? 2029 or?
Yeah, well, well, I had a lot, but on a lot of pain is a knee replacement, and that I waited on.
All right.
And that was way before my parents was alive in 2013. So right. And Dr. Adonis, he is the only surgeon that he's overworked because they had something recently where somebody was shot. And
well, Roger, I have to cut you off because I have to wrap up because the ads is coming, all right?
All right, man. Take care.
Thank you so much, my brother. Trinidad and Tobago, keep it safe. Today is Thursday. I'm going to be joined by Heavy Duty tomorrow in studio, right? Same time, same place. Whatever you do, do it in the name of the Most High. Keep it safe on the nation roads. We have rain on some parts of Trinidad and Tobago, so slow your roll, take your time. You'll reach where you're going, all right? And most of all, I beg you to keep an open mind as we head to local government election on August 14th, all right? Thank you so much. I'm out.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
In the midst of allegation, propaganda, and misinformation, we examine the facts. We discuss the issues. We interview key players. We